Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. How's everybody's morning going so far? Did you get some sleep? You sound tired. I'm just being honest. Welcome to day 2 of the Bitcoin Rodeo. And welcome to everybody that is joining in the live stream this morning. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we've now got everything streaming live in multiple locations, and proud to say, we are streaming live to Nostr today. So all my Nostrages out there, we're stoked to have you as part of the stream. So if you like it, give it a boost and everything. I think we're the first conference to stream live to Nostr. So let's go. All right. So we're going to get started with our first panel. I want to give a quick shout out to, again, one of the partners of the show before we get started, to Paramount Employee Benefit and Pension Consulting. So these guys, they're Canada's only pro-Bitcoin benefits and pension advisory. Scott's working with companies looking at new ways of building their compensation and reward system to involve Bitcoin. Which we love to see. So we're very glad that they partnered with the Bitcoin Rodeo. Of course, we're going to be having a chat this morning about Bitcoin custody, which is an important topic that we all need to be aware of. And so we've got our moderator, my good buddy with the greatest hair on stage besides mine, Nico Moran. He's a creator and host of Simply Bitcoin, one of the most popular Bitcoin-only daily live shows. He's the director of content and strategy at Swan Bitcoin and the founder of Bitvolt Mining. His mission is to guide individuals in claiming back full financial sovereignty with Bitcoin. Moving down the line, we've got another good friend of mine. A decade of knowing each other gave me my first sats for a job. Adam O'Brien, he's a Bitcoin entrepreneur dedicated to building products that make it easy to buy, sell, and use Bitcoin. He founded Bitcoin Well in 2013, which has grown to be one of Canada's largest Bitcoin companies, boasting over 250 Bitcoin ATMs across Canada, and an online portal, which is the fastest and safest way to buy and sell Bitcoin. Down the line from there, we've got Didier Lavallée. Am I saying that right? Yeah. Perfect. All right, good enough, I hear. He's the CEO of Tetra Trust, Canada's largest digital asset custodian. Prior to joining Tetra, Didier spent 16 years in capital markets and asset servicing experience across Canada and the US. And then finally, in the center here with the awesome hat, Adam Solstice, and he's a veteran software engineer, web developer, and open source enthusiast who believes that Bitcoin adoption of Bitcoin as sound money will be a key driver of global prosperity. So without further ado, let's kick off this chat on Bitcoin custody. Let's give our panelists and our moderator a round of applause.
So, Bitcoin custody. It's very unique. Bitcoin is really, in my eyes, the only technology that allows you to theoretically store millions, billions, if not trillions of dollars by just memorizing a 12-word seed phrase. I don't recommend that, but I'm sure a lot of people will be more than willing and able to do that if they're stuck in a bind. One of the main reasons that people don't leave hostile jurisdictions is because they can't take their wealth that they've spent time, decades accumulating, they can't take it with them. Bitcoin completely changes the power dynamics of that. It empowers the individual. But it's also a very radical idea in terms of the Overton window. For the vast majority of society, they would rather outsource the personal responsibility of their wealth to other people. And I think that a lot of the world's problems stem from just that mere fact alone. So we have these 3 awesome gentlemen that are more than qualified to have the conversation today. So first, I want to go down the line and really define what custody is. And I'll start with you, O'Brien.
Yeah, custody is effectively ownership and complete control. And so we've all heard the saying, I assume, if you're at a Bitcoin conference, you've heard the words, not your keys, not your coins. And that in and of itself is the truest essence of custody. We've also all heard the saying that custody is 9/10 of the law. Not even just in Bitcoin, in most things. And I think that that's a really important thing to remember when we're talking about money that can't be undone. When we talk about custody in the past, for the last 150 years in the fiat ecosystem, we've been working with Control Z money, money that could just simply be undone when there were errors or when something bad happened. And in the Bitcoin world, of course, there is no Control Z. There's no way for anyone with or without the keys to undo the transaction. And so when you have your coins, you are only exposed to your mistakes. When you don't have your coins, you are exposed to whoever does have your coins' mistakes.
Yeah, custody, I think the ideal is that everyone would custody their own coins. In a perfect world, we're not there yet, especially with layer 2 solutions like Lightning. It's sometimes difficult for people to have their own keys in that case because it doesn't work the same as regular on-chain Bitcoin, where you can just have them offline. You need to have keys online to run your Lightning node. And so there's some usability issues there to make that user experience, as easy and friendly as possible for people. And there's even a question of whether we could scale Lightning to allow the whole world to use Bitcoin without using third-party custodians and moving more things off-chain. So yeah, custody, I think the goal to strive for is total self-custody, but there's going to be some stepping stones along the way where just to get more people into Bitcoin and make it usable, there's going to be custodians. And then it's just a matter of hopefully finding ones that do a good job of it and ones that people can trust. So.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that last part, right? Which is there's going to be custodians, right? There's going to be people that you're going to have to trust, and it's a perfect segue. Didier, what is custody to you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be the unpopular opinion on this panel, but that's okay. Listen, I mean, self-custody, I think, is very important. I self-custody, my Bitcoin, my sats, my assets. So I'm not here to preach that you shouldn't self-custody. What I am representing is essentially the interest of institutions, investors, asset managers, family offices, et cetera, that essentially don't want to take self-custody. And for that, there is a structure, within a trust structure, so a trust process, regulated, where essentially a custodian can come into the picture, a regulated custodian, and hold assets on behalf of somebody else, right? Which is essentially what Tetra does. So Tetra is Canada's only regulated custodian for digital assets. We are a trust structure regulated by the Alberta Loan and Trust Corporation Act. And essentially we hold about $1 billion of assets for our clients. None of them legally are ours. So I think that's very important, and I know we'll talk about Prime Trust, but we are regulated by the Canadian government. The keys for the assets are in Canada, so that sets us apart from all the competition out there. The majority of platforms are either unregulated or US companies, right? And it's very important that you make the distinctions where you're holding your assets on exchanges, for example, or when you're transacting, you should know that the majority of these organizations currently are using US companies. Those keys are in the US, they're subject to US regulatory regime, law, et cetera, and that creates a whole other set of issues, which I'm happy to dig into. So, what is custody really is, for me, it's either you're doing it yourself or you're entrusting a third party to do it for you. And I think the reality is, we take that responsibility very seriously at Tetra. We are, very controlled. I'm going to use that word freely, but And we have strong governance framework, and for certain parts of the market, they can't handle the assets themselves, and that's where we come into the picture.
And I kind of want to double back on that and ask you a question, Didier. Why is it that certain institutions or family offices or high net worth individuals, why do they feel more comfortable outsourcing the storage of their wealth to a third party rather than doing it themselves? Is it for legal reasons? Is it just because I mentioned this concept yesterday, the fact that they've lived in the fiat matrix the vast majority of their life and they're comfortable dealing with third parties holding their assets? Could you explain to everybody why that is?
Yes, I would say broadly there's two categories. There's the category where they need to from a legal and regulatory perspective. So if you're an asset manager, for example, if you're an ETF provider, if you manage money on behalf of other people, you are legally obliged to outsource custody. It's not just Bitcoin, it's essentially all assets. What people don't realize is if you invest, let's say, in Apple stock or something else with your bank, the reality is a custodian is holding that asset on behalf of the bank. Most people just don't necessarily realize that, but that's the workflow. So there's a regulated piece of the market where by law they are obliged to use a third-party custodian. Then there's the unregulated, which I would put family offices or high net worth individual in that category. Some of them don't want the risk. I would say some of them also want to transfer the operational responsibility to a third party, right? In the case of family offices, for example, a lot of them are, incredibly wealthy individual. They outsource typically the investment responsibility to a CIO or to a corporate entity. They don't necessarily want to be bothered with managing the assets or the keys. We find that the younger generation that's coming up in those family offices, so I would say like the generation that will likely inherit the wealth, is a lot more prone to taking self-custody. They understand the technology better. But the 60, 70, the boomers, the older generation, for them they might believe in the asset, but they don't necessarily want to go through the trouble, so they would outsource it.
Just to jump in there too, I think that these institutions, high net worth individuals, family offices, they're looking for a very, very small portion of Bitcoin, which is price exposure. They aren't looking for like what you just talked about, which is people in impoverished countries fleeing with their wealth. The high net worth individuals aren't concerned about that. Frankly, I think they should be, but they're not. And Bitcoin is freedom money. And it's not money freedom, it's freedom money. And part of that freedom is having the ability to be sovereign and having the ability to take that. But the price exposure aspect to owning Bitcoin is what you get from kind of outsourcing the operational piece. And I think that's a key distinction is understanding why. Why are you in Bitcoin? Starting with why, as we should with every decision we make in our life, and understanding that if I care about being sovereign, if I care about having the ability to own and control my wealth and not having permission, being permissionless, then custody might not be a solution. But I agree, if it's just price exposure, then that's a completely different set of frameworks and rules. You're playing a different game at that point, I think.
So Adam, let's talk about what we were discussing prior to the panel, right? That you're planning to launch in the U.S., which in a very radical move as well, you're launching something called self-custody by default. That if people buy Bitcoin, they automatically have to take self-custody. And one of the first things that I asked you before we started the panel is, isn't that going to hurt your business? I really, really loved your response. Why don't you tell the audience?
Yeah, I said, hell yeah. This is the harder, more expensive. It costs more to educate. This is the harder way to do it, but it's also the moral way to do it. As you can tell, I'm quite passionate about making sure that people own and control their money. I believe that you trade your time for value, and if you don't have access to that value when you need it, it was completely for naught, completely useless. I don't think I could look my daughter in the eye in 10 years and say, sorry, hon, we have to go because someone else took our money. It doesn't make sense to me. And so I think that the burden falls on platforms like Bitcoin Well to educate and to ensure that people are taking self-custody of their coins in every situation possible. And frankly, we're making a conscious decision right now that if you aren't ready to self-custody, like you're probably not the customer for Bitcoin well at this point. And I do believe in situations of collaborative custody and I think if there is going to be a custodian there, they should be separate from the brokerage. But yeah, it's going to it's not an easy feat. We've been doing this in Canada. I mean, our Bitcoin ATMs have been non-custodial and self-custody since the dawn of Bitcoin ATMs, and our online platform in Canada is that way as well. And going into the States, it's going to be the first platform in the States that forces the users to take self-custody. It's not just encouraging. It's not like a gentle tap on the bum. Hey, you should probably withdraw your coins soon. It's like, no. Take your coins before you give us money. You have to give us a Bitcoin address before we even look at taking your money. And I think that's going to be a shift. I think that we're going to get a lot of Bitcoiners that believe in that as well. And it's going to be a big education lift in order to get the next generation of Bitcoiners who maybe don't understand the difference.
Yeah, and just to play devil's advocate, I completely agree with you as a Bitcoiner, but just to play devil's advocate, I would love to get Adam's perspective, have him in the middle. If someone were to approach you and they said that they wanted to put $100,000, money's relative, right? So $100,000 is the majority of their life savings. They wanted to put it into Bitcoin, but they didn't have a technical. They don't have a technical know-how. They didn't watch BTC sessions tutorials. They have no idea how to do it, right? Well, what advice would you give them?
Well, I would say, pay Ben $1,000. I'm sure he'll come see you and teach you how to self-custody your funds. Is a 1% fee? I'll do it for $1,000. I will have a personal one-on-one session with you, probably for free, to teach you how to self-custody your coins. It's a conversation that you can have over a coffee. You can do it in an hour. I mean, if you have $100,000, you've accumulated that much wealth. Your time, your smarts, your efforts, your brain is worth $100,000. And you're telling me you're not smart enough, you're too scared to be sovereign? That doesn't make sense to me. There's a logic gap there that stems from the fiat ecosystem, I think.
Adam, do you want to follow that up?
I agree. I'd do the same. For that amount of money, it's worth taking the time to learn how to set up cold storage. And you don't even need a one-on-one session. You can just link them to a YouTube video. Or, there are people who'd be happy to help do that for free. And, the hardware wallets, they're pretty available now. They're easy to set up. Even getting a paper wallet, I'll still show people how to go through that, because that's free. You don't have to buy any hardware, trust the manufacturer. It's like, if anyone's ever gone through the experience of generating their own entropy, it's a magical moment.
That's a really good way to put it, man. It is magical. The first time you roll a dice 150
pick this number,
times.
yeah, roll a dice or shuffle a deck of cards, or just come up with some crazy random string of words in your head and create a brain wallet or something, and realize I made my own key and no one knows it but me, and that's all you need to self-custody. You just need to keep that secret. So once people kind of go through the practice of it, send them $1 and then show them how to redeem it, and then say, okay, here you go, write this down, make multiple copies of it, spread it around in different places so it's not going to get burned or flooded or eaten by bacteria. Keep it somewhere that people aren't going to find it, or if they do find it, you can put an additional password on it to encrypt it, so that even if they find your seed, it's encrypted with another password that you keep somewhere else, or you keep in your head, or you told to someone. There's ways of doing it securely and safely that are really easy to teach someone. It only takes a few minutes to show them how to do it. And everyone should be doing that when it comes to their savings. With Coinos, we do custody people's funds just to get them onto Lightning quickly, so they have that convenience of being able to go and do a payment without doing the on-chain fees. So we'll let people deposit. Merchants will receive a few $100s, and then we don't lead with a custody thing. We don't try to set people up with hardware wallets and paper wallets and go through the whole spiel of cold storage. off the bat, but that's a conversation that once someone has, a few $100 or $1,000 of Bitcoin, and it's starting to become an amount where you'd be sorry to lose it, it's not just $10 that you're trying out, then we always encourage people to figure out their cold storage then. And we're gonna probably offer not forced upfront self-custody, but forced once you hit a certain threshold, $1,000 or more, we're gonna cut you off at that point until you set up your cold storage. So I think that's kind of like the gentle introduction, get people into Bitcoin using the easiest possible way, and then get them to do it right once it makes sense to do that.
What about your parents?
My parents?
Yeah.
I've set them up cold storage.
And they know how to use it?
Yeah, they come to me.
Exactly. That's my point, right? So my mom, shout out mom, she's been a hardcore Bitcoiner since 2016. But and she's, set up on multi-sig, geographically separated. She's hardcore. But if I asked her, hey mom, could you send me a Bitcoin transaction? I'm gonna get a phone call 2 minutes later asking me how to do that. And that, I guess, that's the part that concerns me a little bit, right? It's very easy for both of you Adams to say, hey, look, watch a BTC Sessions tutorial or take 2 seconds to learn it. But I think that there's a portion of the population that maybe it's naive of me to say this, but I just don't think that they're ready to take that step.
We're talking about two different scenarios, though. If it was like, hey, mom, can you send me something? I'm looking to go on a trip and I want to go. It's like, well, can you help me do that? If it's like, hey, mom, I'm in jail. I've got 10 seconds to talk to you. Send me Bitcoin right now or I'm going to die. She'll probably figure it out. I believe your mom loves you enough to watch a video and figure out how to send that Bitcoin transaction. So, yes, she will call you because you are the path of least resistance. If the path of least resistance is no longer there, she will find a new path because she's a hardcore Bitcoiner. She's got a low time preference and she knows what's at stake. And I think that when we know what's at stake, when we know that the future of our money, the future of our family's sovereignty is at stake, we watch a BTC Sessions tutorial and we're good. And I'm oversimplifying for sake of whatever, a performance. But I do think that there are ways to self-custody and there are ways to make it a lot less scary. And it's a journey, it's a time. It's going to have people entering in a custodial environment and then moving off of that. But I do believe that educating first is probably the better way to do it.
So what I heard is definitely give my mom Ben's number. That's
you do not want your mom having Ben's number? Look at that guy. Look at his hair. Oh, dang.
Wait, what? Okay, so I'm going to pass it back to Didier. Look, and I watched one of your videos. I want to talk about the 3 concepts, right? You talk about self-custody, third-party custody, and institutional custody. You guys are focused on the institutional custody, which I also believe is very important for the reasons that you mentioned earlier. But I want to get your take on what happened in the last month or so, or 2 months. It was discovered that Prime Trust, which was supposedly a legally regulated entity, they're supposed to have their customer funds separate from their own assets. It came out after the fact that apparently they lost custody of some of those assets and they started speculating. Then they held this huge amount of this altcoin. So I guess my question to you is, what went wrong? What could have done better? Is this a legal issue? Is this a regulation issue? Because I think that's one of the concerns, right? It's like, look, trust us. We're a legally regulated trust or institution. But at the same time, I think a lot of people thought that of Prime Trust as well.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. So, not to be the guy that says full disclosure, I'm not a lawyer or an expert on U.S. regulatory regime, but there's a couple of things. First of all, I think if you look at the U.S. structure right now and the regulatory bodies, it is, for lack of better wording, I think a little bit of a shit show. Pardon my French, right? You have multiple regulators across different states that are putting different frameworks in place. You got the Securities Commission that's trying to sue a ton of businesses and basically arguing that a lot of the casino coins, just to use the verbiage of Dave, are securities and they should come in and get regulated. Like, there is no clear framework in the US around regulated entities that are providing services, period, in my opinion. Prime Trust, from what I understand, there's two big issues there. One, they moved their wallet structure, and instead of forcing clients to move their assets over to the new structure, they basically said, hey, we did this, you guys should move your money over to our new wallets, but didn't enforce it. What ended up happening is they lost essentially the wallets or the access to the wallets, and some clients had never transferred the assets. Now, a trust that's regulated should have come out when they found out and basically said, we have this problem. And they should have reported that to the regulators and to their clients, which they didn't do, which I don't really know why. Now, the second piece, which I think is where you're going into, is like essentially they try to do all this stuff to fudge the numbers or the situation to try to recover essentially what they owed their clients. This is where like the regulatory regime is, I think, the problem. I think they're registered in Nevada. Like, the reality is the regulators should have seen this, right? They should have seen the financials of the company. They should have seen the amount of debt they were taking on. They should have seen that they didn't have, one for one the assets of their clients versus, what they have. I don't know if they do, things like, proofs of stake with essentially third-party auditors. But if you look at the framework, I think this is where it collapsed. So for me, it's a legal and regulatory issue. They didn't have enough oversight. I don't think people are going to love this comment, but the reality is like Tetra is very, very governed, apologies, by the government, the securities commissions, the Ministry of Alberta. There's not a single regulatory body in Canada that doesn't get our proof of reserves, which we do twice a year, our audited financials, which we do once a year. I mean, the transparency of what we hold and how we hold it is, I think, best in class for any trust. So I think it's a regulatory issue. I think it's a cover-up issue as well. I think it's really unfortunate that the industry keeps getting, these bad actors. They're essentially mishandle customer funds and essentially try to cover it up, right? But to say that, to put all trust in that category, I would say is probably not the right thing. And the other thing that I said earlier is like, don't expose your funds to the US, right? Like, the US regulatory regime right now is incredibly uncertain. So whether it be Coinbase or Prime Trust or Gemini or Anchorage or BitGo, I mean, you can name it. Just don't do that right now, because you have no idea how that's going to play out. And more importantly, we've just learned that the government has no idea how to govern these institutions either.
Yeah, if I could I'll touch on that. I think this is 100% a governed and regulations issue, but at the same time, there's 364 days a year where those financials aren't in check if you do yearly audits, or there's 180 days where those proof of reserves aren't being proofed if you're doing biannual proof of reserve audits. I think it's maybe not 100% regulations. I think it's partially that, but also partially it's operational. It's the fact that somebody else had the keys at Prime Trust. Somebody else, rather than the individuals, was able to make those decisions that we're looking in the past and saying this is a bad decision. But the fact that they could make the decision before the clients were aware is, I think, the biggest issue. And I think we've seen, it's good that the Canadian regulators are giving us more insight than the American regulators. But at the same time, the Canadian regulators just froze a bunch of bank accounts. And that same thing is a reality in a trust or in any other regulated entity. If they don't like who you are or what you're doing, your money's gone if you don't own it, or your money's at least frozen if you don't own it. And I think that's a huge risk that we ignore in this nanny state that we've been talking about for the last 24 hours.
Listen, first of all, I would say I agree, but as a reform banker, I would also say that the other side is just as ugly. The reason why I chose to come to Tetra, and why I wanted to be part of the ecosystem was essentially that I handled the technology stack and the infrastructure at Canada's largest bank, and it was horrendous what I saw, right? So when we think about like mishandling of customer funds or like poor infrastructure, sending money where you're not supposed to, doing all sorts of stuff, like there's no illusion in my mind that the current system is working, right? Like I've lived it, I've operated it, was my day-to-day job. Now, I want to go back to your audit comment because like the reality is there is no other player than Tetra right now, right? We are defining the auditing framework. You're absolutely right. Technically, like I can move in assets for the proof of reserves and then move them out the day after. Now, the thing that we are trying to do though is work with our auditors and our partners to essentially educate them on that. And I would give credit to some of the auditing firms right now where they're getting more technical expertise and they're starting to think about things like, not just doing a once a year or twice a year proof of reserves, but actually tracing the wallet, tracing the assets, tracing the on-chain movements to make sure like those things don't happen, right? Like again, we are operating a trust-regulated business, right? So, I can't really adhere to the debate of like, yeah, well, you own the assets so you can take off with them. Yeah, technically that's true. But because there is no framework in Canada, we are trying to build it with the governance, the regulators, the auditors, and we're trying to teach them. So we think we're doing a really good job. We always say internally, like we're trying to set the standard for institutional custody in Canada. But I agree, like there's things we need to do better and there's, things we need to improve and we're actively working on it.
So the way that I see it, right, is, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing and expecting different results, right? And I think that every single time, you go back all the way to the 30s with the bank runs and someone else is holding your money and you have to trust that other person. But I think that there's a solution to this, and I think the solution to this is multi-sig and the different keys are separated via different institutions, and that tremendously lowers the moral hazard, right? So is that something that's on your radar? Is that something that you guys are considering? Because I do see that as a potential solution to this, rather than just one institution holding all the keys. Because as much you could put as much legal protections as you can, but at the end of the day, you still are trusting another person by their word.
Yes, you are correct. I think part of the reality, though, is not everybody is going to want to take self-custody. And if you think about the institution spreading out the risk, like, I think it's a really good concept, but it's actually a concept that, to a certain degree, I would say, like, makes institutions too big to fail and strategically important. In Canada, we have very good examples of this. Again, because I'm a traditional banker, reform banker, I'll just talk about that for a second. All stocks are owned by a single entity in Canada. All assets that are held, it doesn't matter if you're banking with RBC or TD or CIBC or you have a Questrade account or whatever, if you're trading stocks in Canada, there is a single entity that is holding over 4 trillion of assets. It's CDS, and it's owned by a publicly traded corporation, which is the Toronto Stock Exchange, or the TSX, right? Now, that institution is regulated by a Securities Commission, and it's also overseen by the Bank of Canada because it's technically too big to fail, CDS. The reality is they've done that. The whole industry got together and said, we all need this key piece of infrastructure. We're going to get behind it. We're going to back it. But you've created basically like a single entity that owns all the risk, right? So by spreading out things, there's multiple examples in financial infrastructure, specifically in Canada, where you actually end up concentrating on a single entity. So there is potentially a path there. Like at Tetra, we think about that a lot in terms of, can we create partnerships with various institutions to be able to become that central point of custody or depository for crypto. But I would argue, even if I give, let's say, if, you know, our keys right now, like nobody has access to our keys. Like no single individual has access to all our keys. But let's say I were to give a key to like all these different institutions, the whole risk is still concentrated on me, if that makes sense. So if I mess up, or operationally, if we transfer, and you saw crypto.com, right? They sent like 400 million of ETH to the wrong wallet or something like that risk is still on us, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I want to pivot the conversation a little bit and talk about what I believe are, you know, the two most present potential social attacks on Bitcoin. I think we've all been noticing the attack on proof of work mining, you know, the whole change the code. The New York Times released a hit piece, you know, they changed the color of the sky, basically saying miners are boiling the oceans. We all know that one. I don't think that one is going to be success. I don't think it's going to be that successful because just Bitcoin's mining incentives are so strong. However, the second social attack, I do believe it's going to be a little bit more successful because I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with the idea of self-custody. And you're already starting to hear the redefinitions of wording in the current, one of the most recent regulations that's being passed in Europe, the MiCA. They refer to, and I'd never read this word or heard this word in the Bitcoin white paper, but they refer to a Bitcoin that you have in self-custody. They refer to that as an unhosted wallet. And they refer to Bitcoin that is with a custodian as a hosted wallet. It's interesting. Look at the words, right? It's like the unhosted is abnormal and the hosted is normal, right? And then in the United States, right, you had RFK Jr. At Bitcoin 2023, and he said that, you know, if he was elected president, he would protect the right for Americans to take self-custody of their Bitcoin. Here in Canada, you have Pierre Poilievre, who's a big fan of Bitcoin as well. And so clearly, you know, this is, in my opinion, I think that in the next 5 to 10 years, I think the powers that be, the governments that benefit from having the privilege to create money for free that everyone else has to work for, the governments that benefit from controlling the money flows, I think that they're going to attack self-custody as if their life depends on it. And I want to get your thoughts, Adam, about what you're doing about that individually, and if this is something that is on your mind.
Yeah, I mean, hosted and unhosted is for sure like a verbal gymnastic that we have to jump through and kind of work our head around as far as what do we want. And again, it's like, what do you want from Bitcoin? If you are looking for price exposure because you don't care about the freedom and like the sovereign aspect of Bitcoin, then you probably are buying an ETF in a tax-registered vehicle, and you're not really concerned about custody because all those coins are going to be sitting in someone else's house anyways. But if you are looking for the freedom aspect of Bitcoin, the reason Bitcoin was invented was to maintain and store the value that you create with your time, then like good luck getting me into a hosted wallet. Good luck getting me out of my hands. I mean, over my dead body. And like you said, like 12 words in the noggin and off I go. Like, thanks very much. And I think even when we look at brain wallets, when we look at the way that the Bitcoin code and Bitcoin best practices are evolving to lean closer towards privacy, to lean closer towards freedom, I'm super bullish that the government will have no capacity to run as fast as Bitcoiners. Bitcoiners are always going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. So personally, I'm not concerned because I know that my convictions are strong. I know that like my coins, my family's coins, they're in my hand. They're in entities or in wallets that I have the power to. And I think that when the government, you know, does a 1933, hey, by the way, it's illegal to own Bitcoin and you have to surrender it, it's like, peace, like, see you later, I'm gone. I got the 12 words in the noggin and I'm out of here. And I don't think that's a far reality. I think like we're 90 years removed from when the government confiscated all the gold and devalued the money against it. Gold was a threat to the government's ability to manipulate currency. Bitcoin is a monstrous threat to the government's ability to manipulate currency, and history rhymes all the time. So I think that it's important to have those strong convictions and host. Be yourself. Be a self-host. Well, I'm gonna claim that back. They're not unhosted. They're self-hosted, and that's better.
I love that. Right? We gotta attack them. Anyways, Adam, what are your thoughts on this, man?
Same boat again. Yeah, everyone should strive for self-custody, and the governments are going to fight to try to bring in the CBDCs, try to make Bitcoin, self-custody like a shameful money launderers, criminal thing. But we just need to fight against that and encourage more people to just, take control of your funds. When it comes to the financial stuff, I just want to go back to like all the securities and institutional level of things. Hopefully with like tokenization, you can even take custody of your own stocks. Like you'll be able to self-custody your investments. And if you want someone else to manage your money for you, you don't need to give that custody to them. You just have them tell you where to move your money, and it could be done algorithmically, automatically, but it's still you at the end of the day signing off on where your money goes. And that could be done at the individual level, that could also be done at the institutional level. And like you were saying, you can have corporate treasuries with multi-sig accounts, and they could even be using multiple institutions that have multi-sig if they want to have their treasury in cold storage where they're trusting other custodians, but not just a single custodian to back that up. So I think that's the future where we'll be moving, is like everything will be crypto-based, tokenized, and self-custody will be possible and hopefully easy enough that even institutions and corporate boards can do it properly.
Sorry, I just want to jump in. I think two things. On the hosting, not hosting, I think one important point would be like, it depends what you want to do with your Bitcoin. So Ben was mentioning that yesterday in his talk, but if you create a circular economy where non-hosting wallets can achieve what they need to get their bread, get their meat, get their eggs, whatever, you can essentially like disconnect from the economy, or call it the rails, right? Or the concept. I think that's probably how I think about hosting versus not hosting. Like if you want to get off the grid, right, or get out of the matrix, as I've heard here a few times, the reality is you need to create a circular economy where you can survive in, right? Now, if you want to participate in the matrix or the grid, then hosted is likely going to become a requirement. And I do believe that eventually that's where things are going to go, unfortunately.
Wait, hold on. You said that, so you're saying that it's going to become a requirement for people to have their Bitcoin custodied with someone else for them to interact?
To use it on Rails, right? And what I mean by that is like to pay at a grocery store, or to pay for your electric bill, or to pay your telecom provider, right?
I think like all those things you can pay in Bitcoin at bitcoinmole.com, shameless plug. The fact in Canada especially, we have incredible payment rails. Visa will outperform Bitcoin for decades to come because it's fake. It's very difficult to compete with fake money. And the ability to tap your card at the grocery store and then pay that bill days later or weeks later gives companies like Bitcoin gives the free market the ability to find products that work there. So an example in like all those things you listed, your Visa bill, your hydro bill, your telecom bill, like you go to a Bitcoin platform, you would type in the provider that you want. If it's Visa or whatever, you type the amount of the bill that you want to pay. We generate an invoice, you pay that invoice, and voila, your bill is paid. So I like that's all from self-custody. At no point in time does Bitcoin or the platform have the coins, and you're still able to, in a roundabout way, use Bitcoin in order to survive. So I think that as long as the free market is able to thrive, there will be ways around a hosted or unhosted Bitcoin wallet to make usability possible.
Dear, I want to go back to, because you buried the lead there, and I think what you said was very, very strong. You said that people will not be able to interact with the grocery store or buy gas at a gas station unless their Bitcoin is custodied with a third party. It's a very strong statement. What makes you say that?
Again, I'm going back, and I think you guys are coming at this a little bit in terms of like what's today. I'm going back to your comment around Mika saying that, you know, there's now a definition of hosting and non-hosting, and what happens if a world moves to hosting, right? Which is essentially the nature of my comment. So if a world moves to hosting, yes, I will believe there will be barriers for people to transact, right? I'm not saying that the barriers are there today, or I'm not suggesting that I think necessarily that's going to happen. I'm saying if the world moves to a hosting versus non-hosting scenario, then yes, there will be barriers to transact, which is where your circular economy becomes important, right? So I think we need to be like very specific around what we're talking about. In that scenario, yes, they will have the ability to block transactions. They will have ability to, you know, allow you not to perform some of the stuff you want to do. It happens today all the time. I mean, we've talked on so many panels about the confiscation of bank accounts. You know, we've heard the story of, you know, the CRA freezing accounts. I mean, I have personal stories like that in my family, you know, because of associations and because the industry my parents were in, like they got all their banking shut down. You know, they spent 10 years rebuilding their banking relationship. So, I mean, to kid ourselves that there's not that control in place already, I think we're kind of kidding ourselves to a certain degree. And if the governments start taking more footprint on digital assets versus, you know, hosting versus non-hosting, those barriers will exist as well.
Yeah, and like that's why, again, like it's so important to opt out of that. Like we're witnessing right now a monstrous shift in power from centralized authority into individuals, and Bitcoin, I think, is a big piece to that. But I firmly believe that the world in which you envisioned, which scares the hell out of me, is a world that is only possible where the majority or a large number of people anyways actually participate in this hosted environment. And I think that as long as we all self-host, as long as there is no, like, at the end of the day, the free market has to live, or we turn into a communist society, in which case we're doomed anyways. And so I think as long as the free market survives and the companies have freedom to choose which payment they're taking, if nobody, like I don't pay with checks anymore because nobody uses checkers, like Sobeys and all those grocery stores, they don't take checks because they're dangerous, nobody uses them, and they're inefficient. If I have the ability to say, hey, I'm only going to shop here if you take my Bitcoin or you take my card that I can pay with Bitcoin later, then that's what companies are going to eventually do. And so I think for us, the takeaway, opting out of the lunacy where possible is so important. I mean, this is the reason the mandates went away, is because, you know, a strong collective group said, no, I do not participate. And I think as long as we opt out, then there is a world in where self-hosted wallets thrive and live on.
Yeah, and maybe I'm naive, but I believe that as well. And I've said this many times, if enough people take self-custody, we'll win, and there's nothing they could do about it. But I'm gonna wrap it up with this simple question, and then I wanna get the audience input on this as well, is if you were to put a number on it, how many people do you think are actively taking self-custody of their Bitcoin today?
Another shameless plug, 100% at bitcoinwell.com/join. But in reality, I think it's probably like south of 20%. I think that
Number-wise.
21%. I don't know. I think like
millions, hundreds of thousands.
Okay. Yeah. I think the over/under is 1 million. I think that I'm not super, and the reason I have the data. I see where people on our platform drop off, and it's at input your wallet address. And I think that that's growing. There's education resources out there. I mean, now more than ever, the last year has shown us, holy smokes, unless I own my money, it's not safe. And so I think that's going to grow and will continue growing. But yeah, I think the over-under is $1 million.
Not enough.
I love that answer. Didier?
Yeah, I think I would go over Adam a little bit. Like, I think if you look at like Ledger numbers, like they reported like just in Q1 that they sold like 4 million nanos or something like that. So, I mean, I think there's more and more people, but if you look at our business, for example, which is a huge amount of Bitcoin, right? Like, that's not held in self-custody. So I think there's a lot of wallets, but there's a lot of small amounts on wallets. And the big money, I think, is not self-custody.
Gotcha. Okay, so clearly, guys, it's not enough. So it falls on to each and every one of you. This is the separation of money and state. This is the peaceful revolution. Be the Uncle Jim in your family. And if you don't want to do that, send them to BTC sessions and make them watch a video. But it's up to each and every single one of you. Take self-custody, because if you don't take self-custody, you're trusting someone else with your money, right? And Bitcoin gives you the power to not only vote with your wallet, but also your feet as well. And that gives you the ability to move to a better, more favorable jurisdiction as well. So it empowers you. Take that power. Grasp it. Take agency. Anyways, guys, this is the Bitcoin Custody Panel. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to the panelists as well.
There we go. Thank you, gentlemen. That was a great talk. Thoroughly enjoyed it. We are going to do a quick shuffle here. We're going to dive right into the next panel once we get them up here, so stick around. We're going to be starting in just a second with a fireside chat on Operation Choke Point. So once I get the gentleman up here, I'll do the announcement. And while I'm up here, while I'm chatting to people that are watching the live stream, thank you so much for being a part of it. Again, I see comments and everything coming through on Nostr. Everybody's pretty excited about the conference being streamed there. So thanks to all the Nostrages that are watching. Please do give it a boost and everything. And people that are watching from YouTube, Twitter, wherever that may be, give it a share. Thanks for partaking in our little Canadian conference here. So we're going to get everybody up here in a sec, and I'll be right back to give an announcement. All right. We're ready for our next panel here. Before we dive in, I'm going to give a shout out again to partner of the show. We are happy to be working with Aqua now. They are a leading infrastructure and liquidity provider that enables institutional and enterprise use cases for digital assets. So thanks to Aqua now for coming out for the Bitcoin Rodeo and helping us out here. This panel here, or fireside chat, is about Operation Choke Point. If you're unfamiliar, it's an organized campaign to deny access to financial services to companies in the Bitcoin industry and other industries based on political motives. So it might get spicy here. Your moderator is Dave. He's been on stage already, but I'll redo the introduction just so nobody is unfamiliar. Dave is widely known as the strongest and best-looking Bitcoin entrepreneur in Canada. It says so on his website, so it has to be true. And he has a glowing endorsement from the Premier of Alberta saying that he's very handsome. So those are facts. Ryan Mueller, more on brand today. He's sporting the V-neck. Again, some of the deepest V-necks in Bitcoin. But he does lead Phantom Compliance. He's an expert in anti-money laundering compliance, as well as the payments industry with over a decade of experience in Bitcoin. And then, of course, I've got my dear friend, Mr. Greg Foss, 30 years in the risk chair. I don't need to give too much of an intro. Greg is a legend. I love him, and I'm glad he's here. So without further ado, let's dive into Operation Choke Point. Let's give him a round of applause.
Woo. Greg and Dave, yeah. Woo.
So I want to test something. See how this goes. Ethereum is amazing.
I'm out of here.
That's a shitcoin horn.
It's pretty good that we got through the whole first day without nobody needing to have that horn blown at them. So I think that's a success. It's good to be here. We called this a fireside chat because originally there was just going to be two of us, Ryan and I, until Greg joined us at the last minute here. The reason that there was only going to be two of us is because we reached out to probably like 10 to 15 different financial institutions and payment processors looking for people who wanted to speak about this issue, and they all very politely declined. So it's a hot button issue that is affecting every single company in the Bitcoin industry, like literally all of them, and it's affecting companies in a bunch of different fields. This has been going on for over a decade in the United States, targeting a variety of different industries, and right now we're really seeing it coming right at our industry. It's been an issue in Canada for a long time. It's getting a lot worse in the US. And yeah, it's not fun. It's not good to get banking as a company in our space. So I'm gonna start with Ryan here, because Ryan's been in this industry for a long time, and that's been something that, you know, he's on the ground floor struggling to get banking and get payment processing for all the companies that provide all the services that we all use. So like, what kind of things have you seen? What kind of barriers have you encountered, especially recently?
Yeah, are we talking year to date or a lifetime?
Yeah, I mean, let's start with like the recent stuff, because I think we're getting an uptick in this kind of.
So, I mean, without expressing opinion as much as I can, if anybody has been watching, like, and maybe we could start with how many people think they truly understand how the Federal Reserve banking system works with regard to the US dollar?
There's one guy up there.
One dude, yeah, that's more than you would usually get in a room, right? So the way the Fed works is like every US dollar has to clear the Fed, and there's a pyramid-style series of intermediaries going to access to it. We won't go into it, but anyway, if you want to transact in what is still the world's reserve currency, you have to go through a series of gatekeepers to access that. And you know, one of the architects of the Federal Reserve System was J.P. Morgan, and go figure, J.P. Morgan Chase is one of the largest correspondent banks in the world. So we can leave aside Metro Bank running scared from crypto and demarketing everyone and Crypto.com losing their main USD channel. We can leave aside Signature Bank getting shuttered and all the people we know at Signature Bank being like, our balance sheet was fine, this is crime, closing us. Let's forget all that. After all that happened, JP Morgan Chase pulled correspondent services for any payment services provider known to be servicing crypto entities. So I lost 3 USD accounts in a week on the payment services provider that I use. All of our clients lost USD access, and suddenly everybody that's used to paying $30 to process a simple transaction. Dave wants to buy Bitcoin from me. Dave sends me US dollars. I send Dave Bitcoin. Now I'm priced out of the market because I can no longer access a global reserve currency at a reasonable price. So I'm tacking on as much as 100 basis points to Dave's cost. And he's like, well, screw it. I don't have a Euro account. I'm not interested in buying from you. So suddenly all that business, and if anybody was here yesterday and we're talking about how Canadians love monopolies, everybody loves monopolies except people on the wrong side of them. Suddenly the only people with USD are those groups at the top. So in terms of what I'm seeing a real consolidation of power. I'm seeing a real elimination of challengers in the space. And like, quite frankly, I don't think USD is going to last as a global reserve currency, but it's the world we're living in right now. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it's quite grim right now.
Yeah, that's a good description of where we're at in terms of, especially on the US side, in terms of access to payment and banking services. Something that hits a little closer to home for a lot of people here, and especially for Greg and Ben and a few others, was the very similar crackdown that happened on banking relating to the trucker convoy. So can you give us some insight on your experiences with that, Greg?
I can. I'll start off by saying none of my nor my family's accounts were frozen. However, I did go through some consternation. With respect to the trucker convoy, if I can hit on that in a minute, but let's move back to your excellent comments, Ryan. You asked if everyone understands how the Federal Reserve System works, and in my opinion, the Federal Reserve doesn't even understand how the Federal Reserve System works, okay? Because it's a bunch of patchwork. Essentially, the solution is always they have the last call on rescuing the commercial banking system. And when you have the last call on rescuing the commercial banking system, therefore, the commercial banks whose lifeline is dependent on the Federal Reserve will do what the Federal Reserve wants. 100%. It's that simple, okay? So without overthinking things, you might have an altruistic CEO of a bank in North America who wants to support the nascent digital asset. Let's be honest, there's only one digital asset that matters. It's called Bitcoin. At the end of the day, if that altruistic CEO is in conflict with the desire of the pinnacle of the pyramid, that's going to be a problem. So what happened in the trucker convoy? First of all, shout out to my great friend, BJ Dichter. I did actually just read this on the plane yesterday coming out from Toronto. This is an amazing book that, and my hat goes off to all the people that supported that effort to increase the freedoms of Canadians. So his bank accounts were frozen. And I don't want to speak for him, but I do have firsthand knowledge of the fear that goes through your system. And the ability to do that, and let's be very clear, he sued Scotiabank. Scotiabank admitted that they were in the wrong. Don't quote me on that, but there's something along those lines where they were forced to close the bank accounts. The bank CEO did not want to do it, according to the bank CEO, but they did it. Why? Because of the pinnacle of the pyramid. So always look for the simplest solution. It's when the top of the pinnacle does not want something to succeed, there will be trickle-down impacts. Canada only has, legitimately, under 10 banks, whereas in the United States, there's still 5,000 banks. It's just a measure of a different banking system and regulatory jurisdictions. So, for example, when I went to school in the States in 1988, There were 15,000 banks in the US. There were still only 6 in Canada. Now, there's 4,000, or close to 5,000 in the US, but 10,000 have gone away. Not because they wanted to. Some of them combined, some of them shuttered, but there's still 5,000 relative to Canada, where we have 6. So that concentration of power in Canada is a lot more, it's a lot easier to close the valves. And so that's where I'll leave it. My wife happened to be in Florida when she heard all of this stuff, and she was worried about access to funds in Florida, and quite honestly worried about getting back into the country because of her idiot husband who had tried to do what he thought was right and support a convoy. I'm not, again, I'll say it, I'm not anti-vax, I'm pro-freedom. You can do whatever you guys want, okay? You can buy Ethereum. I just might think you're a retard. You can do whatever you want, okay? But I want you to be free to do whatever you want, and that's why I love Bitcoin. It's freedom. And so there will be paths to try and restrict that freedom. Excellent panel here before. Hats off to Didier, hats off to my newfound friend, Adam. Guys, no one is ever gonna fit into one single box. The key is education and figuring out where you're gonna fit in and how you want to ensure that you have the least amount of ability for people to turn off your access to freedom. Simple as that.
That's going to be a good soundbite, I think. Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of my experience too. I'm personally banned from 4 of the big banks in Canada. Adam, who was just up here, I think is banned from all of them. This is not a unique experience for people who've been operating in the Bitcoin industry for a long time. And what I think is really relevant to point out is that in our cases and in the cases of these companies that we're talking about, nobody has violated any laws or regulations. Like these are enforcement actions that are being taken outside the scope of the law because the people in charge don't like what's going on. And I think we can attribute some of that to the fact that in the United States, especially, and to a lesser extent in Canada, the entire crypto industry, which is basically selling illegal securities, has been very loosely regulated. And even as it got to a point where the regulators should probably have understood what was going on, we ran into this FTX Sam Bankman-Fried phenomenon where he was basically bribing people on both sides of the political aisle to turn a blind eye to the fact that he was running a massive Ponzi scheme. And now all of those politicians have egg on their face because he's been caught with the Ponzi scheme. It's openly, publicly reported that they've taken these, well, in the US they call them campaign contributions, and if this was going to happen in China, we'd be calling them bribes, but it's really all the same thing. Notably, most of those politicians have not returned those bribes. And now I think we're in this situation where the regulators are sort of forced to swing back too far in the opposite direction because they've under-regulated what was actually a crime in terms of the law. I don't believe that securities commissions should really exist. I don't think they provide any value, but they do exist, and they create a lot of overhead and a lot of headache for legitimate businesses that are trying to raise money in a transparent and above board way. And so my opinion is that if these, I don't even know what to call them, these scam artists are going to be operating in the same industry, they should be held to the same standards. And what I think we're seeing now is that swing back, and we're getting, like Ryan mentioned with Signature Bank, that one made no sense. That was, when we started planning this, we had somebody from Signature Bank on this panel, and they've since been killed by the very Operation Choke Point that we're discussing, right? So do you guys have any thoughts? Is that what's causing this, that swing back?
I mean, Operation Choke Point 1.0 is older than Bitcoin, right? So, and I think it came in under the Obama administration without no ideological comment on who was in power at the time it was launched. This is actually an ingenious political move, by the way, because it's like, okay, listen, we don't love payday lending. We don't love firearm sales. We don't love check cashing. We don't love liquor stores. We don't love pornography, but they're all legal. And we don't want to have some public battle where we say, listen, you can't, and leaving aside any comment about the legality of Pornhub, you can't access Pornhub in your home. We don't want that ideological battle. So what we're going to say is, people running these businesses can't do payroll. They can't pay vendors. They can't do supply invoices. Like, the basis of Operation Choke Point 1.0 wasn't even limiting commercial activity. And I think we all of us can remember a time when, some of us paid my monthly retainer in cash or Bitcoin, or maybe y'all still do, because it's harder to access even a payroll account in Canada than it is to just send me some Bitcoin and me as a crypto adjacent business to sell that on, double shout out to Aqua now, and then cash it out to my Scotiabank account, which, by the way, I've had a lot of trouble with my bank as a crypto adjacent business, like to the point where they're like, why are you doing payouts immediately after getting paid? And I'm like, do you guys know about a concept called payroll? Have you ever heard of paying people that work for you? So, I mean, I think, like, I don't know if this is a regulatory swing in the other way. I think this is like, we need to put a nail in a board, and in the absence of a hammer, we're going to pick up another board and smash it in there. It's using a tool. So we don't want to make these businesses illegal because we'll seem like we're limiting innovation and we're limiting for personal choice. So what we're actually going to do is make it so that only people that we can make money off them, and make it so only a certain select few can access fiat on and off ramping. I don't know.
Yeah, great comment. The way I understand it, Choke Point 1.0 in the USA does refer to, my experience was the firearms sales. Okay, so that's Choke Point 1.0 in the USA. Let's make sure we understand what Choke Point 1.0 was in Canada. It's the cannabis industry. Yeah. Okay, and the banks stopped funding and restricted cannabis companies, much like they restricted the Bitcoin nascent companies. And you can say what you want about cannabis. Again, it's a free world. But for the banks to decide that industry, which there's definitely people who believe strongly in the benefits of cannabis and have improved their lives, for a bank to decree that industry will not get funding because it is bad, again, is from the top of the pyramid, trickle down enforcement that I think is not proper. It's not freedom. So what did the cannabis industry do, though? They went to the smaller investment banks, so not the bank-owned dealers of the big six banks. They would go to the smaller investment dealers. I'm talking the Canaccord Genuities of the world. I'm talking Griffiths McBurney. And they got their funding through those institutions. And there were lenders and capital market contributors in the world that wanted to invest in this business that was viewed as incredibly growth-oriented. The difference between the cannabis industry and the Bitcoin industry is the government supported the cannabis industry, but the banks did not. And whereas we have Bitcoin, which generally, with the exception of Pierre Poilievre and some other Canadian politicians, generally the Trudeau government has not been favorable. That is a double restriction for the Bitcoin funding. And I've seen companies that have in Canada that have been handcuffed or handicapped by this. There are ways around it, but it is not efficient, because we need, as Canadians, we need Bitcoin to succeed. And why is that? I'm in Alberta, okay? I love this province. I'm a Quebecer, now living in Ontario, but Alberta is the province that will benefit the most from Bitcoin. And why is that? Very simply, as an engineer, I think of Bitcoin as digital energy. And the conversion of your natural gas resources, your natural resources, which include oil and natural gas in this province, into Bitcoin and prices denominated in Bitcoin will turbocharge the growth of this province to the extent where I know some of you don't want to be part of Canada. I pray that you stay part of Canada. At the end of the day, it is a competitive advantage. And that's what the world is, full of competition. So you want to take advantage of things that will launch you to the next level. Bitcoin is that tool. I don't want the banks to be restricting that because it will cost your children and your children's children their future. And it's that simple. Bitcoin promotes capitalism, which is the only way the world survives, in my opinion.
Do you guys catch that? Greg almost referred to Alberta as a country there.
Well, so having grown up, here's a little thing. I actually mentioned driving here. I didn't drive here today, but I drove across Canada with my daughter. Every single high school student in Canada should not be allowed to get their high school diploma until they've driven across Canada, okay? There should be course credits that are granted to that endeavor, because it's what a beautiful country and the people you meet. I grew up in Quebec, where people have more affinity with Hollywood Beach, Florida than they do with British Columbia. And that's a big shame, because Florida's sort of nice, but fuck, it's nothing compared to British Columbia, okay? So let's make people drive across Canada and learn about how beautiful this country is before we give them a high school diploma. Just my 2 cents, but at the end of the day, you wouldn't want people from Quebec. All those guys that want Quebec to separate, a lot of them would turn around and say, damn, I don't actually want to separate. This is a beautiful friggin' country.
I'm in for that idea if we can just fly from Regina to Montreal.
I love the prairies, though, man. It was anyway. To each his own. To each his own. And time with your daughter and a car trip across Canada, that's unbelievable.
So we've mentioned like regulations a little bit here. I'd say it's fairly safe to say that Bitcoin is a threat to the business model of legacy financial institutions. At the same time, companies like us and all the different Bitcoin companies out there can be very good customers to financial institutions and provide them a lot of revenue. And we've had some success, especially here in Alberta, getting that across the line. And in order to do that, there's a whole bunch of expectations that I think are mostly pretty reasonable. We're working in an industry where, like I mentioned, we do have rampant fraud issues. And if you were to look at Bitcoin as a part of the crypto industry as a whole, you could very easily say that the majority of the industry is made up of frauds and scams. Do you guys think there's a reasonable path in Canada, but also in the United States, to getting the proper insurance and capital requirements and whatever else that these institutional players will need to get us in there? Or are we just being kept out of the room because we're a threat to their business models?
So I'll go first, and Ryan will have some excellent follow-up, I'm sure. But look, the prior conversation I found very interesting. So Didier worked at Royal Bank of Canada. I just looked that up on his LinkedIn profile, and that was where I got my first start as well, out of Cornell in 1988. And Royal Bank of Canada is Canada's largest financial institution. A lot of really smart people work there. Bitcoin is a challenge to the TradFi system. There's no question. But Bitcoin also can be the instrument that propels that industry into true profitability, okay? The thing I found most interesting when Didier was talking is the difference between institutions and, let's say, individual self-custody. An institution loves to have something called a QSIP. Okay, what a QSIP is a alphanumeric identifier of an asset or a security, that their system can manage that exposure as part of a diversified portfolio. Because there will be no institution that manages risk that takes 100% exposure to Bitcoin. It's impossible. Otherwise, they'd be putting themselves out of business because they'd only need one person. Okay, but that's not the way I manage risk either. I'm very accepting of people that have 100% exposure to Bitcoin, and in certain cases, it makes all the sense in the world. But it does not make sense to a pension plan like OMERS, or Ontario Teachers, or CalPERS. And I was on a very interesting spaces with the CIO of Swan. His name is Rafa, and he's from Brazil. And his Twitter handle's Alpha Zeta, and he's put together this thing called the NakamotoPortfolio.com, where you can input any portfolio in the world, and we actually inputted Ontario teacher's pension plan portfolio into his system to determine what is the optimal exposure to Bitcoin. Now, it's not 100%. Is not the optimal exposure. But guess what also is not the optimal exposure? 0. Thank you very much. The answer in the case of Ontario teachers, believe it or not, it blew my mind, 25% exposure to Bitcoin. Holy, excuse my French, fuck. That is unbelievable, okay? Because this is a $400 billion pension plan. By the way, they have 7% exposure to Microsoft in their equity portfolio. Do you think they should own just a touch of Bitcoin? Okay, point is, you get a QSIP, you manage your risk based on a QSIP, because that's how all these systems are set up, and that is Bitcoin that is held in a non-custodial fashion, non-self-custodial fashion. But it still benefits all the teachers in Ontario as an asset which offers asymmetric upside return. Am I going to sit here and tell you, don't own Bitcoin, Ontario teachers, unless it's held in self-custody? No, that would be wrong. So just understand there's different strokes for different folks and everything, and it's part of a process. But I believe there will be institutions in Canada that embrace Bitcoin to the point where we could be, again, a leader. Did you know that the first ETF, not Bitcoin ETF, the first ETFs ever launched in the world were launched out of Canada? Fuck. I mean, again, we do some things pretty well. Not everything, but some things. So we should be really proud about this. We could be the leader of the free world. And we still don't matter. We're still a G7 rounding error. But at least we had a future where we could be proud of. So that's where I want these. I don't want the Royal Bank of Canada to fail. I really need to be clear about that. Because if that happened, we're in for a world of hurt. And despite those guys that want it to happen and are dancing on the grave, I don't think these people know what they're wishing for. I wish for a world where this is a better solution to the fiat Ponzi that we currently live in. And there is a parallel system, as my friend Jeff Booth would say, a parallel system. You operate both systems in parallel. When you are migrating a computer system from DOS to iOS, do you just turn one system off on a Sunday night and hope that the other system functions on Monday morning? No, you run them in parallel. And then you see over time which system's going to win. So long-winded response, Ryan. I hope that
I got to jump in for a quick comment before Ryan answers. I think based on your allocation comments, I think most people should be aiming for an allocation of Bitcoin of around 150%.
That would require a lender. That would require a lender. And by the way, what is that lending system that you are proposing? I don't know, but that's the beauty of the world.
So, I mean, just in terms of there actually being a path to accessing banking, accessing, NFI that meets the capital adequacy requirements, accessing insurance, and so on, there's definitely a path. It's a function of how much shoe leather you have. We've been successful in getting insurance for ourselves and our clients over and over again. We've been successful in accessing open banking, and I don't mean open banking in the European sense where you just link your bank account to something you want to pay. I mean open, functioning, transacting bank accounts with commercial and operating permissions. Yeah, there's a path. Is that path narrow, and does it require, is there a high cost of admission? Absolutely. So, we've seen in bull markets, we're coming out our ears with clients that have about $100,000 in a dream, right? In bear markets, it's like those guys, they're gone. They're back to working their 9 to 5. They're doing whatever. They couldn't afford to go the distance in the first place, right? So whether or not there's a narrowing of access in, let's just call it fiat on and off ramping. And if you were here yesterday, I said you could run the most legal business in the world. If you can't buy a pack of gum, who cares? That's true, right? I don't give a shit what you're doing. If you can't pay employees and pay suppliers, who cares? Who cares, right? And there is a path, but you need to be willing to stick it out, and you need to be willing to roll with the punches. And the last thing I'm going to say about this is we get a lot of founders, especially in crypto, that are like, well, listen, I'm running a legal business. What's the big deal? Why shouldn't I have access to this? Why shouldn't I be able to do it on my terms and so on? And it's like, well, maybe I agree with you, but my experience is going to sway me this way, which is like, you better not talk back in the meeting. You better be willing to update your policies and procedures accordingly and do a bunch of reporting. And like, I don't care what your opinion is of it. If your opinion is that your business should operate, then everything should follow from that. If your opinion is that you should be right about everything, then you're not going to be able to afford to pay me in 6 months, and you can beat it. And I know you and I have had this conversation multiple times, because one of the first times I ever met Dave, I went to his office in a suit and was like, I'm going to tell you how it is with accessing banking, bro. And he was like, yeah, whatever, you're a clown. And then about a week later, his business partner saw me buying a carton of smokes and some washer fluid at a 7-Eleven. I wasn't even wearing a shirt. It's one of my favorite stories, you know? So anyway, I mean, you can be right or you can be operating. And sorry, that's how the world works.
Listen to that again. You can be right or you can be operating. That's the reality of it, people.
Yeah, and one thing that you said stuck out there to me is, like, that's been incredibly frustrating, is this idea that, like, you know, we're operating a legal business. Why can't we have banking? Right? That seems very straightforward. And so, like, I'm going to ask, like, the last question I have. We're going to open it up a little bit for some questions from the audience after. Like, what do we do about this? Like, do we need to get the torches and pitchforks out? Should we be organizing another trucker convoy down to the Royal Bank headquarters and seeing how they like honking? Or do we burn the building down? Like, how far do we go with this? What do we need to do? Where do we take this to actually get access to these things for not just businesses in the space, but people in the space?
Yeah, so I'll be very short. Education. Okay, we are winning. Okay, I'm part of an education platform called LookingGlassEducation.com, where the three people that run it, one is based in Whistler, Canada, and he's a Kiwi who came to Whistler and loved it and lives there. His name's Seb Money. So anyone from Vancouver that goes to the BTC van meetups has seen Seb talk. The other person is Daz Bayhan, who lives in Western Australia. And the third is a great lady who lives in Boca Raton, Florida. She's a Colombian, and she was instrumental in developing the Bitcoin, Mi Primera Bitcoin, which is used in El Salvador school system. So those three people who are on separate continents, in separate countries on different continents, so Dali and Seb in North America, are changing the world. And Bitcoin meetups like this and Bitcoin rodeos, this is about spreading the education. And we are winning because more people are embracing honest money and understand the link between honest money and freedom and actually, quite honestly, a great life. Like, I don't know what I would have right now if I didn't have Bitcoin, because I'd be so discouraged with the fiat Ponzi that I've worked in for 35 years. And it's imploding in real time, okay? I promise you. I've been through 5 financial crises. When I started working for the Royal Bank of Canada, it was insolvent because of the Latin American debt exposure. But that was 35 years ago, and it's still here. And that's good, okay? But it doesn't mean that the fiat Ponzi is good. And that is what Bitcoin offers. And the more people that are educated to this reality in parallel with a fiat system, Bitcoin will not be the global reserve currency of the world. That is most likely to remain the US dollar in my lifetime anyway. Bitcoin will be the global reserve asset of the world. It will replace US treasuries. And that's a good thing as well. So.
I mean, in terms of like what we should do about, you know, storming the head offices of banks or anything, and, you know, I'm just going to go back to like, you can be right or you can be operating your business. I think like throughout the legitimate businesses that are operating in this space, you know, we need to clean up our act a little bit and stop taking obvious L's, stop tripping over our own feet, stop failing audits. Stop sacrificing compliance for revenue for a quarter. All this nonsense that continues because, like, it doesn't matter if a TradFi boiler room rips off a bunch of elders or anything like that. I don't know if anybody remembers PackNet, one of the largest payment processors in the world that got OFAC listed. Nobody remembers it because it didn't touch Bitcoin. It used mail fraud to rip off seniors, right? But, like, we're not allowed to fall into those things. We're not allowed to have consumer fraud, elder abuse, etc. on our platforms probably for another decade. So, I don't know, you know, like, I'm not here to sell you on an increased cost of compliance. I'm here to tell you that anytime I'm managing a portfolio of operating companies at any bank that is kind enough to give me the time of day, which, like, it takes a lot of work to get there, but anytime one of those clients messes something up, and Dave knows that I brought one that we both know to the same bank he was at, and he's like, that guy's gonna blow the whole program. What are you doing? Anyway, it didn't happen. But the thing is like every time we trip over our own feet, every time we make obvious mistakes to make 10 more basis points, we're setting everyone back, and I'm so sick of being held accountable for obvious black eyes of industry that were so avoidable. I'm so sick of reeling punch drunk from punch to punch and having everybody say, okay, well, now you need proof of reserves, now you need proof of custody, now you need this. And it's like, bro, I have all that. I've already had all that, you know? And like, I don't think we need to storm the Capitol. I think we need to storm our own founders. I think we need to tell people, unfortunately, like, you aren't in charge, you aren't the smartest person in the room, and again, you can be operating or you can go be right and be irrelevant. Like, I don't know what to say.
So I was in the Boston area last, I can't even remember now, was it last weekend or 2 weekends ago, for Bitcoin, BTC mass adoption. And I met a very senior banker who was in the TradFi system. And the neat thing is his wife is working in Guatemala to help kids at this dump. It's called Dump City. I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with the Guatemala situation, but the point is, he basically whispered to me, he goes, you have no idea how many senior bankers love Bitcoin. They just aren't allowed to tell you. And that's the truth. They're not stupid, okay? These people are not stupid. They understand how their Ponzi works. And they're also doing things to protect their families. So I think we better be pretty careful. Again, look, I have a lot of banker friends. I want Bitcoin to succeed. And for Bitcoin to succeed, there will be a Bitcoin ETF in the United States. Not everyone will own Bitcoin in cold storage. It's a process, and it's not a light switch. And I think we should be very happy about the progress that we are making. It's not parabolic to the upside, but oh my God, I look back on the 8 years I've been involved in Bitcoin, and the progress has been really, really impressive. And it's mostly because of the people that I'm looking right now, that I get to meet you in real life first time. So this is really something special, people, and you're part of something special. So be positive, not negative. That's my best.
So I want to open it up for some questions, but I got one comment here for Greg here. Greg mentioned that he doesn't think the US dollar will stop being the global reserve currency in his lifetime, but I'm a little more optimistic because I don't think he's going to die that soon.
Well, I love you. So look, statistically speaking, I turn 60 in the next 2 months. You know, my time is limited, and I don't care. I don't own Bitcoin for me, and I'm not sure many people in this room own Bitcoin for themselves. You own it for your kids, all right? And that is what I am going to pass to my children. And what I will pass to my children as well is, you know, pride of standing up and fighting for what you believe in. And I don't adhere to violence. I mean, this trucker convoy, ship a bunch of these books to France, for God's sakes. Like, fuck, people. You don't have to burn down buildings to make a point. You can drive trucks across a nation and have the most peaceful demonstration in the history of mankind and actually achieve a whole lot more. And so, again, it's progress, it's talking, it's not isolation, it's talking, it's seeing a future that's the best for Not fat white guys like me, okay? For our children.
You look pretty slim. Come on.
For our children. That's why we're doing this, very simply.
All right, let's get some questions going. Ben's got a microphone.
All right.
Draw attention to yourself if you'd like to ask a question.
I see one right over here.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for putting this event together. It's fantastic. My hat's off to you. I'm from El Salvador, and Operation Choke Point, it's something that every other country besides the States and Canada has lived through for the past 100 years. I mean, the reason why Bitcoin became a legal currency in El Salvador is because we couldn't access US dollars anymore. It's, you know, you go to El Salvador, the amount of dollars now that the US government gives to the country, it's old dollars. No one down there is going to take a rip-up dollar, and it's pretty hard. And that's how they literally control every other country around the world. It's Operation Choke Point, which you guys are feeling now. But I agree with Craig that it is through educational processes, people learning and understanding, and hopefully someday we can have our own internal financial system, not, well, maybe the government will help or whatever, but I mean something like what El Salvador has done, which is not the Bitcoin currency, but at the same time, they have a digital dollar, which you don't have to accept Bitcoin, you can pay everything with dollar, but that digital dollar now creates an amount of liquidity for the country to be able to operate. So it's something that we need here. And thanks for all the expertise, and it's always a pleasure to listen to Craig.
Well, so JC and I met down in Bitcoin Miami on the street. I think it was a Saturday morning. It was the most important pack of gum I had ever gone to buy. And so this man, you'll hear more about this man in Canada, I promise you. El Salvador, but Canadian, friend of Ali at Tahini's. I saw you in the picture there with Ali on the weekend. And look, we're doing good stuff in Canada, and education, whether it's for ourselves or for the children of countries that just they don't know any better. But you will see the progress. And then the neat thing is, look, I'm 60 years old. I don't know how to work my iPhone, okay? When I have a problem with my iPhone, I give it to my kids to figure this out. I know how to hold Bitcoin in cold storage, but if you put a gun to my head right now, I'd fuck it up getting it out because, you know, it's not like I do it every single day. But the kids have grown up with an iPhone in their pocket. It's like it's an extension of their being. You can't teach. My dad never took a loan or had a credit card his entire life. Like, you got to see how this progresses and the adoption curves and everything. So don't measure it as we are today. Measure it where we will be when our children are comfortable enough to carry around their iPhone with a Lightning wallet on it that will transact in any country. Have you been to El Salvador, people? If you haven't, go there, because it is a thing of beauty seeing these kids who are learning and transacting in Bitcoin and understanding that their future. I was sitting in the airport and I had my feet up on my suitcase, and someone had given me Bitcoin sandals. And this well-dressed guy walks by me and he goes, "You love Bitcoin?" And I go, "I do. How about you?" He goes, "What's not to love?" I say, "Do you live in El Salvador?" He goes, "I just came back from 20 years of living in Miami. And now I live in El Salvador because what's happened." And now this guy, I didn't ask him how much he was worth, but he could have bought and sold me in a fucking heartbeat, okay? And he's going back to El Salvador. That is a friggin' good thing. And all I know is it's all about education. It's a process. And you know what? It's the tweet that, who's the Bukele? He got a hold of the tweet and he retweeted my tweet. So that was my claim to fame, that Bukele saw my sandals in the airport at El Salvador. They're doing it, people. And one final thing. I love French Canadians because I'm married to one. But if we don't smarten the fuck up in Canada, we better learn how to speak Spanish. It's that simple. Okay? They will rule the
Sneaking
world.
across.
Let's get one more question before we wrap this up.
All right, there was one here.
So this is a Greg question more than a choke point question. Greg, I've always watched you talk about Bitcoin as a reserve asset, and the number you sort of settle on is 45 trillion, 5% of 900. And I've always just wondered to hear you talk about What's your explanation for why you think it could attain that number, and what would create a glass ceiling there? Like, your answer.
Okay, great question. It won't stop at 5%.
Okay.
But it has to go through 5% to get to where I really think it's going.
Okay.
Which means, how did we get to 45 trillion? Very simply, people, total global financial assets in the world today, 900 trillion US dollars. That's 400 trillion US debt globally, 300 trillion global real estate, 100 trillion in equities, 100 trillion in global commodities, currencies, and gold. That's 100 plus 100 plus 300 plus 400. Okay, that's 900 trillion US dollars today. I throw out 5% because I don't know, it's a good starting point, which is 45 trillion, 5% of 900 trillion, 45 trillion, divided by 21 million. Pull out your calculators, that's over 2 million US dollars per Bitcoin in today's dollars. I'm not talking about the future. Where is it going if it gets to the global reserve asset of the world? I don't know, but it's way higher than 5%, brother, which means I'm stupid low. Stupid low in my, but it's a target, not a limit. And that's what I learned trading for 35 years. Trade your plan, or excuse me, plan your trade and trade your plan. If it gets to 2 million, am I selling? Probably not, because then I think it goes to 10 million. But evaluate your investment with every new bit of information that comes to you at any point in time. So great question. I'm not trying to confuse the world. Isn't it stupid, stupid cheap that right now it's less than 10 basis points of global financial assets? 0.1% is what Bitcoin represents of total global financial assets. I think you may agree that this is the best asymmetric investment opportunity I've ever seen. If you own zero, you failed math. Who else failed math?
I keep hearing good things about this Bitcoin thing. I might get some soon.
I love you guys. I hope I get back across the border. If not, I have to stay here, which wouldn't be such a bad thing anyway. In Alberta, I mean, not the United States border. Ask Ryan a question.
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, we'll just be a few minutes here, and we'll dive into our next panel. See you shortly. Check, check. We're going to get started in about a minute here. We're just going to wrangle people from the lobby and let them know that stuff is going. We'll be right back. And the gentlemen from the panel are just going to get comfy and find their spots. So we'll be up in a sec. Yeah, you just. All right, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to get started. I'm sure a few more people are going to be shuffling in as we get rolling, but we're just going to power ahead. This next panel is the home mining panel. So just curious of the people that have already made their way in here, how many of you have or are currently home mining? Okay, we got some hands going. All right, awesome. Let's pump those numbers up, guys. Let's do it. All right, so we are discussing home mining here. Your moderator is Noah Kramer. He's the co-founder of Wild Rose Mining. They provide turnkey Bitcoin mining solutions for gas producers. We've also got Austin Bank. He's been designing and building liquid cooling and heating systems in a variety of industries since 2005. His company, Cryptotherm, builds robust mining systems for industrial-scale Bitcoin operations with a focus on immersion cooling. Steve Barber, I was going to say best mustache in Bitcoin, but he's got the beard going. I don't know what the hell you're doing, man, but...
Yeah, I've been peer pressured to go there.
Yeah.
The neck beard route.
I'm sure the wife had something to do with that, maybe. Yeah. But Steve Barber, if you don't know him, is a roundabout maximalist, a fiat minimalist, and a former runner-up for Mustache of the Year. His company, Upstream Data, designs, builds, and sells Bitcoin mining facilities for oil and gas applications. And finally, we have Colin Sullivan, winner of the Bitcoin pitch competition the other day. He is co-founder and CEO of Mint Green, a clean tech Bitcoin mining company at the intersection of energy, abundance, and sustainability. In a life full of accomplishments, winning yesterday's Bitcoin elevator pitch competition is undoubtedly the highlight.
Number one.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's give it a round of applause for our home mining panel.
Yeah, welcome to the home mining panel. Obviously, all of us being involved in the mining industry, typically we would have started out small home mining. So obviously it's pretty appealing to have effectively a money printer in your house. And so yeah, we're just going to start off discussing everyone's home mining journey. So Austin, go ahead.
So my home mining journey started a couple hours after seeing a Bitcoin ATM in a cafe nearby here. I was like, what the actual is that? And then someone tried to explain it to me, did the worst job ever. I went home like, what the actual? Binge researched it and then ordered an S9 on eBay, and that S9 showed up and I had a tank already hooked to my in-floor heating, already ready to go, stripped the miners off, dunked it, and haven't looked back since. So yeah, that's my journey.
Interesting you started off with immersion. I feel like most people just with S9s, they would have started off, you know, plugging it in, trying to...
Oh yeah, I'm backwards. I run the opposite direction to everybody else. That's my thing.
Cool. Colin, how about you?
Yeah, the first rig I got was an R4, which is like actually one of Bitmain's coolest machines, I thought. It was like actually for home mining, so it was very quiet, had this kind of cylindrical fan on it, and I put it in my condo I had in Vancouver, and it was essentially just kind of heating it there. Yeah, I mean, it's a really great way to get up close and personal with the protocol. But yeah, it started with three guys, two of which are no longer with the company, but basically just said, hey, how does this mining thing work? Let's take a look at it. And that's kind of how it started.
Cool, yeah, the R4 is a really interesting machine. It's, I mean, sad to see that Bitmain and all these manufacturers don't really make home-tailored machines anymore, but yeah. Anyway, Steve, how about you?
Yeah, I think that R4 was around the S9 gen, wasn't it?
Yeah, 16 nanometer tech,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, because around that time I bought my first S9. Really, I got into it because I wanted to figure out how to do it in the oil field. So the best way to do that is start in your garage, like anything, and deploy something and see how it works. The first thing I bought was a Gecko Science USB stick miner. Extremely overpriced for what in terms of hash rate and for what you get.
What was the hash rate on that?
It was in the mega hashes a second, but you could overclock it if you put a little fan to cool it. They're actually really sweet, that kind of little stick, if you're just actually, like I was trying to do, just understand how it works. It's probably one of the best tools for that, although that little stick probably costs more than an S9 now, because S9s are so cheap. But that was the way I got into it. I was trying to figure out like what's the, how much bandwidth do these things use? What are they like if they're interrupted? All these things that I had read about, but you just want to like get your hands on it, and then like changing clocking and other things like that we knew we'd want to do in the field. So that was where I started. That was about 2016, and I got my first S9 straight from Bitmain. I think it was like batch 13. Back then, they used to sell it in batches, and you could actually get it yourself instead of through a broker.
Cool. So interesting that you immediately went to sort of oil field. Like, did you already understand? Like, I guess the biggest cost there is energy, and you knew oil field. Obviously, there's lots of that.
Well, I only got interested in Bitcoin mining and then Bitcoin because it seemed like a good fit for oil field, because I didn't know what Bitcoin was back then, and once you get into it and you start, like I got my first stick miner and then my first S9, I actually started learning that Bitcoin is actually pretty cool, because you know how it is. It takes time to, even once you first hear about it, to really start to understand what the hell's going on. You sort of have your first impressions of it, but then like you find that a lot of your ideas are actually false.
Yeah, of course.
And then as you go down the rabbit hole, But yeah, no, my goal was just to create a solution for particularly vent gas, which was part of the problems we were dealing with when I was that year when I was an engineer for Husky.
Cool. Yeah, it sounds like everyone sort of got in at the, I guess, S9 generation, like when ASIC sort of started to become mature. I know before that, Butterfly Labs fiasco 2013 and all sorts of weird brands of miners, but out of that emerged Bitmain and the manufacturers we have right now. What do you think, is it still worth it to mine at home, just like it was back then in 2016?
What do you mean by worth it?
I mean, essentially, back in 2016, super unsaturated industry, there's opportunity for profit. Is it still profitable for the average Joe to get into mining at home?
I don't think someone should get into mining at home to be profitable. I mean, like, there will be some money to be made, particularly if you're using the unit to heat your home, because basically it's an electric space heater at the end of the day. So, I mean, if you were going to flick on a baseboard and instead you have a miner running, you're offsetting that and you have some return on that. But I think it's a great way to understand Bitcoin better. I think it's a great way to, you're basically getting in touch with a piece of the protocol that few really deal with, and there's sort of there's a tacit knowledge attached to that. But generally, home rates aren't great. I mean, if you're in home mining to make money, it's probably not the right idea. Like, the first thing you want to do if you want to make money is like start a corp, right? Like, you can write off the energy, etc., the actual cost of the machine. Like, if you want to home mine, it's a totally different story. And I think it's a great journey for people to start at. But I wouldn't say like be obsessed with profit if you want to get one miner for your house.
Yeah, of course. And I guess adding on to that, another benefit of mining it yourself is you can essentially acquire Bitcoin without KYC. So a lot of people find that to be appealing, I guess, when they're investing in mining, even if it's not necessarily all that profitable. How about you guys, Austin, Steve, any opinions on home mining right now?
I was going to say, yeah, the short answer of is it profitable to mine at home, it's no. It's not. But we'll probably touch on a few different things. There are ways you can. Like heating is one thing. Heating, like domestic heating greenhouses, heating snow melt systems, hot water, hot tubs, pools. All of a sudden it changes the metric. And so there's things you can do to profit or to benefit off of Bitcoin mining at home, like non-KYC, utility write-offs, investments, that kind of thing. The second half of my how I got started story is like when I started, it was not profitable. I was losing 5 cents on the dollar for probably a year, but I was happy because my furnace loses $1 on the dollar. And I was like, well, if I'm only losing 5 cents on the dollar, well, that's a win. And then this magical thing happened where Bitcoin went from like 5K to 80K, and all of a sudden my 5-cent loss, well, you can do the math there, it turned out quite fantastic. So the second half, like when we say Bitcoin mining at home is not profitable, it is not. But you can take your heating bill and invest it into your Bitcoin wallet. Now all of a sudden you change the metric. You change because you're not worried about the profit today, you're worried about the long term. And so there's a lot of things you can do to make home mining profitable or a good idea, but it's not a simple thing. It's not an easy, clear, I'll print money in my basement. It's not a money printer. It is a machine that you can use to benefit yourself and your life and your family if used correctly.
A money printer and an energy sink. So if your energy is a lot of money, then it's a money sink. I mean, I've always said for home mining, I feel like there's been always a misconception. It's never really been very profitable, even in the early days. In the early days, that might have been the only way, like especially really early days, to acquire Bitcoin. But Bitcoin was worth nothing. And as soon as Bitcoin started trading, at any point in time, you could almost always buy more Bitcoin than for your time that you spent earning your wages than you would putting that same time into set up to mine it, like almost at any given point in time. But fundamentally, home mining and these small scale, mining applications, they're the furthest downstream from the power plant, right? There's the most energy distribution infrastructure ahead of it, so that cost is built into the power price. So it's fundamentally not going to be like a scalable outside of these niches like heat reuse and stuff like that, is fundamentally not going to be a scalable way to profit, because you're always competing with people upstream of you, people that are more and more going directly at the power plant, as we're seeing several companies in the U.S. and anyone basically in an oil field, you're mining at the micro power plant at the site, and so yeah, it's. But like you said, it's non-KYC, or it's as close to non-KYC Bitcoin as you can get. That does demand a premium for a lot of people. For some people, they don't care. So it's like that's where it comes in as a bit of a matter of personal preference.
Yeah, makes sense. And I mean, yeah, effectively the conclusion is if you need the heat or if you're interested as a hobby, it makes sense. But otherwise, just buying the Bitcoin itself, if you don't care about KYC and all that, it's, I guess, at this point, what's best for the consumer. But touching on that.
One thing I would just add to, I think you sort of touched on it, like I don't know anyone who's mined Bitcoin that over the long run lost out, because even if your opportunity cost at that given point, like Austin was saying, he could have probably bought Bitcoin and saved that differential, but he still won in the end where Bitcoin went up in value. While that's not maybe the best thing to do if you're just speculatively investing, I still don't really know anybody that's really gotten totally wrecked mining Bitcoin at home. Only in the short term anyway. Usually long term, they've done okay.
Yeah, I guess like people peak cycle 2021 paying $100 a terahash for an S19, probably never.
Which is actually what I did. I bought at the peak on our own product, like our black box. I bought it at the peak, and I've lost a ton of money on the value of the machine. But it's a matter of timing. If you buy them in a low market, you get the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can hold on to that miner and keep it running to pay.
No one told us it was peak. That was the
no one
part.
told us it was peak. I still thought it was a great idea at the time, but then in
It wasn't
hindsight,
Yeah, the last market cycle was like, with the double top was a little bit different than most. So
yeah, that was really interesting. I mean, we had it going up with all the Elon buzz and everything, and then it came back down, and the craze started up again. And
the rainbow graphs got to our heads.
Yeah.
We thought it was going to 1 million.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny. I think that rainbow graph, it's sort of like a exponential thing following the halvening cycle, and at the bottom you've got your purple, which is like buy now. It's I guess that's when everyone was investing, but then turns out we dropped right out of the rainbow. So yeah, I mean, at least I guess investing at the top, it's a lot better than what happens to a lot of retail consumers in mining, which is getting scammed. Obviously, the industry is really small, or relatively small. There's lots of people looking for a quick buck out there, Telegram groups, sketchy people. Yeah, so the next thing I want to touch up on is how to avoid getting scammed as a retail consumer. Say you did want to get into mining, how do you avoid that?
So this is a big one. If anyone who knows me, I talk a lot about scams because I've been stuck in too many of them. I'll cry later. The biggest, it is a huge problem in this industry is scamming, and basically the only way that you can avoid it is to go over the top on due diligence. So if you're gonna buy a miner as a consumer, don't buy it online. Don't buy it from someone you haven't met. If it's too cheap, like when you're scoping, trying to find the best deal, like you're used to doing for like home appliances, you're gonna find the best deal on a Keurig. Sure, fine, go for it. The Bitcoin mining, don't do that. If it's too cheap, too good to be true, you are getting scammed. When you're a home miner, as retail miners, we get access to pricing that you, as a home miner, can never get. And we know, and you can ask any one of us at any time, you'd tweet to us or whatever, and we'll tell you what the current price of any machine is. And if you're at that as a single unit miner or below that, it's a scam. 100%, it's a scam. We can tell you exactly where the miner prices are right now, what is a decent price, and what is an extortionary price. And it's pretty easy to predict, it's pretty easy to calculate. And as a home miner, your focus should be on getting a good quality unit from a trusted vendor, not getting the cheapest thing you can possibly find in the market. Because I've had conversations with this with Bitmain, for example. We see quite consistently at like a 10 to 13% failure rate from brand new. If you send it back for warranty, it's 6 months. Well, you don't want one of those, because if you're a home miner and you only have one miner and you happen to be one of the 13% failed miners, well, you're hooped now. And so getting a quality unit that has a backing, that has a failure warranty on it from the vendor, that someone you know, someone that you trust, something that's in country, is worth the money. Otherwise, you are absolutely going to lose every penny that you just spent.
Yeah, I mean, even on manufacturer warranty, it's Bitmain, MicroBT, most of their repair centers are in China. You're going to be spending 2-4 months maybe having it sent back there, repaired, sent back to you, assuming they even honor your warranty, which in some manufacturers' cases, like, I don't know, I don't want to name any names, but
Bitmain.
they won't even, they'll send you back a broken machine, or they won't even send it back at all. So
you'll pay shipping there. You might have to pay shipping back. It likely won't work when it gets back to you, and it's gone for 6 months. So if you want to do the math there.
Yeah, your opportunity cost of Bitcoin not mined is pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be overly hysterical or negative, but to echo Austin's point, like, there really is no discounts on miners, and like, you should be either buying them from someone you've met in person, in my opinion, or direct from the manufacturer. And you can only kind of do that in sort of down markets. You know, when Bitcoin's hot, they're not going to take orders less than $3 or $4 million. But you can buy a miner off Bitmain's website right now, or MicroBT's website right now, and that's not a problem. But there is, me and my company have been so close to being scammed by very complicated schemes that, yeah, just the discount is the biggest red flag. If they say pay in Bitcoin only, that's a big red flag. But I mean, again, like I made the trip to China to meet the manufacturers to make sure I had the right contacts. You have to do some legwork on your supply chain, without question. If you have an opportunity, like, I mean, even you buy a miner from a guy in a parking lot, like maybe a board's down, you really have no idea. But discount's definitely a big red flag. They are a commodity, essentially. They're kind of a leverage option with some efficiency, markers, but they're priced according to how much money they make, and that's kind of the beginning and end of it.
Of course. Steve, how about you? Any experiences buying machines?
Oh yeah, I've been scammed like the rest of them. It's been a while since I got scammed. I've learned my lessons, but even something simple like Telegram impersonators have got me in the past, because you think you're talking to the same person you've been talking to, and then you just, like, because you're not really thinking, you're complacent. So yeah, I mean, it's funny because Bitcoin, everyone talks about, like, don't trust, verify. It's like don't trust any third parties and all this stuff, but it's actually one of the industries where trusting reputable third parties is more important in this industry probably than most others, especially Bitcoin mining, just because there's just rampant scamming and rampant misrepresentation. So it's really important to, in this industry, I'd say anyone that's been around long enough now knows what I mean. Like, it's working with suppliers that actually will keep working with you after the fact is important.
Yeah, I mean, building a trusted relationship with a couple suppliers rather than just shopping around for the best price. It's better to have someone you can trust, but even then, obviously, placing all your trust in 1 or 2 suppliers, there's no guarantee they're not going to pull something fast on you either.
I've seen like spoofed email addresses. Like, there's really complicated scams out there. I would say, and I think you guys would kind of echo this, but like, if you guys wanted something to home mine, you could certainly talk to us. We have some old product lying around. Like, we're happy to connect you with something like that. You can meet us and shake our hand and ask us questions. So, like, if you wanted an S9, go straight to the source. Get to know your miners.
Thousands of S9s and T9s sitting in Secants between the 3 of us. You can have one.
Without question.
Yeah, cool. I mean, good points on everything there. Just be really wary of scams in this industry. And I guess on the next thing, the heat. What do we do with all the extra heat? How can we most effectively utilize it? What are some examples of spaces? I know, like, when I started, it was heating my parents' garage with a bunch of downclocked S9s, and yeah, for you guys, any good examples?
So this is my favorite topic.
Of course.
Bitcoin miners are essentially like one of the most efficient generators of heat. Like, you put a watt in, you get a BTU out. Like, it's a straight across 100% conversion. And so, like, when we say they're expensive space heaters, they literally are space heaters. They're space heaters that do something. So your little space heater you put on that has a little sensor on it, so if you trip it over, it doesn't catch fire. Those just catch fire. They don't do anything else. A Bitcoin miner won't catch fire, can't catch fire, and it does something in the meantime. And so that is a huge benefit. And their temperature gradients are perfect. Like one of my earlier experiments, I put one S9 on my hot tub, and it went up to like 125 degrees Fahrenheit, which, if you have hot tubs in your room, you'll know that hurts a lot. It's not good.
How many S9s does it take to heat a hot tub?
Less than one. So if you think about it, your domestic hot water tank that's in your house, if you have the standard one, you have between a 1,500 watt and a 2,000 watt heating element. Sometimes you have more, sometimes you have two, but that's a pretty common number. An S9 is 1,300 watts stock, 1,600 watts maximum. But big difference here, S9s or any Bitcoin miner, they run 24/7, 365. The element in your hot water tank does not. It runs only when you need heat. Same with your hot tub. It's got a 2,000 watt element in it. It runs when the hot tub calls for heat. The S9 is a little bit less power, but it runs 24/7, and so it will boil your hot tub. It will overheat your house. It will cause a lot of problems. So you need to throttle it down. That said, if you have like a domestic hot water, like for a regular house, it's a fun project to do. I highly recommend doing it DIY. There's lots of products on the market. They're kind of expensive for small, but DIY is super fun. But if you're talking, you get a little bit larger scale, so like you get into the larger homes, ice melt systems, pools, laundries, hotels, anything that has a slightly higher load than an average house, well, you get like literally an unlimited supply of free hot water that never ends, that pays you back in turn in Bitcoin. 100%, 120%, 90% of whatever you're putting in, you get paid back. If you own a business that uses hot water or uses heat, you're throwing it out the drain. Bitcoin, you can put it in your pocket and hide it, or not hide it, that's up to you. But there's a huge benefit to heat. And then if you go on the macro scale, we're talking about like gas plants where we can heat the heat treaters and take natural gas, stop burning it in burners. You have greenhouses, we can heat greenhouses all year round in Alberta for free. Pools, swimming pools, recreation centers, hotels, like the schools, there's no limit to what we can or can't do with Bitcoin heat. All of a sudden the commodity is now free or almost free. Now it's just up to our imaginations and getting things approved and over the line to actually build something that we can do anything. And the heat tool of Bitcoin is absolutely phenomenally powerful.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people just consider the heat in Bitcoin to be wasted, but if you're already paying for all that power and you can find a need for that heat, why not make some money on the other end, on the waste side, trying to recover some of that value in the heat? And I mean, you were touching on hydro systems or immersion systems, stuff where you can transfer heat into a liquid. Obviously, that's a lot more useful, but for a quick setup, experimenting, home mining, I think a lot of consumers are just getting into, air cooling, and I just want to talk to Steve about that because he's got the black box, sort of makes it easier for home miners to get into heating a space with air.
Yeah, yeah. Some people have used it for that. The funny thing is, like, I didn't design it for the purpose of, or like to try to help people reuse the heat. It's actually the airflow. The whole box design is designed so you can park it outdoors, so you get rid of the heat. At our company, like we haven't really. I personally viewed the heat reuse as a useful niche, but a niche. So like for us, I'm more interested in the broader market, which is just pure mining, more like using Bitcoin mining load to optimize different, energy systems, whether, that just be a natural gas engine at an oil well that's running the well and it has surplus power that you send to the Bitcoin mine, which is how the company really started. Or if it's like some of the bigger use cases, we have a customer in West Texas using it on a wind farm, for example, and they're using their load control to match their surplus on the wind farm. So we've never really offered much for the heat reuse aspect, though. Like the black box, some people have used it for that, but even that product, it was more of a get rid of the heat, put it outdoors, keep the miners safe, and make it very easy to build so people can build their own at home and that kind of thing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, reusing heat that's in the air obviously is a lot more difficult. When it's in water, like Austin was saying, there's a lot more uses for it. I know, Colin, you might have something to say. You've got plenty of uses for the waste heat on miners.
Well, I mean, I think in this case, the edge case is kind of the whole story in Bitcoin mining. I mean, in Canada alone, about 30 times the amount of energy is used to heat than the entire Bitcoin network at any given time. And so, like, that, if you convert some of that, there's no arguing that's waste by any measure, right? So in BC, we are putting in sort of the first system to heat a municipality. We're doing the minimum load in North Vancouver. Our shovel goes in the ground in August. But we're talking about supplanting something on the order of 2,000 tons of CO2 per year, because the incumbent is natural gas. And our industry faces a lot of sort of FUD around energy consumption. Heating with electricity is just burning electrons. There's no utility at all to that, right? We're facilitating transactions. We're defending the most secure network in the world, and now apparently, securing cat pictures and NFTs allegedly. But the fact is, it's like Bitcoin will one day hit a market equilibrium. So like, a lot of people mine for future prices, right? Eventually, it's going to be like corn or gold. It will reach that kind of price, which is going to be very, very large and probably not quantifiable in a monetary unit other than itself. But then it's kind of like efficiency reigns, right? So you're either going to have to own the power plant yourself, have some sort of trapped energy scenario, or you're going to have to be doing something clever with heat if you want to make it in this industry long term.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, with more capital and effort being poured into it, the price of effectively mining is just going to go down and down with competition. So if your neighbor, say, is mining and they're reusing their heat and you're not, they're going to be getting more use out of that Bitcoin than you are and effectively out-competing you.
Bitcoin mining is like in the economics textbooks, they'll talk about like perfect competition. It's the best example of perfect competition in any industry, because the protocol doesn't care, right? It doesn't know your energy costs. If you have to shut down, it's not going to be worried about it. But I mean, not to go too far off topic here, but I mean, you see projects, West Texas, et cetera, where they're justifying the actual expenditure of their power plant on having a base load from mining. And Bitcoin brings tremendous efficiency to their market. I mean, I feel like the energy market's been waiting 200 years for Bitcoin mining to bring that type of efficiency. And over time, when it's transaction fee driven, it'll be very much on demand and decentralized even more, I think.
Yeah, and not just efficiency in Texas, but also reliability with curtailment. And there's not really another industry where you can just tell them, hey, we'll pay you to not take your contract for this period. The grid's under X amount of stress, and Bitcoin provides that sort of effectively a load bank.
Definitely a load bank, but also you get organic investment in the grid. Like we need to, increase the size of this power line. We need to, grow the substation, and everyone benefits from that. I really think that Bitcoin mining will do to energy what like streaming services did to broadband, is how I describe it. Like the demand creates the supply, and energy the the Kardashev scale is how they judge societies. Like, if they have this much power, this is what it means. And I think that Bitcoin creates an economic incentive for that that hasn't existed to this point. There shouldn't be really energy austerity. It should be more energy all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, energy is the most universal scarcity in the universe, and that's why the Kardashev scale depends on energy. And effectively, Bitcoin is the digital monetization of energy. So that's why I guess it makes sense compared to all sorts of different shit coins that proof of stake don't have any sort of tie into the real world. And that tie being energy is obviously what makes Bitcoin incredibly valuable and unique. And I guess we've touched on this a bit already, but the next thing I want to talk about is home miners. Say they've been mining for a bit, they love the hobby, they want to grow. How can someone make the jump from home mining up to larger, I'd say small-scale commercial or corporate mining? I'll start with Austin.
So the first thing you need to know about making the jump is that scale mining is a hell of a lot harder than home mining. It is a lot of work. I can't tell you how many clients we've had that have come to us after and we're like saying, oh, we thought we just plugged this in and it worked. We didn't realize we have to do any effort. It is a lot of effort, a lot of work. It is a hard thing to do. There's a reason, and a damn good reason we call it mining, because you are mining. Now, it has huge upside, huge potential. It can be very lucrative. You can also lose a lot of money, like a lot of money, like all of it. So if you're going to make the jump, the first thing is don't go too far too fast. Work within your means. Find reliable partners. Secure your power. Don't run away from overhead. Don't hire employees. Don't sign leases. Find cheap energy, and then build on that cheap energy. And like most Bitcoin miners or most people I see that jump over this, they'll start hosting companies because they can get deposits and they can build sites and they can go over their means. You can do it, but it's really, really hard to do at scale. So start small, but the biggest thing is find cheap power and find trusted partners, and don't just go buy the most expensive, fanciest thing. And I say that being the one who manufactures the most expensive, fanciest thing, don't always just do that. Find the most economical thing. And then when you do your spreadsheets, at the end of the spreadsheet, when you get that number that you're like, oh my God, I'm gonna make that much money, cut that number in half. If you still like that number, then do it, maybe. But if you don't cut that number in half and you get all the upsides and think, oh, I'm gonna make so much money, the reality is you're not gonna make money. Mining is a low margin, long-term game. It can be very lucrative, you can make a lot of money, but it's a low margin, long-term game that requires work and a lot of capital. So go into it with the knowledge that this is of what it really is going to be, and not with the pie in the sky of thinking what it could be. Because it is not what it could be, it is what it is.
Yeah, so there's a lot to touch on there. I mean, if we start at the beginning here, I would say start a corp, befriend an electrician, or be an electrician. That's so key, because the modern miners are not suitable for regular circuits. Regular circuit, 110, 120, you're talking 1,600 watts, something like that. Most miners are at least double that at this point. So you're gonna need something, you need someone with some expertise on that. And I wouldn't recommend DIY, like doing that yourself, because that's considerably dangerous. It's interesting when you talk about sort of the forecasting of it, because the forecasting is inevitably wrong. A miner in this current paradigm makes about 50% of their money in 1 year. That's kind of how it works. There's a cyclical aspect of it. It's a good business, but if you look at that 1 year, like, oh, this is a get-rich scheme, basically. But the reality is, like, if your business model isn't designed to survive the sort of bear market year, you don't really have a business model. So it's sort of like two decent years, one amazing year, 1 year you get nuked, and the year you get nuked is the year you have to prepare for, essentially. But you talk to your utility, get that industrial rate, save a few pennies on that. They're generally amicable to constant loads. We're seeing in different markets where you're able to sort of get curtailment rights if you get large enough, which might be able to shave some more cents off the deal. But it's getting a little more intricate there. But yeah, definitely start a corp, put your losses in there, put your expenditures in there, your energy costs, and get an electrician who loves Bitcoin.
The industry is probably going to trend to the lowest margin industry in the history of humanity, or one of them. I try to compare it to what's another low margin industry is probably something like the restaurant business. It's not easy, of course, to start in a restaurant and be successful. It's very, very difficult, largely because there's so much competition. Anyone can cook. You might not be able to cook well, but you can cook, and you might be competing with people using other people's money, and they can, say, mine at a loss longer than maybe you can. I feel like from the people I met in the industry, the people that have done, ignoring what I believe to be the best market applications right now, which is liability energy, the stuff we do in oil field with, I just call it liability gas, like flare gas that has emissions problems and compliance problems that make mining more of a better investment than it, say, otherwise would be. Barring those scenarios, the people I see who come from, say, a small self-home mining scale to a larger scale, such as small multi-megawatt sites. I know a few of them in the industry, and they're still around after 6-7 years that I've been here. They've never gone big, but they've slowly kept adding hash rate, kept adding small sites. And the thing these people have in common, they're ultra scrappy. They buy their time in the bull markets, and they buy up everyone's assets for pennies on the dollars in the bear markets. They buy containers when the market is flooded. They buy ASICs when the market's flooded. They buy used. They get cheap transformers, cheap switchgear. Those are the guys that I keep seeing over and over again at conferences, and they're successful at their own scale. And which is somewhere in between the small scale, home mining, and obviously the large scale mega mining like Riot and the other big boys. But I've seen it, and it's just the attitude these people have. They're scrappy. They take as much control over the supply chain as they can, and they know how to time the market too.
One more thing I would add, if you were to get into mining, probably now cyclically is a good time. So you're going to get more excited as Bitcoin price goes up. Right now, the price is going up a little bit. Bitcoin mining profitability is a function of difficulty, which is the amount of participants, the amount of guesses at the nonce, and the Bitcoin price. Right now, margins aren't huge, but you can get great value from miners, and I would say this is probably a good time to get into it, provided the cycles haven't broken thus far. I think they will eventually, but probably break up. I've been talking to some folks here who've been showing me some incredible prices for product that I do like, and so those deals are available. But again, make the connections in person. But I would say now, if you had an interest in it, now would be a great time to get into it.
I was going to say, if we want to get into some nuts and bolts of mining, if you're looking at your power price, which is critical, anything between 4 and 6 cents Canadian of actual power cost is a good price to commercially mine. We want cheaper than that, but we run away from stuff that's more expensive than that. And if you're looking at your utility bill right now and you have an old contract and you read on the little line that says I'm paying 6 cents kilowatt, that's a lie. What you really are paying is the amount you wrote the check for divided by how many kilowatts you used, and it's usually double whatever it says in the little box. So most of you guys, and I'd be shocked if you don't have a company or some kind of weird contract, I almost can guarantee you none of you are paying less than 10 cents. Most of you are probably paying 20 cents. Some of you are paying 30 cents. You cannot mine commercially at 30 cents. You can't do it at 20 cents. You cannot do it at 10 cents. You can only do it in the 4 to 6 cent range. And that's because when the bear market, we talk about the 2 medium years, the the holy crap, I made so much money year, and then the oh my god, I lost my shirt year. You need to plan for the I lost my shirt year. The lost your shirt year is where you divide everything by half, and that if you still make money, you survive. And then yeah, the scrappy ones, like I'm scrappy, like I'm probably one of the most scrappy people you'll ever meet. And
Of course.
and we are growing in the bear because we're seeking out the distressed assets, and we're fixing things ourselves, and we're designing things ourselves. We control our entire supply chain. We control manufacturing. We control operations. We control software, so that nobody's wiggling in with their margin trying to take advantage of any part of our business. That is how you survive in the bears and then profit in the bulls. If you're just doing it small scale, you have to be scrappy, or you have to be backed by someone with a lot of dough who's willing to risk it and lose it. But yeah, don't just run out there, mortgage your house, and buy the first thing that you see come to market. And one thing, if you leave with anything, don't do what everybody else is doing. Run the opposite direction. If the Bitcoin's going up and everyone's buying ASICs and the price is going up, that's an indication not to buy ASICs. When the price is down, like right now, Bitcoin miners are cheap because nobody's buying them. What does that mean? Buy them. That's because they're cheap. And yeah, they might not do so great right now, but when Bitcoin goes back up, the hardware value increases directly proportionate to the Bitcoin price. Your assets will appreciate. Your Bitcoin miners are worth more when Bitcoin goes up. You can then mine with them, you can sell them, treat them like a commodity. It's not just an item you buy, you throw away. It is a commodity.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's lining up to buy Bitcoin at 69,000, but down here at 30,000, trade volumes are low. And it's not just the retail investor that's susceptible to it. I mean, we've seen Core Scientific, the biggest of all miners, just this year or last year a bit, I guess, get into financial trouble. So anyone...
Well, they leveraged to the hilt. They borrowed expensive money, leveraged all their assets, and like too far, because they were like, oh, we can make so much money. And then all of a sudden, as soon as the market drops, well how do you make your payments when your monthly payments are $10 million in interest a month? Like, how do you do that when your miners are not making 300x profits? And so that, like, it happens a lot in every scale, but what we don't do is that.
Yeah, I mean, just to give like a ballpark figure, the Bitcoin price historically increases over, I guess, each cycle linearly, or if you were to linearize it, at 69%. But the Bitcoin difficulty increases at 168%. So your miners that you buy are not going to follow the same profitability over time. They're going to have a lifespan of, say, 4 to 5 years. Maybe you can stretch that out with some cheaper power, but it's really important that you're investing at the correct time if you're looking to make a profit on a commercial scale. Like another example, like S9s, old 2016 miners, back in the 2021 cycle at peak were going for $700 to $1,000, where now the institutional miners are dumping them at under $20 a piece with the power supply and everything. So
that exact same thing happened last cycle. I bought mine at $25 and sold them for $700.
Yeah, and somebody bought them from you for
gonna happen
$700
again.
and sold them at $25.
Which is why we don't throw out our old miners.
Keep them as can.
Thousands of dead hash boards. I'm just hoping that bull run comes.
I know, like, specifically some institutional miners who are like sitting on pallets of S9s as a speculative asset, because they think, you know, in the not too distant future they can get a couple $100s for them, and they're just going to hang on to them because they have the space. That's another angle I've seen. I mean, way back in the day, people used to set their watch to basically buying the latest ASIC in sort of a down market, flipping a portion of it as part of their model as the market went down, as the market went up, and then, you know, buying the latest one again. That seems to be like a reasonable plan, but timing the market is challenging. I mean, if you're paying $10,000 for a miner, it's probably not the best time to buy, but you don't know. I mean, like, the cycles are real until they're not, right? And so, you know, the fear of not being able to get miners is also real, right? Like, if you have some serious projects lined up, and Bitcoin price never does what you want, right? It's either too low, it's going up too fast, ASIC miners are getting affected by that price. So there's a lot of angles to that, but I think it's pretty ubiquitous among the panel that like now would be a good time to get into it.
Yeah, of course, timing the market is damn near impossible on a short scale time frame, but with Bitcoin's halvening and its cyclical, I guess, nature, if you just zoom out a little bit and say what, like binary, what are we, bull market, bear market, that makes it easier to, I guess, time the market. But like you were saying, speculative investment, what would be the difference to holding on those miners versus actually just holding on to Bitcoin? Like say they were to sell them right now, trade them for Bitcoin, what would be the difference? Do they behave in a leveraged manner over Bitcoin?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say they're like a leveraged option on Bitcoin. They like as soon as you start passing certain profitability thresholds, an S9 goes from like a boat anchor to something that's actually reasonably interesting to people. And they don't necessarily take a long view on it either. It's like everyone looks at point to point profitability. Most miners aren't selling every second, so that's not really a good way to model. You know, I mean, it is good for a base case, let's say, but like generally to cover your bills, you're trying to pick local tops to sell. And so, you know, generally you're going to do a little bit better than what it looks like on, say, what to mine or any of these programs as well. It's also sometimes hard to quantify, you know, what's going to happen with transaction fees, which can be a bit of a black swan in your benefit at times. I mean, 6 weeks ago we saw, what, 7, 8 Bitcoins in TX fees in some blocks. I've never seen that before. I did recently build a model that showed, you know, after a certain point, we're going to see, we're presuming a value, and we're going to have at least 3 Bitcoin in TX fees, generally on a go-forward basis. I felt like that was a big assumption. It really never happened that much before, maybe not at all. And then suddenly we saw, you know, people got excited by using, like modifying that very, very valuable space in the block and filling it up, and suddenly we saw that go through the roof. And I think we'll see more and more of profitability will be a little bit less predictable and a little bit more tied to TX.
Yeah, I mean, everyone talks about Bitcoin, like eventually you're not going to be able to mine it. They're not going to issue any more coins because of all the halvenings. It's like, well, we'll still need the miners there to provide hash rate to secure the network. And eventually that's just going to be transaction fees. And right now we sit at probably about, on average, a Bitcoin per block. But who knows where that'll be in the future with ordinals and, I guess, other fads and different innovations built on top of Bitcoin.
The space in the block has huge value, right? So, I mean, eventually retail is going to get pushed out of L1. But there's certain transactions that must be sort of like lionized in the blockchain that are important enough to do so. There's enough of those in the world that transaction fees will trend up long term. But most people will be using, you know, Lightning and other sort of layered solutions for regular sort of Bitcoin use. And it you know, again, when you're paying $10, $12 to send $10, $12, it doesn't really make sense, right? It has to be a significant and important transaction to be sort of permanently embedded in this very safe blockchain. What does that include? That's like kind of like bank drafts, things for wire transfers, etc. Like that's kind of the L1 market. Commercial, like regular retail purchases are more of an L2 thing, but there's so much of that globally that I think the economics are going to change and probably stabilize with transaction fees.
Steve, Austin, any thoughts on layer 1, layer 2 block fees?
I was just going to say that, I mean, people often forget that even if the fees, I mean, the fees might actually just continue to trend. Like maybe they've peaked and they never really, we might not see 3 Bitcoin per block. That doesn't really matter if the value of the fees keep going up in real purchasing power. That just implies the Bitcoin price keeps going up, right? In fact, factually, if you look forward a very, very long time, because Bitcoins always get lost, we could see really small BTC term fee levels, but still an enormous hash rate, an enormous network, just because of coins being lost over time. So bear that in mind, and when I do forecasting and I advise people on forecasting for Bitcoin mining, I've never in my life used difficulty forecasts, fee forecasts. All I look at is hash price. Hash price is sort of like oil price. It's all that matters. Oil companies don't look at, I mean, you'll consider what you hear from about OPEC, and you'll consider what you hear about, supply, like storage and different changes there. But we actually just forecast the price of the unit of energy, and we don't know what's going to have an effect on it. All we know is that our competition goes bankrupt at a certain hash price, and we have to stay above that hash price to stay profitable. And if you just look at the long-term hash price history, you can sort of get a feel for where it is, at which point difficulty drops, and therefore your competition is going offline. And that's really all you need to do, is stay above that level. Not to say you're going to know exactly what it is, but you'll have an idea of what that level of hash price has to be for when your competition starts to go bankrupt. And you only have to beat your competition. You don't have to really consider much else.
Yeah, just keep mining. One question that I get asked a lot, which is kind of falls a little bit between the two questions, is what happens to your miners when all the Bitcoin blocks are mined? Excuse me. And I get asked it a lot. And of course, anyone who knows anything about Bitcoin in this room knows that it's like, I'll be dead, you'll be dead by the time that happens. And your miners, we just talked about, have like a 4 to 6 year lifespan. So we don't really have to worry about it right now. Obviously, we want the transaction fees to be high in certain senses as miners, but we also want them to be low so we can transact. So there's like there's a middle ground there where it's kind of like, okay, we'll enjoy this a little bit, but then it kind of hurts a little bit. In all likelihood, it's going to flutter around. It probably isn't going to be at 6 Bitcoin. It's probably going to stay at 1 or 2. And in the next 50 years of mining, we're going to see huge transitions in where energy comes from. We're going to see huge improvements in miner technology. We're going to see big changes in use cases and adoption. Like, there's going to be a lot of things that we don't see coming, that we can't put timelines on. But every 4 years, which is where the Bitcoin cycle hits, that if we can project that far and keep on the right side of the hash price and keep mining in that 4 year, 8 year span, then we're winning cycle over cycle over cycle. And then, yeah, the decisions we're going to make next cycle are going to be different than the decisions we make this cycle. Just as a material fact, because things are moving forward. But do we not do this, or do we not get in at this cycle just because next cycle it might be different? It was like, well, no, the worst thing you can do is not get in. The worst thing you can do is not have Bitcoin. The worst thing you can do is not be mining, because then you don't have any of the upside. Sure, you don't have downside of Bitcoin, but you get to deal with the downside that you inherently pick up with fiat or any other decision you make. And that's like every decision or indecision is a decision. And so, yeah, if things are going up, things are going down in the future, who knows? But are we gonna, like the scrappy ones, we're gonna mine, we're gonna do cool shit, we're gonna build cool shit, we're going to mine the hell out of whatever we can mine, and then we're gonna have a good time. In 4 years, things will change, and maybe we transition more towards heat or reuse, which is great. Maybe we don't. Maybe we wait another 4 years for the efficiency to really force us to do that. But yeah, we're going to have a good time the whole time, and we're going to play the markets.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, I guess we're getting towards the end of the time here, so I guess we should wrap it up pretty soon and get on to the questions.
We won't have time, man. We're 20 minutes over.
Darn.
All right, thank you.
Come see us if you have any questions.
Hey, you don't get to throw the shit back and forth?
Didn't get a chance.
I was looking forward to that. Thanks, everybody.
All right, let's give one more round of applause for the home mining panel. We will be back a little bit after 1, and we're starting after lunch with the Bad Twitter Takes Awards, so don't miss those. now? We're good? All right. Ooh, there we are. Welcome back. I had an old-fashioned at lunch. What did you have?
Work.
That sounds much less delicious. This is the shit post of the conference. If this was Twitter, if the conference was Twitter, this was a Twitter shit post.
So you're saying it's the best part?
Yes, it is. It is. So this is the Bad Takes Awards, and I don't know. Maybe we should do it in a Simply Bitcoin style of like the meme rewards, and maybe we'll go to the audience. Perhaps we could ask them to shout out the award they would give the tweet or bouquet of tweets from each slide, we'll say. Does that sound good?
That sounds like a great idea. Let's do
Okay,
it.
awesome. Those of you that are tuning in on the live stream, this is the Bitcoin Rodeo. We are live in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, the freedom capital of Canada, I think. Yes.
I'm your host, BTC Sessions.
Yes, yes, I'm BTC Sessions. This is Nico from Simply Bitcoin, and we're here to lead you through bad Twitter takes. And we're not just going to show you the bad takes, but we're going to dissect them. We're going to tell you why they're bad. And not only that, but we have a lovely assistant here that will be narrating said bad takes. So we're very lucky to have her here. Maybe we'll just bring her out. Becca, do you want to come join us? This is Bitcoin Becca from the Meme Factory.
Hi, friends.
And she's going to be hitting up the podium here. And as we serve you up bad takes, she will come in and she's going to give some nice narration with whatever intonation she believes the tweets were made with. So as you see fit. So yeah. We're going to go with this one first. Shot and Chaser. Becca, would you take us on a journey here with Mr. Ran?
Every time you look at your portfolio, take a moment to feel sorry for the Bitcoin maxis. I'm switching all my ETH to Solana today. Solana building a phone? Maybe they should focus on building a stable network before distracting by competing against Apple or Google.
Dude, I had to look back like 3 times to make sure they were actually real.
So Nico, what's your initial reaction to this bouquet?
Have fun staying poor. Yeah, get wrecked. Cope. Complete not living in reality.
Let's look at the dates here. So the 16th of August 2021, feel sorry for the maxis. The 28th of August 2021, I'm switching all my ETH into Solana today. So when he tweeted that he should feel sorry for us, he was already so uncertain about his portfolio allocation that he immediately shifted all of his assets within, 12 days. So he was that uncertain about everything he was holding that it was that much of a shift. And then fast forward just shy of a year, and the thing which he shifted entirely into is making horrible decisions from their centralized leadership. So I mean, that's it's quite the journey.
I mean, it writes itself, right? Like you could see his cope and his seethe the entire time, but all I gotta say, maybe we speak for the Bitcoin maxis, bro. We definitely told you so, man, and you hated us for it.
My favorite tweet in and around how many, just raise a show of hands, how many people remember when Solana was going to launch a phone? Awesome. Okay, my favorite tweet around that was, hey, just tweeting from the Solana phone, this thing is and that was the whole tweet. It was like the best. It was fantastic. Anyways, side note, if you didn't get that, Solana regularly just has outages. So
it's decentralized, bro. That's impossible.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
Yeah. So what I would like to get is on Simply Bitcoin, you guys obviously, when you're rating memes, you give random awards, and it could be something sitting around, like you might have some sort of knickknack on your desk, and it's usually something kind of cool to be like, this is deserving of this cool thing I have in front of me because it was a good meme. Obviously, these are shit takes. So what we would like to ask you guys as an audience is shout out what you would give this bouquet of tweets as an award. What physical item would you give them? And I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, so you have to be specific. It's a bouquet of shit. It's just not just a bouquet.
Yes, that's true. Bouquet of shit takes.
And just give it any random object, feeling, color that you could think of. Boom. All right, we got one. What's number 2?
We've got the Solana phone. Anything else? A ledger.
A ledger.
Okay, right.
Okay.
We award this bouquet of tweets a Solana phone and a ledger. Congratulations, Ran. You get both of those things. All right, let's move to the next. Jesus Christ. Let's move to the next set of tweets here. Becca, would you take us on another journey?
Important to keep in mind, Bitcoin's proof of work was invented to escape proof-of-stake financial systems, where the large asset owners can unduly influence the rules of the game. Thanks to proof of work plus full nodes, neither miners nor the biggest BTC holders can change the protocol. This actually gets me mad. You are a mere LARPer for human rights, and you are instead a Bitcoin maxi in disguise.
Once again, I had to look back to see if they were real.
I've got to say, Becca, you are nailing the different intonations of the voices. Like that second tweet was just chef's kiss. Thank you for that. And just to further elaborate, the first tweet was from the actual chief strategy officer of the Human Rights Foundation, and the second tweet was from ETH bro David Hoffman.
Dude, it always happens with the .eth people. The tyrannical nature always seems to come out, and I've noticed that from anyone that really supports a proof-of-stake protocol, and I think this is the case here. I think Alex Gladstein put a mirror up, and it just showed him. I think he's projecting onto Alex what he thinks he is himself.
It's the perfect, like the looking in the mirror meme where he's pointing at himself. You're a LARPer. You're a LARPer. And again, for those that maybe, we're going to have some uninitiated people that are in the audience being like, I don't get why is proof of stake not okay? And so, I mean, proof of stake is the system we exist in right now. It is the influence that you have directly correlates with the capital that you currently have. And that doesn't always equate to having to do work for it. If you have something, you can basically continue to benefit from it perpetually moving forward without attributing additional work to it. Whereas in Bitcoin, if you have Bitcoin, it does not guarantee that you will continue to get more Bitcoin. All right, just by virtue of having Bitcoin, you're not guaranteed anything. In fact, if you want to enjoy the fruits of your labor or the luck of having gotten into Bitcoin early, in order to do so, you need to spend that Bitcoin. You need to use that Bitcoin. If you want to accumulate more Bitcoin, you need to do the work of creating a good and or service that somebody with Bitcoin finds valuable enough to give you more Bitcoin, and you need to spend less than you earn. With proof of stake, if you have money and proportionally more money than others that maybe don't have additional income or disposable income to put aside to stake, then you will get a larger proportion or a larger percentage of the entire supply of the money over time, and those that are living day to day on their currency that can't put as much away as you will continue to spin their wheels.
100%. And to add to what you're saying is the .eth people, right? So Bitcoin is rules without rulers. You can't change those rules. Those rules are set in stone. And that's what makes Bitcoin unique, right? You can't change the monetary policy. It doesn't matter whether you're a king, a president, very, very rich person. The rules are what they are. What tends to happen with fiat currencies, including a proof of stake, currency like Ethereum, and remember, we all know Vitalik's famous messages like "Stop the trading, stop the trading."
Okay, you guys can stop trading.
Exactly, and not to mention rollbacks that apparently happened as well. Is that with Ethereum, because it is proof of stake, how Ben described it, right? It's the people that have the most amount of Ethereum are going to change the rules to benefit themselves. So I think what you're seeing here, again, is projection. Like, he's projecting. And another kind of scary thing about the .eth people is that they fundamentally believe that their system of basically tweaking the rules and changing the rules, as they see fit, is a better system than Bitcoin. We've tried that system for a very, very long time, and it's been an absolute disaster.
Yeah, the issue with deferring to leadership to decide on and tweak rules is, even if the current leadership is altruistic, you don't need to just trust them. You need to trust every person that comes into that position of power in perpetuity moving forward. And Bitcoin removes that position. There is no, if there isn't consensus, it's status quo. And I think that's a place where we need to start from.
100%. And now that you guys have noticed this, well, you'll notice as well, it is not only the crap coiners that project onto
You can
Bitcoin.
say shitcoin, it's fine.
It's not only the shitcoiners that project onto Bitcoiners what they are guilty of themselves. Central bankers will do this as well. And then that leads me to, the final conclusion. Are shitcoiners and central bankers any different? I don't think so.
Let's keep going. Let's jump ahead. All right, this is a short one.
Bitcoin and Ethereum need each other way more than either community wants to admit.
Just a side note, this is the co-host of the guy in the previous tweet. We'll keep this one short and sweet. Any comments?
Yeah, you know what? I kind of agree with Ryan. Same reason why when we played, or when we did the elevator pitch, right, in 45 seconds of the CBDCs, right, and we played that Canadian central banker basically saying this is why we need CBDCs. Ethereum is a great example as to why you need Bitcoin.
Touché. So could this actually be a good take?
I personally wouldn't follow the guy, but for the case of,
Okay.
It's a good take, but not how he thinks it is.
Yeah, it's a litmus test. We'll say.
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. So I'm grouping these two tweets together because they're from the same show. What would we give this set of tweets an award? What would you give them? Shout out whatever you like. A rotten banana. All right. Well, congratulations, Bankless. You now have bananas on the blockchain. Let's jump forward to the next set of tweets. This is one for the history books. Becca, please.
Right. A man-made currency that is created by computers is somehow impossible to make more of. Do you guys hear yourself? Do you run this stuff by yourself before you say it? I'll never understand why you don't realize how ridiculous you sound.
Those watching the live stream comment from the audience, was this in 2007? Yeah, I mean, that's when he figures out that his literally impossible take is possible, I mean, I feel like he's just on the cusp of the disbelief that many of us had, where we're like, well, it's not a possible thing to have a decentralized sound money that cannot be corrupted. Oh my God, that's so much worse. No. Okay. Somebody looked it up. We thought it was long ago. No. May 19th of 2023, the year of our Lord. It was tweeted literally a month and a half ago. That is astounding. Wow. What do you think, Nico?
Oh man, have fun staying poor, number one. Number two, I think Bitcoin takes a little bit of humility, man. It takes a little bit of humility to truly appreciate it, but also at the same time, I think we've lived in this nihilistic world for so long because of fiat that, rightly so, when something good happens, and I think we've all gone through this process with Bitcoin where like there's a phase, I think maybe it's in like the first, second, or third year, where you're just like, the government could ban it, this is impossible, this is a scam, who's Satoshi? Like you start going through all these types of, things in your head. And I just think that unfortunately for this individual, he's decided to have those thoughts on a public forum for the world to see.
Yeah, this could have been any one of us at any point. Still a horribly bad take, but a horribly bad take that all of us probably had at one point. So like, I do feel for the guy. It's just unfortunate that it's so public and that is now live streamed to the world. So I apologize for that. So what do we give this take? What award should we give it? Okay, those that didn't hear on the live stream, we are awarding this tweet the bell curve meme. Yes, that's excellent. Okay, so
I'm sorry,
Becca, can you please come up and do? Becca's excited for this one.
The point is that unless you and your friend leave your hardware wallets online all the time, even overnight, which is a stupid thing to do, you aren't doing 24/7 payments. You're doing payments within a small time window available to both of you. Suppose you are in New York and your friend is in Australia. There is a 14-hour time difference. So if you message your friend at 10 a.m. Eastern to say that you're sending them Bitcoin, your friend isn't even going to see your message, let alone plug in their hardware wallet. They are asleep. So you have to wait until they are awake. If you have an online wallet you can make a payment to, but now we're back to the stupidity, unsafe practices, aren't we? Truth is, there is no such thing as a 24/7 P2P payments. The hype around this is ridiculous.
That was beautifully. Can we give Becca a round of applause for that narration? So the striking thing, and why I named the slide as such, is how confidently incorrect Frances is here, and how she literally goes into the painstaking details of how much she does not understand a single thing about Bitcoin. It's astounding. I mean, congratulations, I suppose, are in order.
Yeah, it's spot on. The confidence, how she read that. She really, and she was very articulate about it, like perfect I can't write like that. And she wrote it with so much passion and so much like she clearly has no idea what the F she's talking about, but she wrote it in a way where she's like, I know exactly what the F I'm talking about. Mind you, this is a person who, which I believe is the reason that she says stuff like this. She completely believes the whole inflation narrative. There's this like very famous tweet where she said
that you can divide a pizza an unlimited amount of time.
But don't spoil the next tweets.
So yeah, if you guys want to see what fiat does to your brain, it's right on the screen.
I also can't write this well, but I can accept 24/7 global P2P payments. So we'll have that. What would you guys award Francis here? An alarm clock, pizza, and email. What? There we go. Okay, so we award the piece of advice to Francis that there's no such thing as 24/7 P2P emails. Do with that what you will, Francis. Let's move on. Oh, man.
This is good advice. Before moving #Bitcoin to your hardware wallet, make sure you have a backup that works.
Oh, wait. No, wait. Becca, we got to go back one, I think.
Oh. I see it. Incoming ratio. Okay.
All right.
Indeed, I don't know of any computer scientists in academia or industry who have a positive view on Bitcoin. Why could that be? You don't know anyone? Computer psych PhD.
So for those that are unfamiliar, the reply there, which is spectacular, that's Adam Back, who created Hashcash and was cited in the Bitcoin white paper and actually does have a PhD in and around computer science. Clapping back to, how do you say his name? Jorge, I believe? Yep. Yeah? So, I mean, is the best response that you could possibly get, I think.
Yeah, the whole idea of credentialism is just, it like blows my, I'm not going to take you seriously because you don't have a computer science degree. And I think we've seen that like over the last 2 years. It's like, you're not a true expert. Well, I think the hive mind of the internet took those experts to absolute fucking school the last 2 years. And not to mention, when Satoshi trolls you himself, like, I don't know if I was supposed to say that out loud, that's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah. What would we award Jorge here? I think. What do you think? Did you have a favorite there?
I like the laser nose.
The laser nose.
Do you?
We'll go with the laser nose, but the Nobel Prize is a close second. You just missed it, but laser nose it is. All right, let's jump to the next one here. Oh.
Okay, this is good advice. Before moving #Bitcoin to your hardware wallet, make sure you have a backup that works. Another good advice, if you don't understand what this means, just use a trusted custodian instead, like Coinbase or FTX. Do what works for you. In all likelihood, what's right for you is not a hardware wallet. You shouldn't manage your own keys.
Actually, Becca, come back here. There's another slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, there's more.
Oh, okay, I see. You shouldn't manage your own keys. Use FTX instead. The non-pro app lets you deposit Bitcoin or any other coin and earn 6% plus on it. No shitcoins needed. Your favorite Bitcoin maxis cost you an easy 30% in a single week via the most obvious BTC trades ever when they yelled that Terra is a Ponzi scheme and wouldn't buy Bitcoin. What exactly were they right about? They said USDT would crash. It didn't. They said when Luna dropped under $70, let's fucking go, will sell its BTC. It didn't.
Dude, like, I mean, there were too many tweets. Like, I could have done another slide, I suppose. But yes. don't take personal responsibility. If it's difficult, don't bother. Most people should never try any of this stuff. Put it in centralized custodians. Get some yield while you're at it. FTX and Terra Luna are great investments. I was scraping for it, but I think it was actually through video where there were also shout outs to things like Celsius and BlockFi and all that kind of stuff too. Basically going to bat for every major implosion over the past year and a half. Thoughts?
Yeah, so I guess clearly Udi is like the Jim Cramer of Bitcoin, I guess.
Of financial advice?
Yeah, financial advice. Like, these are terrible. Like it's like use Coinbase, use that. Because at first, like, you start reading that, you're like, you know what? Like, it's difficult, but like self-custody is like it's like a difficult idea. But here's the thing, like, you can't in good conscience tell someone to trust a custodian. Like, you can't do that in good conscience. I think as a Bitcoiner, I think you have to, push the self-custody aspect of it. But then he said FTX, and then I was like, holy shit, no, this guy's terrible. And then the Terra, and then the yield, like it's not just bad advice. It's bad advice stacked on bad advice, stacked on bad advice. And this guy has a huge following. He has a huge following. And I bet you these tweets got some engagement too.
Oh yeah.
So like, you're looking at someone who actually did financial harm to people. Like, if people took this advice, they actually got wrecked, right? So it's like, yeah, not only is it a bad take, but it's a take that has actually hurt people, and that to me is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Of course, there are risks involved with self-custody. There is risk involved in taking freedom and responsibility for your own assets. And that is not something that you should pretend doesn't exist. But in that instance, when you shirk that responsibility and you put it in the hands of a large entity like FTX, where you have no idea, and everybody thought FTX was different. This is that shining example of what a quote unquote crypto exchange should be, and his parents are regulators, and like everything about it was, oh, this is legit now, until it wasn't. And it was the same story as what we saw here in Canada a few years ago. Quadriga CX was the #1 Bitcoin exchange in Canada until it suddenly wasn't, because they lost everybody's fucking money. And so how many times are we going to have to see this repeat? Like, my inclination is many more times over and over again until every generation has been burned, until we don't have anybody that's not in Bitcoin anymore. And it's unfortunate that this is the learning curve that people have to go through. People have to touch the stove. They have to pay the price of tuition, hopefully as little as possible. But to continually say that the people asking you and encouraging you to learn and take personal responsibility, and to vilify those people and then say, no, put it here, get your yield, you'll be safe, you'll be safer. Even if every single person that had been on FTX had self-custodied and a handful of them had lost their money through user error, it still beats everyone losing their money through the error of the custodian. So that's the main takeaway here. I don't know.
100%, and I think that's, and I said this earlier, right? Is the definition of insanity is trying the same thing and expecting different results, right? Over and over and over again. And like, history has shown, like, whether is the bank runs in the 1920s and 30s, which led to the FDIC insurance, which like led to people to feel more confident with the system. Now that we have a technology that makes it very easy to store a large amount of money in a very easy fashion, and not only store it, but also gives you the ability to send that money anywhere without asking anybody for permission, you absolutely have no excuse at this point. Like, before 2008, before Satoshi,
right? Like, look, if you got wrecked in a bank run or, a bank collapse, or your government confiscated your wealth, like has happened in many developing countries, it's like, I don't think you had another choice other than to put maybe cash under your mattress or like gold under your mattress, but then you become a physical target. Now you have Bitcoin. Like, now you have the tools. There's absolutely no excuse. And even if maybe it seemed like a good idea at the time for Udi to give advice, what I've tended to notice is Bitcoiners that stick to the Bitcoin ethos, that those takes never age. Like, they're timeless. Like, they age really, really well. And anyone who tries to reinvent it or say, hey, I'm new to Bitcoin, I'm here to fix it, I could do things better, we can offer yield, we could, you can make money on your Bitcoin. What tends to happen over the long term, they always get wrecked. It's really not that hard. Make sure that you have more Bitcoin than the day before. Make sure you take self-custody of that Bitcoin. Don't speculate. I think Odell has the best line in the game. Stay humble, stack sats. It's really that simple. But, charlatans like this would like to tell you that it's way more complicated than it is, but it really isn't.
You are an intelligent human being. If you have the capability of taking care of things like your cell phone, a passport, think of it as something even more important than that, your children. If you can raise children, you could probably keep 12 words safe. And again, this is paraphrasing Odell from a recent interview he did. So, yeah, and you don't have to do it all at once. You don't have to throw your life savings into something you're unfamiliar with and secure it yet, but you can take those steps. You can go down that road. You can start saying, how do I self-custody? And as you get more comfortable with it, then you can move towards it. But disavowing that entire trajectory and saying that you'll never be able to do it, I think is the most high time preference take of all time. So, to the audience, what are we going to award this financially ruinous bouquet of tweets? 24 hours. Okay, I'm taking that one. So we're going to award this tweet 24 hours because UST crashed 24 hours after the tweet about it.
I stick to what I said, bro. This guy's the Jim Cramer of Bitcoin, I guess.
Yeah. All right, we're on to the next one. Becca.
Bitcoin miners should not be allowed to operate with no transparency. No industry should be like a black box, especially ones that emit massive amounts of pollution. It's time for mandatory transparency. Bitcoin mining centers have been documented releasing toxic pollutants, raising utility prices, straining local grids, driving away families with noise. Bitcoin myth busting. Claim Bitcoin won't hurt the climate if it uses renewables. Truth. Current code is designed to be intentionally wasteful no matter the electricity source. Truth. Huge electricity used by Bitcoin mining displaces local uses and overstrains the grid.
Ooh. Okay, so to preface this cleanup Bitcoin account is bankrolled by Ripple, basically, and so they paid Greenpeace to put together this campaign in the hopes that people will move to their proprietary, centrally planned, unregistered security. But besides that, Nico, you're in the mining space. I know there's a lot here. Is there anything that you specifically want to touch on in regards to these takes?
Dude, they could change the code. They could fork Bitcoin, but that's not what they're saying. They say what they're trying to say. What they're trying to do is that they're trying to gather enough political willpower in order to get the government to force Bitcoiners to change the code. Not only is that not possible, in my opinion, not feasible, but the whole thing is just pure hypocrisy. Look, they could fork Bitcoin, they could have a quote unquote clean Bitcoin, but no, that's not what they're trying to do. This is 100% a social attack. They're trying to convince people that Bitcoin is dirty.
Bitcoin uses too much energy, and it's a false narrative. But yes, it's a terribly bad take to us, people that know Bitcoin, but to the uninitiated, to the Jorge, to the Joe, they read this and they're like, yeah, especially Francis. Francis reads this like, yeah, look, I know. Even if it is 24/7, this is terrible. It's going to boil the oceans.
It is. Yeah, it's just interesting to see. I mean, especially the the toxic pollutants. I like source. I made it up. Where are these toxic pollutants coming? My favorite response to a lot of this stuff was Pierre Richard from Riot. And what if you haven't seen it? Pierre Richard basically went. He was like, I hear there's all these emissions from these machines, but let's go and check. And he literally had like a CO2 meter, and he was out in a field near a mining operation. He's like, well, seems like the CO2 levels here are quite normal, but let's go inside the mine and see if they're emitting CO2. And he's obviously holding it by the back end of a miner that's just blowing hot air out. And he's like, wow, there seems to be zero emissions coming from these miners. What's going on? And like the long and the short of it is, miners are electric. And so if you're going to say that a miner is emitting, then you also have to say that an electric car using the exact same grid is emitting. So we need to have a blanket look at what the grid is if you're going to apply rules to certain things and not others using the same grid. It's all the same energy mix, and if that matters to you, then you need to be consistent in your arguments.
100%, and I fundamentally believe, and I was skeptical for a long time, I think it has nothing to do with the environment. It has nothing to do with the climate, because if they did, they would hold other industries that are much more wasteful to the same standards. But for some reason, it's always targeted to Bitcoin miners, and you'll hear the narratives, Bitcoin miners use more power than the country of Denmark. What they fail to mention, what these narratives fail to mention, is what type of energy are Bitcoin miners using. Bitcoin miners are using stranded energy or isolated energy that was already going to waste. And that's the only reason that it's economical for those miners to use that said energy. You can't spin up a mining operation in the middle of Manhattan and expect to be profitable. That's not going to work, right? But I would say take this a little bit more serious. Like, yes, it's a bad Twitter take, right? But this is an example of narrative trench warfare. They're trying to make a narrative. They're trying to sell the public, even though it's a misrepresentation, even though it's spin. This is an example of propaganda. And the Pierre Richard video that you were just talking about, Ben, that video was a response to an article that came out in the New York Times. And this article in the New York Times, it was absolutely hysterical. They clearly doctored the image and made the sky of this beautiful Texas town that has clear skies like, 90% of the year, and they doctored the image to make it seem like it had smog in the air.
Yeah, they changed the color, like they degraded the color profile of it. Yeah,
exactly. But so it's the New York Times, it's stuff like this. But keep in mind, this is also language that's coming out of the current administration in the U.S. They're trying to sell the public that Bitcoin miners are bad for the environment. In fact, they tried to introduce a Dame tax that would be a 30% tax on top of all Bitcoin miners in the hopes of killing the industry. So not only is this a bad take, what you're looking at is propaganda, and what you're looking at is an example of the narrative trench warfare that we're fighting every single day in the battlegrounds of the internet. Now, the Pierre Richard video had a happy ending, because what the New York Times did after that video was released is that they used the community note feature on Twitter to try to fact check the video. And you know what sources they used to fact check the video? They used the New York Times. So the New York Times used the New York Times to fact check a video that was saying, hey, wait a second, Bitcoin miners aren't using, like Pierre Richard stood behind the miner and it's like, there's no CO2 coming out of here. What are you talking about? But the important part is that Bitcoin Twitter all came together, and we downvoted that community note,
and that community note was removed. And that Pierre Richard video ended up having more engagement and more likes than the original New York Times post. So when I talk about narrative trench warfare, you all have a role to play in this. Every single tweet that you like, every meme that you create, they function as metaphorical bullets and artillery in this narrative trench warfare that we're fighting in the battlegrounds of the internet. So take it seriously. This is about winning over the hearts and minds of people. And what you're seeing is weaponized text to win over people that are just uninitiated.
All right, so audience, what are we going to give the award to change the code or clean up Bitcoin here? we had suggestions of the Skull of Satoshi, a Python programming book, which is pretty good, and bags of XRP. Nico, what do you think?
Skull of Satoshi, bro.
Yeah, Skull of Satoshi.
Let's use their shit against them.
Yeah, what a fantastic fail that was, the Skull of Satoshi, where even the artist was like, geez, it seems to be misinformation that I was fed.
Dude, not only that, they used a gas-powered vehicle to drive it around New York.
And the stacks at the top of the head of the skull were nuclear stacks, which is steam. Which is fantastic. All right, let's jump to this one, Becca. I know this is not a tweet directly from Jim Cramer, but there's so much. So
Are you sure that's not Udi?
Yeah.
The Nimrod of New Jersey has spoken. The result is that Bitcoin is the best performing asset of the year to date, 2023. Bitcoin is up 75% since Jim Cramer told investors to get out in January.
This was yesterday that I grabbed this tweet. So Jim Cramer at it again. You know, Dave, who helped organize and put on this entire event, he says that even like an indicator that is right 100% of the time and an indicator that is wrong 100% of the time are equally valuable. So Jim Cramer is an absolute asset. If you want to know what to do, look at Jim Cramer and do the opposite of whatever that man tweets.
100%. It was like really funny in the beginning. Like you're like, okay, you know, this guy's just like, he got something wrong. But after what? It's been like a year or two of consistently bad. It's not that it's just bad takes. Like he truly believes what he's saying, but the exact opposite happens every single time. Someone should make an indicator, a Cramer, just the opposite.
There is.
How's it doing?
Yes. There's an inverse Cramer ETF, and last I saw it was doing quite well. There's also many accounts, but there is an inverse Cramer Twitter account as well. Yeah, man, I love what a meme it's become, because now there's like pretend tweets of like, I don't know, this just in, taking submarines to the Titanic are a great idea. Like all kinds of like, whatever just happened, it's like tweets that are the opposite advice. So it's fantastic. So hats off to Jim. Thank you for helping guide many of us. Let's jump to the next one. And Becca, come join us, please. She's back.
They believe Bitcoin is the sacred asset in the whole world, even though its supply is constantly increasing. And it can be subdivided so much that there is, in practice, no scarcity at all.
So, by this logic, if divisibility means that something is not scarce, by this logic, if you had a singular pizza and you cut enough slices, you could solve world hunger. Incredible. I mean, we've done it. We've done it, man.
This is someone who believes in the church of fiat. You know, they say that, you know, they believe that Bitcoin is the scarcest asset. Once again, what you're looking at is projection. And I truly believe that she believes this about fiat. She truly believes that. She believes that, look, we could just print more money and we can give that money to people and everything will be okay and kumbaya.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a terrible take. But again, stay away from fiat. This is what it does to your brain.
And again, for those that are just kind of entering the space, you're like, I'm trying to figure out like the take here and how this relates. If there were 10 people in a village and there were a set amount of goods and services amongst them and they each had $1, and then all of a sudden you 10x the amount of money but equally amongst all of them based on what they previously had, then there would be no net effect. Nobody would be richer or poorer. It's just like you'd add a 0 to the end of what you had and you'd still have the same percentage of the economy. You'd still be able to own the same percentage of stuff. The issue comes when one group of people can create more money and then allocate it as they see fit, because that affects the percentage of the economy that other people that didn't get the money have, and affects the people that did get the money to the upside. And so that's what we see. When we see a ton of money printed and you pepper out stimmy checks to everybody that makes people feel richer in dollars, but they don't realize that their percentage of the economy that they own has gone down, then people get angry and they don't understand why. And this is what we see happening again and again. If your bank account was a percentage, if you looked at it day after day, that percentage would be perpetually dropping unless you were loading tons of fiat into your account every single day. And that would wake a lot of people up. But a lot of people don't quite understand that. There's a certain amount of stuff that we can create, and that's based on human ingenuity. And the money really has nothing to do with that. It's just a measuring stick for who owns what percentage of all the stuff. And so that's the important part. The scarcity comes in knowing that you own that percentage. You've poured your blood, sweat, and tears into earning this money that's supposed to represent something, and you've exchanged your time with that understanding. And the second that somebody prints more money, that contract that you agreed with between you and your employer or whoever it may be, or the person who contracted your goods and services out, that contract is now null and void because the dollars that you're getting don't have the value that you thought they did when you exchanged your time for those dollars. And that's what Bitcoin achieves, and clearly Francis is not quite grasping that.
You know, and you described it perfectly, right? The idea of if you print more money, right, it devalues everyone else's. But I believe that Francis, in order for her to grasp these principles, she would have to understand that her belief system, the belief system in the Church of Fiat, right, the belief in fiat, right, they call us a cult. They're a freaking cult. You know, there's a pyramid with an eye on the dollar, on the back of the dollar bill. That's some culty ass shit. I don't know if that's just my opinion. But, you know, at least our cult goes up and to the right over time, and their cult goes down and to the right over time, right? So I don't know about you guys, but I like our cult, so it's better in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's a cult member. Clearly.
All right. We're getting short on time, so we're gonna rapid fire these last few. But I do want to, if we can go, hey Dieter, let's just go back to the last one really quick. I'm gonna give a quick award for the previous slide. I'm going to give Francis 1 gold bar smashed into gold dust, because now it's infinite and the supply of gold is no longer scarce.
I'm gonna give her a $1 bill.
All right, Becca, can you come up and treat us too? Can you do a Dieter voice maybe?
My impressions are awful, but I'll try my best. I don't understand why anyone mines Bitcoin at this point.
Nico, do you get it? Why does anybody do that?
Dude, I think you have someone who benefits tremendously from Bitcoin, right? Who, you know, is holding Bitcoin. He's been in the game for a while. And at the same time, you know, he trashes on the very thing that, you know, he has his life savings in, which is interesting, right?
if you didn't, you want the Bitcoin hash rate to go up. The higher the hash rate, the higher theoretically Bitcoin becomes to computationally attack. Theoretically, the higher the value proposition. You want that hash rate to go up and to the right forever until the end of time, until it consumes the entire sun's energy output. But that's the way I'm looking at it. So I don't know. I think it's short-sighted, but I think he's just looking at it purely from an investment perspective. Like, okay, you know, it doesn't make sense for me getting residential electricity costs to mine Bitcoin, but I don't think he's looking at it from, you know, from an outside perspective. I think it's extremely short-sighted.
I mean, I shout out to Magoo, who submitted this one last night. Like, this tweet is yesterday. So anyways, also side note, he tweeted at me and he said, "Don't trust Nico, man. He's here to take advantage of you." So just so you know, you're taking advantage. I feel like I took advantage of you because look at your hair, man. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Dieter's not a Simply fan, to say the least, but
Yeah.
that's okay.
I think Yellow likes him.
It's okay.
No.
It's okay.
All right, let's jump to the next one. Okay, we're going to start rapid firing these. So, yeah, take us away, Becca.
Men will literally buy Bitcoin at $60,000 rather than buying a treasury bond that gives them a guaranteed 2.48% cash payment every single year for the next 30 years.
Wait. We're going to have a quick guest spot for this one. Greg, can you come here and tell me what you think about this tweet? Yeah, maybe just hit here. I'll give you the mic. Come sit on the couch for a second.
Sit on the couch.
Yeah, yeah. Let's.
Hey, guys.
Just a quick take on what you think of this call of Joe's. We'll have Nico snuggle in here.
I'm not sure if yeah. Hey, so Joe Weisenthal is. I'm not sure if you guys know who he is, but he's editor of Bloomberg Magazine. So his father-in-law, I think, is Michael Bloomberg, if I'm not mistaken. He got in through the back door. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a 100% fiat cuck. So let's understand, he understands zero about bonds. He actually told people to buy the equity in a junk bond company that was trading at, I think it was during the COVID crisis when Hertz and Hertz Rental Car and another company in the US filed. Icon sold all his shares. And Joe Weisenthal was saying, you got to buy the equity here when the bonds were trading at under 40 cents on the dollar. He understands zero about capital structure and priority of claims. So he thought, to be honest, this was back in March 2021, a guaranteed 2.4% cash payment for the next 30 years. Do you know where 30-year bonds are today, people? They're at about 385. Which means on that investment, on a mark-to-market basis, you lost 40% of your capital. Because bonds trade on a pricing formula that would have meant if they had bought the 2.48% coupon for 30 years, the price of that bond would have gone from 100 down to under 60 cents on the dollar. Joe Weisenthal is a mathematical idiot. He understands zero about how capital markets work. Very simply. But he writes a good magazine, and his father was a famous mayor and designed an amazing pricing platform for bonds called the Bloomberg Terminal, if you guys don't know what it is. So I sort of like Joe just because he's like Jim Cramer. Whatever he says don't do, do. And whatever he says do, don't do. He's the inverse Jim Cramer. He's the inverse Joe Weisenthal.
Awesome. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Thanks, Greg. I appreciate that. Let's give Greg a round of applause. All right, what do we give Joe as an award here? Calculator. Perfect. We'll take it. Joe.
I don't think they'll fix it, though.
Yeah. I don't know if he knows how to work one of those. All right. Yeah, Becca, take it away.
My view on Ledger, as many have asked, is that they remain the safest place to store crypto beyond running a node. This is the only choice you've got, and running nodes ain't gonna onboard anyone.
Nico's face was the face I made when I read the tweet. I was like, does he know what a node does? Because that's not what a node does. Like, put the Ledger stuff aside. Can we focus on the node thing here? What the fuck does he think a node does? A node is, okay, I know there's people in the room that are like, I don't know what the fuck a node does. Okay, but Raoul runs a platform that basically advises people how to get basically risk-free reward. And so a node does not, like a node, if you run a Bitcoin node, you're running a copy of the entire Bitcoin blockchain, the entire history of all of the transactions, and a copy of the rules that govern the network. You don't store your Bitcoin technically on a node. Like, yes, you can have like a plug-and-play device that perhaps has keys on it. That is not advised as like a security device. It's like a reference where you can verify the state of the network yourself. But typically, like, you're using a hardware device, you're keeping those keys segregated offline, not in an online device plugged into your router. Raoul Pal doesn't know what a node is, but he runs a network telling you which assets to buy and what are the best.
And he asked for money too, right? Which is like the worst part. Is
yeah, you could pay for this advice.
You could pay for this. But yeah, again, I think is another example of someone who thinks that they know what they're talking about, but they absolutely have no idea what they're talking about. And I'm suspicious because he tagged Ledger. So if this was a paid post, oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, people at Ledger are like, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Anyways, okay, let's keep it rolling. What do we want to give Raoul, by the way? A Raspberry Pi, excellent. Raoul, congratulations. All right, now, Becca, your friend made this tweet. Now, this is not, we're not saying that Yellow's tweet is bad, but we'll explain what he's talking about momentarily. This wasn't a tweet that happened, but we had to talk about it really quick.
Then what is the fucking point, you muckle up? Hup Jesus be like, I don't want to be responsible for my freedom. Here is my freedom. You are responsible, and you know what? Here is my 5% too.
So this guy was one of the commentators on the news desk in Miami for Bitcoin 2023 on Industry Day. He runs some stuff on YouTube and everything. He basically, in the most tone-deaf fashion possible, went on this panel and he was like, you know what? Like, I do not want any responsibility. I want you to be responsible for my money. You take my money. I will pay you 5%. And then if you screw up, I'm going to come after you. I don't want any responsibility. And in the context of a Bitcoin-only conference where Bitcoiners are in attendance and there's this ethos of personal responsibility, it was the most ridiculous rant to hear on a live stream.
Yeah, and it is ridiculous from our perspective. Right? Bitcoiners, take self-custody, but one of the most astute observations my girlfriend has ever said to me, and it was intuitive, and I actually brought it up to Jeff Booth, and it scared the crap out of him. And I think it scared the crap out of him because I basically my girlfriend said, you know what, Nico, you're right on everything. Right? She's like, you got everything figured out. Man. This Bitcoin thing, you're 100% right. But it worries me that people are too stupid. And then I told that to Jeff, and then he kind of got freaked out. He's like, stupid, don't say that. But yeah, and I'm not calling this person stupid, but what I'm trying to say is that I don't think people fully appreciate the benefits of Bitcoin, the benefits of sound money, until it affects them. So if you live in the global south and you're dealing with double-digit inflation, you're adopting Bitcoin not because of speculative reasons or ideological reasons. You're adopting Bitcoin because there's truly no other alternative, right? And you wouldn't trust the guy in the suit on TV in a developing country telling you to keep your money in the bank. You'd say, no, go to hell. I'm not trusting you. I'm taking that into self-custody. So I think what you're seeing is someone who's talking from a place of financial privilege. And I also think that it's easy to laugh, but at the same time, the vast majority of normies
think like that. They would rather choose convenience over liberty, and I think that's a reality that a lot of us have to face.
All right, audience, what are we going to give Hotep here? Gold necklace. This guy is right here. Gold necklace. We've got fantastic suggestions coming from the audience here, in particular right in front here. We've had a lot of great suggestions. Awesome. All right, Becca, this is a quick one.
BTC is not Bitcoin. BSV is the real Bitcoin.
I'm astounded these people still exist, but I mean, we can keep this one short, like RIP.
Yeah, have fun staying poor, bro. Like at this point, he must be getting paid by like, you know, he must be getting paid.
In what? Not BSV. I wouldn't accept that.
Craig Wright must be paying him in Bitcoin to talk crap about Bitcoin.
I suppose. Anyways, what do we want to give Jester here? A Jester hat. I like that. Okay. All right, let's keep going here. Okay, this is the last one. I'm going to preface this one by saying we've just been making fun of bad takes, but all of us are capable of having bad takes. It's a part of the learning process, and it is never too late to learn and change your mind. Becca, can you come out and read this last one?
Who's that handsome man? Bitcoin days are numbered. It seems like just a matter of time before it suffers the same fate as online gambling.
So even Michael Saylor can have some bad takes, but it's never too late to correct for it, and it's never too late to learn and grow. Nico, any final thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, what he's saying, I think, is the best fitting, right? Everyone gets Bitcoin at the price they deserve. And the fact that he has the humility to say that, even after doubting Bitcoin in the early days, I think is a testament to anyone and anybody who's really interested to getting into the space. Like, humble yourself, and you know, more than likely, you wish you had more Bitcoin than you have today. More than likely, you wish you got in earlier, but we are still very, very early. That's something that Saylor understands, and that's something that I try to tell myself every day.
All right, I'm going to give Saylor the award. Actually, no, Saylor doesn't get an award because his award is over 100,000 Bitcoin. So kudos to Saylor for changing his mind, and kudos to those of you that have come from a place of bad takes and grown beyond them. Keep stacking. We're going to get into the next panel in just a minute. Let's give a round of applause for all the bad takes today, for Nico, for Becca. Becca, please come give a bow. What a wonderful narrator we had here. And we're going to get our next panel up here. Once they're all seated, I will give them a little intro. Sorry for running long, but we had a late lunch.
Don't shitcoin, it's bad for you.
Check. All right. Okay, so we're going to dive right back into the next panel here. Before we do, I'm just going to say a quick thank you to, again, a partner of this event here, Wildcat Coffee. They've been providing you all your caffeine through the event. They provided amazing coffee that we have in the lobby, and they take Bitcoin. If you request it, they will draw you a picture with your order as well. So check out Wildcat, get some coffee, bring it home with you. But we're going to dive into this next asset. Your moderator, Julian, aka Kinetic Finance, on a whole bunch of different media platforms. He's a filmmaker, he's host of Kinetic Finance, he's a multi-platform video channel. He has a multi-platform video channel providing educational and historical explainers on money and markets, and a cutting-edge look into the world of Bitcoin. We've also got Arthur Salzer. He's the CEO of Northland Wealth. Arthur invested in Bitcoin for Northland Wealth's client families in the spring of 2019. After 2,000 hours of due diligence and research, you got your hours in, awesome. Mitch Demeter launched the world's first Bitcoin ATM in Vancouver 2013. Since then, he's gone on to build Netcoins into a leading Canadian exchange. And Scott Deedles is the CEO of Paramount Employee Benefits and Pension Consulting. And they are Canada's only pro-Bitcoin benefits and pension advisory. Let's give a round of applause for your next panel.
Alrighty. So this panel is called Bitcoin as a Reserve Asset. Now, a lot of us have heard this term, reserve asset, reserve currency, but just a bit of a refresher. Maybe I'll get a take from, maybe one person here. What is a reserve asset?
I mean, if you go to what a reserve currency is, currently today it's been the US dollar. It's been that way now for probably 80 years, since the Second World War. And ultimately, it's what the world uses to settle a transaction in at some point. Basically, any wire you do today will, from currency to currency, will convert through the USD at some point in time. When you look at Bitcoin as a reserve asset, could it be, come maybe 2 decades, 5 decades from now, the currency that the world uses that's basically the most neutral currency in the world today, and instead of using a fiat, they'll settle in Bitcoin, but that's still a ways away.
I think a lot of the time when we talk about money, we reference, it was backed by gold, and I think gold is kind of the reserve asset that people acknowledge. That's no longer the case. A lot of people say fiat is backed by nothing, but I think a big part in the fiat plumbing, at least for the US dollar, is the US Treasury note. And maybe we can speak a little bit as to why has that become, I guess, the reserve asset of the world?
Well, I'll argue with you on this. The US dollar, and I got into a discussion actually in Costa Rica with a captain of the US Navy, and the US dollar is backed by energy, and that energy is translated through ships and technology and missiles and people. And that is their proof of work today that allows the US dollar to be the reserve currency of the world. And other countries can, obviously try to challenge that through their version of proof of work. But I think a lot of people that, look and embrace Bitcoin, they don't want the proof of work to be done through violence. They prefer more peaceful means, and using electricity to perform a hash and hopefully, win a block reward over a time, based on a percentage of computers, hashing Bitcoin. I think that's a solution many people prefer.
And Mitchell, you've been working with Bitcoin for a very long time. What to you makes it unique as an asset compared to everything else, real estate, stocks, bonds? What are some of the unique parts to Bitcoin that no other asset shares?
I think that ultimately the inability to create more despite increased demand. Every other asset in the universe, when there's increased demand, you can always increase the supply to kind of start to compensate for the outsized demand. And with Bitcoin, no matter what the demand, there is not the ability to create more. And so I think that makes it the hardest, most sound asset in the universe and an ideal reserve asset.
And so, Scott, you've worked a lot with financial advisors and building portfolios, and I think the common knowledge is this thing called the 60-40 portfolio. It's 40% bonds, 60% equities, other related things. There's different ways to create a portfolio, but in layman's terms, like, how do you qualify how much to allocate into something? What qualifiers do you use on a particular asset to decide I'm going to put in 1% in this versus 20%?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in the context of this conference, the first thing I sort of tell most people the issue is, for 60-40 portfolio holders, that means there's a 0% allocation to Bitcoin. So if you're thinking about potentially having zero exposure to what could end up being the best performing asset of every decade for the foreseeable future, you're short something that has kind of all of the qualities of something that you would be looking for, and what you would have in your portfolio instead are a bunch of other things. Another way to phrase it would be, I think when it comes to more traditional investment vehicles like stocks, bonds, mutual funds, a lot of people have been convinced into, say, overestimating the risk involved with Bitcoin and underestimating the risk involved in holding traditional assets. So you could think about things like the way the valuations that the huge companies are trading at today versus their prospects of continuing to grow and outpace compared to Bitcoin's current size and its ability to outpace a growth of those large companies, say Bitcoin versus Google. So I would say commonly people would, non-Bitcoiners would look at Google and think it's a better 30-year hold than Bitcoin because it's the biggest company in the world and maybe they think it can grow forever. Not realizing Bitcoin has this like theoretical addressable market cap that is vastly bigger than any one company could ever potentially hope. Like, we're talking about this concept that it might end up being a global reserve asset. Google is never going to be anywhere near a global reserve anything. So it's this, in terms of like addressing a percentage of something in a portfolio as it relates to Bitcoin, I try to get people just really trying to decouple the idea of opportunity versus performance. So it's already had this massive run, and that has left a lot of people feeling like they've missed the boat on Bitcoin. I think that's why so many people are drawn to altcoins and other things, because it's their chance to do what happened to early Bitcoiners. But it's just like, if you look even at the room here, like, it's so early. Bitcoin is so small in terms of what it can offer and how many people it could affect by what it can do. So my answer, like, there is no second best. Like, if you want my honest answer, there's I think Bitcoin could be a much bigger percentage of most people's portfolios, even among Bitcoiners.
Well, I mean, now let's jump into the whole 60-40 question. So we at Northland, we're a Canadian multifamily office, and we invest in a similar fashion to the pension plans. And I'm not talking about a bunch of mutual funds that may invest in private equity. I'm talking with the same managers, same fees, using offshore feeder structures in Cayman and around the world. And we were looking at a new portfolio management system about 4 years ago. And it's very complex. The firm's called Adapar. It's a spin-out of Palantir, which was created by Peter Thiel, and the co-founder of Adapar is Joe Lonsdale. And when I was looking at it in Salt Lake City, they said, well, we can basically report in any currency in the world today. I said, really? I said, can you guys report in Bitcoin? And they said, yep, it's here. So they took a sample, balanced portfolio with private equity and real estate and all the great things, and it had a return of something like 13-14% a year, compounded since 2010. That was their sample portfolio. I said, great. Now, instead of US dollars, let's run it in Bitcoin. And that portfolio lost 99.9999% of its worth. And if you use that as your denominating currency, even the best institutional portfolios in the world, using the best managers, you've lost all your money, right? So that really shows you, the power of this new asset class. And people think it's always about the price, and really it's about the network and what this network can do. And we're here, in the great province of Alberta, and there's been so much political pressure against expanding pipelines, for all sorts of reasons. And you look at stranded energy here, or you look at stranded thermal energy in El Salvador, or hydro facilities in Costa Rica. And the reason Western countries are wealthy is because we can export energy, whether it's Russia, whether it's Canada, whether it's the United States, whether it's China. It's not because we're better, it's because we can export our energy. And that gives us free wealth, so to speak, because we can exploit it. And here, you've got all this stranded energy, and all you need to do is to get a generator, put it on a natural gas well, mine Bitcoin with it, and convert that stranded energy into a digital storage. And that, in turn, can be moved, traded, stored anywhere in the world without censorship of the Canadian government or any other government for that matter. And that type of network is, what's it worth? Is it priceless? And that's a big difference. So I know we always talk about the price, but I'd be looking at what the actual network does.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think very few people have really conceptualized how significant of a technological innovation and the opportunity to especially in the context of what's happened politically when the United States made the decision to freeze Russian U.S. treasuries held in Russian banks, what's happening with BRICS countries organizing to maybe not even unseat the US dollar as the reserve, but just change the way money is exchanged globally. It's like the Bitcoin network is crossing over this threshold of becoming this universally available means of exchange in a network where it is impossible to debase or issue any more money. And like, to your point, it's like, how do you even price what that might be worth? And so you're at a $500 billion valuation today, you're thinking about something that could potentially emerge as the apex store of value. So I always talk to people too, about relative risk of investments in portfolios. I'm super bearish on real estate. I always talk about, like, when people tell me you'll often see people kind of glaze over and say, you'll never lose money in real estate. And that's when I'm kind of like, oh, I can't wait to talk to you about Bitcoin. There's going to be an unfolding of the hierarchy in terms of the quality of store of value asset. And this is where I think Bitcoin is going to emerge as a really interesting and new entrant into the conversation, because Bitcoin, I see ultimately demonetizing other places that people are choosing today to store their monetary energy, because it will simply over time prove to be a superior store of value, right? So today, real estate in Canada, in many Canadians' minds, is a sort of bulletproof strategy to build wealth over time. And it's because most of the people investing in real estate during the time that they've been investing have really only seen it go up. And these markets are a mixture of fear and greed, and when there's never a pullback, you end up in this marketplace where there isn't any fear anymore and there's only greed. And that's happening because of people are consistently, over and over again, making the choice that real estate is a superior store of value to the Canadian dollar. Like, this is a subconscious decision that's been confirmed by the market. But over time, and this is why I asked Greg the question at the end of their talk today, as Bitcoin goes 500 billion, 5 trillion, as it grows and grows and grows, what it'll be doing simultaneously is sort of like growing in gravity and showing itself to consistently be a place where capital is safer in terms of retaining and accumulating more energy. So the decision to buy a second house to make it an Airbnb, it's the collection of choices made by individuals. So over time, fewer and fewer people will look at that choice between Bitcoin second property, and it will force a total recalculation and then a repricing of assets based on the relative risk. It's about this sort of the market hasn't properly understood the relative risk of basically how risky Bitcoin is versus how risky stocks, bonds, real estate are. And I think it's partly because it takes a really long time to start to wrap your head around all of these different functions that Bitcoin might be able to offer as an asset, because we haven't really had anything before.
But just think, I mean, you brought the first Bitcoin mine, like ATMs, to Canada.
Correct, yeah.
In Vancouver.
Yeah.
So you can sit in Vancouver and look up at Cole Harbour, and 30% of the lights are on. So there's 2/3 vacant buildings in Cole Harbour. It's the most expensive real estate in Canada. And you can put an ATM right beside it and say, if you think this is a hard asset, try this one. And you can start this like much easier, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the false allure of real estate for a lot of people is they just don't do the math, and they think, okay, well, I don't need to buy it just for the speculative value. It can make me cash flow and all that. And they don't look at, the potential for rate rises and all these things. Like, everyone has been caught off guard. It's now something like 60 to 70% of condo owners cannot make a profit renting at the highest level of rent that you can get for a 1-bedroom in Toronto. One of the things real estate reminds me of sometimes is these altcoin projects where 90% is held by the team in quote unquote lockup. And it's just if the political will is there to unlock it earlier, it gets unlocked. And real estate's sort of the same thing where, we see, so much scarcity in real estate. But if there's enough political will, you end up like China, where all of a sudden the cities get built. And then 20 years down the line, there's empty skyscrapers for miles, and they're tearing them down because they want to do something else with the land. I don't think that's ever going to happen in Canada, but it's just it's always possible, I guess, to overestimate how much real estate to build. One of the questions I want to ask you about Bitcoin as a reserve asset, as we move now into this very real possibility of a Bitcoin spot ETF by the end of the year, is trying to figure out, in a typical portfolio, if you have a client or a pension fund and they decide, we want to make a 1% allocation into this in the next 30 days. As a thought experiment, how would you handle that as a financial advisor? You got a client that says, I want to move something around so that I get a 1% allocation in Bitcoin in the next 30 days. What do you sell to make that happen?
Well, it's pretty easy. So we were probably the first Canadian firm, one of the first in the world, to use a security to invest in Bitcoin. We work I work in the financial industry. It's regulated, and you have to play within those goalposts. It's not, you can't really go put coin on chain, because then you're controlling other people's keys, and that's really against the whole concept of it. We have spot Bitcoins in Canada, so it's easy to buy. The slippage is minimal. The market makers, you can go buy 5 million, 10 million spot easy, and it doesn't move the dial at all. So it's not really a challenge that way. In the US, there will be a spot at some point in time. Part of the due diligence that I did sit down in the headquarters of BlackRock with one of my analysts, and we sat down with the head of blockchain there. To them, basically, blockchain is any form of new computing system that's not legacy is blockchain. That's how they explained it to the BlackRock guys. And I said, well, how big do you think this is going to be? And he said, well, I think if, when it gets approved, and we'll probably be the third mover, we don't want to be the first, but we'll put 11 digits of assets into it very quickly. So that's in the $1 trillion range, and it's the size of GLD. So, today it's so easy in Canada to get exposure to Bitcoin. Now, I've heard about your product on the the saving side, right? So you're actually allowing you know, workers to save in Bitcoin somehow.
Yeah, not in 30 days, but you know, I think that, yeah, I mean, this came through Adam and Bitcoin well, and it's a DCA plan. You know, I think that part of your question, which wasn't part of your question, but you know, there's a debate about, you know, so if you had to move money into Bitcoin in 30 days, 1% of your portfolio, would you smash buy, or would you buy the same amount every day for 30 days, right? And so through Bitcoin Well, we run a program to allow employers to allow employees to buy Bitcoin every pay period, and yeah.
But see, there's a weakness, right? So, I mean, yes, we've got exposure to Bitcoin. You've got a way to do it as well. But these are done through financial securities, and that means they're regulated. And that means there's government involvement. And look at the history of the world. You know, gold was made illegal. Governments did take it away. And when you invest in a security that invests in Bitcoin, that is a possible risk. The risk is probably low, but it's a possible one. And with, you know, the ease of buying Bitcoin through an ATM, I mean, maybe you can walk us through the process on how easy is it to save in Bitcoin through using an ATM as opposed to using you know, a financial security.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the ATMs are one of the on-ramps that are obviously very popular now. And I think that, you know, certain people that don't want to have their bank accounts connected to their Bitcoin, or their KYC connected, then the Bitcoin ATMs are a good on-ramp for them. And it's just quick and easy. You can walk down, you can buy it instantly with cash, and you can take possession directly into your wallet. And so I think that, you know, overall, the dollar cost averaging strategy for savings is probably one of the best ways to protect your financial wealth, or your financial health in general. And I think that, you know, the benefit, whether you're buying from an online exchange or from buying from an ATM, the benefit of self-custody compared to buying through one of these other financial assets is that you do have that sovereignty. And like you said, in Canada, I think the risk of you know, these assets being seized by the government is low, but it's not zero. And when you buy through a Bitcoin ATM or through an online exchange, you're essentially reducing that.
I guess the question that I'm curious of is, I watched a couple interviews about Michael Saylor and how he pulled off his, you know, $500 million, I think, initial Bitcoin buy. And you can't go to Coinbase, click market buy 500 million. You like wreck the books, right? You have to do these like time-weighted strategies, you know, over multiple days or weeks perhaps. And I kind of wonder, it really depends on the size of allocation, but I think, let's just play a game that the biggest pension fund in Canada, the Ontario Teachers Pension? CPP. They want to get a spot Bitcoin exposure. Mechanically, how are they going to do that?
Well, first off, they're going to buy a shit coin and then blow up and have it go to zero.
Yeah.
because
not the best role models, I guess.
They rather have something with real risk and not price risk. So maybe they learn their lesson. Given the size of the firm, I think they're going to follow the leads of large investors like AQR, and they'll probably go to the futures market first. That's where they'll get their exposure. They're used to doing it in all other sorts of commodities, and I think probably for a long time, if not forever, they'll probably interact through the futures market. They don't take physical gold. They don't take physical copper. They want a synthetic, and they'll use futures, I think, and that potentially can push the price. But I think that's the method they'll use.
I mean, so that begs the question, like, the US has had a futures Bitcoin ETF for a while now. Why is that unattractive versus a spot ETF?
Because there's no Bitcoin there. That's the challenge. It's the industry today is there's so much trust put in the system. Yes, there's lots of audit, but there's a lot of trust that's done, and it's very difficult to interact in physical assets. And you can see it in the commodities market. Most open interest in commodities the positions get closed out before settlement because they're not actually moving those physical commodities around. They're simply speculating on them in a leveraged way. It's simply too difficult to move. You can move a lot of Bitcoin. The price will move even more potentially, at least today relative to the future. But I just don't see a lot of large institutions going that route. I think they'll stick to futures.
And sorry, the question for you. So when the spot ETF is approved in the U.S., would they still just try and get their exposure through the futures markets?
Some will, some won't. They'll look at where they allocate Bitcoin to. So if it falls under their commodity book, are they using commodity ETFs to get that exposure, or are they doing it through futures? In most cases, they'll use their futures book to do it. When they look at exposure to S&P 500, the fastest way to do it is you buy the ETF. So it'll really depend on the manager on what type of liquidity they want, whether or not they want the roll risk and where the futures are in the curve. So depending whether there's backwardation or contango, it can be more advantageous to use futures in the short term versus buying physical, and they'll probably make decisions around that. Never be contango in Bitcoin futures. You don't think they'll never ever be? No.
They can't. Look, do the math. It's, that's normal backwardation. Excuse me.
Yeah.
There'll never be normal backwardation in Bitcoin futures.
So it's always going to cost the roll.
The roll is the bleed. If you buy Bitcoin using futures, you failed math. The guys that buy Bitcoin using futures, ETF.
Come on up. Come on, Greg.
You guys need to understand.
But they failed math, though.
Okay,
That's the point.
In a futures curve, oil, normal backwardation because it costs money to store oil. That's why short delivery of oil trades at a higher price than long delivery of oil. In Bitcoin, it's a positively shaped curve called contango. You buy a 3-month Bitcoin future and you roll it down the curve, you're costing money every month. It's the ridiculous way of buying Bitcoin. You can buy oil using futures because you buy a 3-month contract, it rolls down the curve in time, but up the curve in price. That is the meaningful difference between futures for true commodities and futures for Bitcoin that's defined as a commodity but has no storage costs like oil. You need to understand that. So I would argue anyone who does the math will buy with the BlackRock ETF both hands they'll buy it over the futures ETF.
Yeah, but you've got large firms like AQR, right? And they're trumpeting that they're using futures as opposed to spot. They have the ability to conduct spot with any large provider. I mean, they could deal with Fidelity, no problems. But they're like, nope, I'm Cliff Asness, I got a PhD, I'm one of the largest asset managers in the world, and we're using futures because we don't trust the spot market. These guys are so ingrained and so stupid.
I will agree with that in terms of, why did the futures ETF get approved? Because they believe they could control the CME and regulate it through the CME versus the Kraken or CFS benchmarks. It's coming, and they will use the BlackRock ETF because you don't want to bleed 3% on every roll, and that's what the futures curve costs you. I'm sorry to hijack this, but at the end of the day, anyone who's continually rolling down the curve is just bleeding premium to who? The Chicago Pits. The Chicago Pits want you to do it. Logical Bitcoin investors don't do it. That's basically it. Sorry, guys. Thank you very much. Hug your kids.
That was great. All right. One of the things I've worked with, and we've had all these different stories of companies getting involved and having Bitcoin on the balance sheet. Is it really for every company? Is there a specific set of companies, a certain situation in which your profit's a certain level that you should consider adding Bitcoin to the balance sheet or just staying away from it? How would you approach it in terms of filtering what companies you think it's appropriate for versus not, if there are any that are not appropriate?
So I've been part of a few different companies that have held Bitcoin directly on the balance sheet. Neptune Digital Assets is one, and Big Digital Assets is another. And in both of those companies, we're actively working in the space. And to hold those assets directly on our own balance sheet, we needed to create internal policies and procedures and protocols. And sometimes they can be complicated, and they're complicated for the auditors, and there's robust contingency plans to make sure that they're secure, and that there's basically, if three of us are traveling on an airplane at the same time and the plane goes down, that those funds are actually going to be recoverable and accessible by shareholders. And so I don't necessarily think that that self-custody is appropriate for every business. I think that there's obviously a place for the asset on the balance sheet in some way or another, and it may be through a spot ETF or through futures. But I think that any company or any individual that doesn't want to slowly lose their purchasing power over time, they should be holding Bitcoin.
And then I think there's a hierarchy to how adoption of Bitcoin from a reserve asset perspective will go. And I think most of us think that, small players like us first, then mid-sized companies, then big funds, then sovereign nations, sort of in that order. The bigger it is, the harder it's going to be for them to integrate it into their balance sheet and deal with the risks. Would you agree with that?
I'll argue. I mean, and I got into a fight with somebody online about it, but there was a podcast a year ago and a little, and it had Jack Dorsey, had Cathy Woods, and it had Elon Musk. And Jack asked Elon, and Elon came out and said, my largest public investment, my largest investment overall is Tesla. My second largest investment is my private investment in SpaceX. My third largest investment is my investment in Bitcoin. And then I've got, dog shit coin and a couple of other ones that I play with that everybody gets excited about. And he said both Tesla and SpaceX have Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Now, maybe he, was misleading people, but he's there with, a group of, quasi-peers. And for him to say that, that's a hell of a vote of confidence if it's true. So I think you've got some very high-valued companies that do have it on their balance sheets already. We just don't know about it.
I mean, public companies have to report it, though, no?
It's just some tertiary asset.
You don't have to specifically call it out by Bitcoin. You can just say an asset.
You don't have to say, oh, we hold so many shares of. You have an investment portfolio, shows up as a line item, public market securities, done. Could be under a currency. It's there. Maybe it's in the footnotes somewhere, but it depends on the materiality of it. So no, it doesn't necessarily have to show up.
I love to think sometimes, 5 years into the future when CEOs on a wide scale will comprehend what Michael Saylor has done. And it's going to blow people's minds. Like all of a sudden, this guy and his 150,000 Bitcoin on his corporate balance sheet, and MicroStrategies could end up having this $100 billion balance sheet. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
It's going to be interesting to see because I think the first tranche or the second tranche of the Bitcoin that he bought was done through a tender note or like a offering that I think comes due around 2025. And so I don't know if you know the dynamics of it. Is anyone kind of familiar with how they purchased it? If let's just say you borrowed lots of money to buy Bitcoin, way more than is maybe the value of your company, you have bonds coming up that you have to renew in 2026. The price of Bitcoin's not really that much higher. Do you think he would sell the Bitcoin to pay out the bondholders, or he would try and roll it over?
I'll guess, but I presume he would try to roll it, and he'll do a good story and make it happen.
He's gonna break a lot of hearts if he sells some of that Bitcoin. Kind of finishing up here, what kind of barriers, and I want to actually exclude two because I think it's very easy to quote these. What type of barriers do you think companies and funds are having in not buying Bitcoin yet on a fundamental basis? And I want to take two out. You can't say these two. The volatility risk and I think the government's going to ban it risk. What other big things do you think are kind of holding up people from adopting it on the balance sheet?
The ESG bullshit risk. That's it's like a new religion, and maybe it's, you know, we're starting to see some fragmentation and cracks in it, but you look at the institutional adaptation of ESG. We're getting pressure from the regulators that any regulated firm in Canada is going to have ESG reporting and policies on it. Running an investment firm has nothing to do with climate or the weather or, you know, how much power the sun puts out, but that's what they're trying to do. And, you know, maybe the tide will turn, it's possible, but it seems like the direction that it's going, it's becoming part of the new regulations.
Yeah, I would say overall education is probably the biggest thing that's holding companies back. And I think that, you know, as time goes by and the asset is validated in the mainstream, that piece is that gap is closing. But right now, there's just a lack of conviction, but by most people, there's a lack of education on how to properly store their assets, and I think that there's kind of reputational risk, and all of those things are dissolving or disappearing as there's more and more education.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Mitch and say, for sure, that's the biggest one. Like, super quick anecdotal story. My accountant bought a Bitcoin to be corporately owned at around 40,000 US and messaged me at 21, call it in January, like, you know, how soon do you think I can get back to break even so I can sell this thing? And like, that's really all he's worried about, and he's just worried about the opportunity cost of not having been able to make 3% in his you know, short-term interest-bearing certificates during that time. So it's just really, it's not just that people don't understand like these things we were talking about earlier in the conversation about what it could be, like they really just don't have a concept of, you know, I think it's that idea of some of these more bullish potential price targets to total Bitcoin outsiders really seem insane. And they could be, they might end up being, but there's a lot within the realm of possibility as far as appreciation yet, which it takes a lot of education to appreciate and be comfortable with. The other thing, I think, without getting too far deep into it, there are some issues with accounting. And so the price fluctuations of Bitcoin on your balance sheet can pose problems for companies depending on how they bought it and where it's sitting on their balance sheet.
This is really like trying to just get a last question in here. Do you think long-term Bitcoin should be seen as a commodity or a currency under regulatory framework?
I think it'll end up being a digital commodity, but from a use case, it'll behave and act more like a currency. I mean, you look at the problems, I think most people here know the problems of fiat, and whether you create a digital version of fiat through a central bank digital currency, whether it's US backed or Chinese backed or somewhere else, the problems are still there. And it's hard to measure, you know, what the total supply is, what the creation rate is. I mean, for crying out loud, I mean, you look at the US, you know, government, they ran into, you know, a debt ceiling issue a month ago, and within 30 days, they've added more federal debt than the entire TARP program during the Great Financial Crisis in 30 days, right? During the lockdowns in Canada, we took federal debt at $700 billion, and now it's close to $1.5 trillion. And if you ask them for an accounting of it, they can't do it or they won't do it. So the problems of the currencies are there, and they're mostly digital already. And I think, you know, countries, especially countries that have energy that they want to sell, will be looking to the most neutral, form of currency, or our asset, even, and it's really the same thing, whether it's a digital asset or currency, it's the same thing nowadays. And I think they are slowly waking up to the fact that they can use Bitcoin, that other countries will do it, and they know that neither party has an advantage, one way or the other. They don't have to use the dollar to settle. They don't have to trust the Chinese. They don't have to trust the Russians. And this is the neutral one that they'll be able to trade in, without those worries. And I think you will see adaptation come slowly, then suddenly.
We'll pass it on really quick. Bitcoin, what do you prefer, commodity or currency?
I think it can be both, and like you said, I think that it will act as both. It'll take more time for the currency piece to play out. I think it'll be classified technically or legally as a commodity for longer, just because they'd want to avoid that stamp of approval saying this is actually officially a currency. But I think it's already has the properties of both, but it'll maintain the classification of commodity for a long time.
Just to be different and not repeat you guys, I'll say over a way longer time frame, Gresham's law. I think that as long as if Bitcoin doesn't break, if something doesn't go catastrophically wrong with the protocol, then it will just be the only monetary network in the world. So whether that's in 10 years or in 50 years or 100 years, it will just be money.
Well, thanks a lot. Let's wrap it up.
Okay, let's give one more round of applause for our panel here. And for the other half of the panel, Greg out in the lobby. We have another panel coming up here shortly. Actually, I'll ask them to make their way up here and get seated if we have them. Yeah, we've got everybody. Okay, make your way out, and we're gonna get some microphones out to you guys. So, or no, we already have. You're already set. Awesome. Okay, we're down one, are we?
Grandma's right there, but Grandma needs 5 minutes. We'll all wait.
Yeah, we'll yeah, exactly. I'm gonna give a little intro, and Graham will pop in momentarily, but I'll give an intro and we'll get started in a sec here. So this panel, I'm very interested to hear this one. I think it's a great topic. It's a panel called "Alberta is the Place for Bitcoin." And so we've got a few people on the panel here. Your moderator, Derek Fildebrandt, is the publisher, president, and CEO of Western Standard New Media Corp. He served from 2015 to 2019 as the Alberta MLA for Strathmore Brooks and as finance critic of the Wild Rose official opposition. From 2009 to 2014, he served as National Research Director and Alberta Director of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. We also have on the panel the Honourable Nate Glubish. He's the Provincial Minister of Technology and Innovation. Prior to his service as an elected official, Mr. Glubish dedicated his professional life to facilitating investment in Alberta's technology companies. We also have Ben Harper, who I had the pleasure of meeting at a local Calgary meetup a few months back. There's a mining panel, which was super awesome, but Ben Harper is a financial associate with Luxor Technologies. Ben helps build the software and financial service infrastructure to secure the Bitcoin network. And shortly, we'll have joining us, he's a man of many talents, and he's been working some of the AV as well. But in a moment, we will have Graham Wardle join us, who's been on some of the other panels in the previous day. And he's a Canadian actor and poet. He's best known for his role as Ty Borden in the popular TV series Heartland for 15 years. Outside of his screen presence, he channels his insights into the Time Has Come podcast, facilitating intriguing conversations with a mix of guests from all walks of life. He ran, and I think we've got, do we have a mic up there for you? There's an extra one, we can pass it down. Oh, wait, no, there's one coming. Okay, awesome. Let's give a round of applause for our panel, and we'll get it going.
Thank you very much. I love Bitcoin events because they're a rare opportunity for me to feel like a moderate in the room. I'm really excited for this. Dave Bradley asked me to do it. I absolutely had to. And I think we've got a really great and interesting panel here. It's not news for me to tell you, but Alberta has quietly become a real powerhouse in Bitcoin, on a few levels of Bitcoin. One of the leading jurisdictions in the world. We're home to a number of exchanges, brokerages, and we have dozens of mining companies, particularly for with our Alberta natural resource, energy resources becomes a major asset. We have excellent user adoption. We even have a Bitcoiner as premier, all alongside a booming tech sector. So this panel is going to explore why Alberta is the Bitcoin capital of Canada and what role Bitcoin might play in our future as Albertans. So I'll start off probably the most generic question I've got. Why has, we'll start with Minister Grubish perhaps. Why has Bitcoin taken off in Alberta so strongly compared with other parts of Canada or even globally?
Sure, well thanks, Derek. I think part of it is just that Alberta really is, out of all the provinces in Canada, it focuses on freedom. That's a part of our culture, it's a part of our DNA. And no matter where you call home in Alberta, that's something that I think is just a part of who we are as Albertans, more so than anywhere else in the country. Not to say that Canada doesn't like freedom, I know they do, but Alberta's a special place. I think all of us who call Alberta home know that. And one of the things about Bitcoin is this, it's all about trying to say, I want more freedom over my finances. I want more freedom from government intervention. I want, I don't want the government controlling the money supply, and this is a way to move towards a system that is outside of the reach of government. And I think that kind of a message resonates more in Alberta than it would in other places, all else equal, just generally speaking. So those are some initial thoughts.
The second question I've written, got prepared here, I think touches on it, and I think they kind of combine a lot. So maybe I'll put it this way. Start with you, Ben. The rise of Bitcoin in Alberta, is it primarily, do you think, because it's a particularly business-friendly jurisdiction, at least relative to the rest of Canada? Or are there other social or political factors maybe playing a bigger role? Is it more cultural than necessarily just that we have a more government business-friendly environment?
Yeah, so I think Minister Grubish touched great on the cultural side. I can focus more on the economic side for some background. Work for Luxor Technologies, which is a mining software and services company. We work with miners all over the world, but here in Alberta, and there's sort of an economic reason, I think, on both sides. One on the side, why Alberta has chose Bitcoin, but why is Bitcoin chose Alberta? And so previously, actually before joining this role, I was in the Alberta government as a policy advisor, and you think through what are kind of the big public policy challenges at the provincial level, right? It's jobs, particularly in rural and remote regions. It's diversification of the economy, and it's international market access, as well as revolutionizing or upgrading energy systems and environmental practices. Bitcoin mining in particular brings a ton in terms of all of those points, right? On the jobs front, there are hundreds of people already that work in the sector across the province, almost all in rural and remote regions, which is really interesting for a high-tech sector. And in terms of diversification, I think there's a lot of talk of, I call it qualitative diversification, something unrelated to the energy industry. But I think what Bitcoin mining has is it's very energy related, except energy is an input. And so when those energy prices drop, your margins as a Bitcoin miner actually increase. And so there's some quantitative diversification. And then in terms of international market access, right? It is a product that is exported over the internet. As long as you have an internet connection, the power is location agnostic, and Bitcoin mining goes wherever power is cheap and stranded, and that could be our provincial slogan, basically. We have tons of stranded, low-cost power.
Can I jump on that real quick?
Just before you, I was going to say, unlike pipelines, the federal government can't stop the internet, but then I thought,
Don't give them ideas.
Shh. Yeah, so Ben touched on something that I think is really important, and it comes back to the original question of why are we seeing Alberta really adopt this maybe at a faster rate than other provinces in the country. And it comes down to the fact that you can mine Bitcoin by using energy. We have an abundance of energy, and the rest of the country is telling us they don't want us to export that energy by saying we don't want your pipelines. And so we have all of this natural resource wealth stranded in Alberta. But at the end of the day, if we can transform that natural gas into computing processing power, which then can be converted into Bitcoin, which has a global market and a global reach, then that is a way to monetize our energy resources that is thinking outside the box. It's a very innovative approach. And this could become a way for Albertans to ensure that we secure our financial future, even if other jurisdictions in Canada might say, we don't want you to build more pipelines.
And just quickly, one more thing, because Minister Glubish is modest. I mean, a lot of it has to do with what his government has done in attracting businesses to this jurisdiction. On the tax front, it's incomparable across the country. On the regulatory front, welcoming of businesses, it's not comparable, and we have the highest skilled labor force.
Graham?
What's my thoughts about Alberta and Bitcoin?
Why is Alberta standing out so distinctly from the rest of Canada as a jurisdiction for Bitcoin? Both, it is kind of a global hub, but it's within Canada relative to other provinces. It's so far ahead. What are the main reasons driving that? Do you believe?
So for me, I'm an actor, for those who don't know, and poet and stuff. So I deal with the inner world, and so that's what my sort of focus has been on my whole life. And so when I look at Bitcoin, I see the values and the principles of the spirit of it, and I go, that spirit aligns, from my perspective, very closely with Albertans. Their spirit of freedom, they're loud and proud, they're out there living their best life, working hard. They live the proof of work sort of methodology. And so that's the alignment that I see, and I think that that's an opportunity for Alberta to kind of lead the way and show the rest of Canada and the world, these are the values, these are the principles that we uphold, and they perfectly align with Bitcoin, and here's how they work together. And I think that's how we incorporate more people into understanding Bitcoin, like I said earlier in the conference yesterday, is that if we can align and connect with people on their values and then reveal to them, you're already interested in Bitcoin because these are the values of Bitcoin too. I think that makes it an easier educational point, a bridge to get people interested, because they go, oh, these are the values that I hold near and dear to my heart. Self-sovereignty, integrity, freedom, proof of work, getting out there and getting stuff done. And you go, look, this is how Bitcoin works. And you go, oh, okay, well, tell me more about it. So that's what I'm excited about, and that's why I see the bridge to get there.
Here. You massively anticipated my next question. I kind of consider myself the king of segues. I think I'm pretty good at it, but sometimes I write questions in a way that they flow together maybe too well. So maybe we'll start with, go to you, Ben. So I want to maybe just focus on, what are the connections, if any, between the moral or cultural values of Albertans and Bitcoin? I know we've talked, freedom, self-sovereignty, those are kind of the easy ones. Those of us who sit around thinking about this all day, it's very obvious, but, to the average Albertan who doesn't come to a Bitcoin conference, which is, a lot. How is it connecting with the everyday values, spoken or unspoken, of Albertans? What's the moral, cultural, and values connection between, Bitcoin and Alberta values?
I think actually my two colleagues up here touched on it perfectly. Like you said, there's the freedom, the liberty side, but I think the proof of work is the real. It's that, your stake is what you bring to the table in terms of the work that you do, which differs from, of course, other protocols in terms of what you have, determining what you get. And so I think that would be the kind of the key factor. It's the proof of work, right? And we understand that, especially on the energy side, right? Lots of other places, even though they are trying to reduce carbon emissions or whatever it is, just take a blanket view that all energy use is bad. Here's an example, right? Albertans understand that that is not the case. That is not a nuanced view of whatever goals it is you're trying to achieve. They know that progress is through more energy, through more work, through more innovation. It's not about sitting back on your pile of whatever proof of stake currency you have and making sure that that's what determines your say, right? It's about the work that you put in, and it's constant and it's relentless. And agriculture, oil and gas, everybody in ththose sectors gets it.
All right, so this next question, I don't think you two are going to anticipate this one overly. We're going to talk about, comes from at least, the Social Credit Party in the 1930s. Alberta's unique in Canada that we're the only, as far as I know at least, in Canadian history, we're the only province that more or less tried to establish its own currency, which was a pretty direct violation of the British North America Act. But in the 1930s, we had something called the Social Credit Party, and they had some pretty funny ideas about currency that I don't think most of us would share. But they introduced kind of a rival currency that they called prosperity bonds as it was a rival fiat currency with the Canadian dollar. Collapsed quickly, was ruled unconstitutional. Very importantly, no one believed it was worth anything. But I think there's something to the idea of Alberta trying to break its currency away from the Eastern-dominated Bank of Canada, which primarily serves the interests, if you could, most charitably described as Eastern economic interests. It's gonna make moves on interests that generally serve Eastern Canada, vote-rich parts of the country, not Alberta and Saskatchewan. So. And it kind of goes into the larger conversation that we've been having in Alberta, particularly ramping up over the last few years about our economic and political sovereignty, greater independence for Alberta in one form or another. Bitcoin's obviously in a completely different universe than Bill Eberhardt's prosperity bonds, and it probably wouldn't face the same kind of constitutional challenges because it's not a government-issued currency. But should Alberta we'll start with the minister. Should the government of Alberta take measures using Bitcoin to try and displace the Canadian dollar very actively as the dominant currency in Alberta? And if so, what steps would you see it taking? Turn off the cameras. I want to speak freely.
Well, let me start. So I'll get to your question. I know this isn't question period, so I do have to answer the question.
I know what you're doing.
But first, I want to start with one. I think it's important that we consider the two angles to this, right? Because you use the word Alberta this, Alberta that. There's sort of two angles to interpret that. There's the Alberta government, which is an official position of the province, stewarded by the ministers who are appointed by the premier, who is essentially the leader of the party that received the most votes and won the most seats. And then there are just Albertans in general who, through their behavior, are making decisions. And so on the latter, I think we would probably all agree that there's a significant proportion of the population in Alberta who have a reasonable level of mistrust of Ottawa and of the institutions in Ottawa not being focused on Albertans' best interests, and that would include the Bank of Canada. And as a result, to see a larger share of Albertans taking steps to insulate them from that, and perhaps if Bitcoin ends up being the tool they can use to do that, it would make sense that they would be maybe more earlier adopters at a greater level for those reasons. Now, in terms of what should or could the role of the government of Alberta be, first let me say there is no government policy around this today. So don't go and say that Nate Glubish said that Alberta is going to go and
I have a reporter sitting right there.
But I think it would be a stretch to say that Albertans have given the government of Alberta a mandate to explore that today. No matter how much we might have differences with Ottawa and be fighting for more of a fair deal, I believe it would be a bit of a stretch to be the first jurisdiction to go all in on Bitcoin. But what I can say is that the Alberta government is very interested in this space. We want to see it grow in Alberta. We would love to see more Bitcoin mining capacity be built here. We want to attract more investment in that space because we see the value. It's a win-win for all Albertans. It's an opportunity to turn stranded natural gas into real dollars for the benefit of those who do the work, but also for the Albertans who own the natural resource that powers the work. So that will be our focus in the short term as a government, is what are the things we can do now from a policy perspective, from a promotion perspective, from just a talking about it and shining a light on it perspective, to make sure that those folks who are out there building and doing and making the decisions that help to build capacity in mining more Bitcoin, to choose Alberta as their destination, to choose Alberta where they want to put their capital to work. I think by focusing on that for now, that is something that we all can benefit from and draw some conclusions that, like, even if you don't understand Bitcoin, if you see hundreds of millions of dollars of investment creating jobs and building infrastructure in Alberta, that's good news.
And can I jump in there? Because
yeah,
I think it's very much the right approach, right? There's a top-down approach, which is the government approach, and there's the bottom-up. And what have we been talking about in this panel is important to the community of Bitcoin and to Albertans. It's the bottom-up approach, right? And that is very different from what happened in the 1930s with social credit. And so, I think that's the right approach. Making something legal tender, for example, is forcing other people to accept it, right? That's not very libertarian or open in terms of consent. And so, I think if people want to use Bitcoin, that's great. I think a lot of them will, particularly because of that mistrust, a lot of it warranted. But I do think the bottom-up approach is right. We don't want to replace an Ottawa fiat with an Edmonton fiat.
Perhaps I could put it another way. We'll start with Graham, but everyone can feel free to chime in on this. And I don't think there would be, I think it would be clearly unconstitutional for Alberta tomorrow to declare the Canadian dollar is not used, we're using Bitcoin. I mean, I'd support it because it's cool, but it's not going to happen. But bottom-up approaches that government could take, perhaps, to incentivize greater uptake of Bitcoin as maybe not the dominant currency, but a more accepted currency. The idea of perhaps allowing Albertans to directly pay their businesses and individuals to pay their taxes in Bitcoin, receive seems very anti-Bitcoin philosophy, but receive their government benefits in Bitcoin. I don't know how much uptake there would be on that. But others have suggested in my conversations that that the Heritage Fund hold Bitcoin as a part of its portfolio, not forcing Albertans to use it as a legal tender. But what are measures that the government of Alberta could take that would see us adopt it as a greater and greater proportion of our currency vis-a-vis the Canadian dollar?
Well, I agree. I think it's a bottom-up approach. And I mean, last night I was trying to fall asleep, and all these ideas were popping into my head about Bitcoin Rodeo and what we're doing here. And I just kept thinking it's education, and it's creating fun activities and events to bring people into the culture of Bitcoin so that they ask for it. I think when people start asking for it, the regular people, when they start understanding it, I think those solutions or those ideas will automatically be presented. And that's what was happening to me last night. I'm falling asleep and I'm thinking about games and things for Bitcoin rodeos where kids they're collecting like little plastic balls, and they're transactions, and you put them into this bucket, and then the people are on little speed bikes or something, and they're powering the miners, and they're guessing numbers, and people and kids are participating in a fun game and an activity, and they're learning about how Bitcoin works. And I think that finding solutions, finding creative games and ways to include the public that is fun, that speaks to the values of Albertans, that educates them, they start to go, oh wow, this is not just math, it's not just numbers, it's not just boring finance, this isn't, it creates an actual activity and a memorable moment. And then they go, wow, like, let me learn about actually the renewable energy that we can use for mining, or the flaring that we can then capture and then power our miners with. I think creating activities and challenges and games around these themes that are the cornerstones of Bitcoin will create a demand for the asset and to implementation in people's lives.
and then they're going to go to the representatives and say, what are the solutions? What can we make happen? So I think that these ideas will come when the people demand it, and I think they'll demand it when they understand it, they have fun with it, and it aligns with their principles and their values.
Could someone tell me just how much time we've got left on this? 25 minutes. Too bad everyone anticipated all my questions.
Can I follow up on that? Because I think it's a good question. And so I think one of the things that we need to be honest about right now is Bitcoin is still very volatile. I don't think anyone would dispute that. And I think most of the people who are in this room for a conference all about Bitcoin, you probably have a very long-term view on Bitcoin. And so that volatility doesn't bother you because you're focused on 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, 100 years from now. And that's fine. But ordinary Albertans who don't follow Bitcoin, who don't know anything about it, that volatility is not good for them, and they don't get it, and they would be averse to that. And so for that reason, I think that is why folks who are in the Bitcoin space need to have a healthy respect for governments who will be hesitant to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet, for example, at this stage in time, because our job is not to invest and to speculate. Our job is to be a steward on behalf of the taxpayer, to make sure we are, number one, delivering the services that Albertans need the most, like healthcare and education, public safety, et cetera. And by rendering Alberta's finances extremely volatile, that would be, I think, doing Albertans a disservice at this stage. But to the points raised by yourself and others on this panel, there's a lot of things that have been discussed that will cause more and more people to want to own and use Bitcoin. And as that demand increases, the volatility will go down. That's my belief. As the volatility comes down, then the conversation, or I guess the intellectual exercise of saying what's the right role for a government to consider putting Bitcoin on the balance sheet becomes a whole lot more of a mainstream conversation instead of a fringe conversation. And I don't use that word fringe in like the politically loaded way that it sometimes is used.
I don't think a lot of people here take as much offense to that term as you might suppose. Actually, I understand the original question I put to you was an impossible question to put to an elected official, especially in front of cameras. I mean, the wrong answer, and you're getting it.
Didn't stop you from trying, though.
It's my job. Your job is to fight me on it. But allow me to maybe phrase it another way, more theoretical, not what should the government do, but what are possible things government can do. Uptake in Bitcoin use will continue to go up, almost, I think, inevitably in time. But become more passive, maybe passive approaches rather than aggressive approaches. As I said, things like the ability to pay your taxes in it. That might de facto result in the government having at least a small bit of Bitcoin on its balance sheets, not a lot, but some theoretical passive approaches that government could consider, not mistaking it whatsoever as you saying, this is what we should do. It's something that's going to get you in trouble.
Well, I think one of the obstacles to accepting it, at least today, is, well, two things. There's the volatility I already mentioned, and then there's the transaction costs. So as volatility comes down and transaction costs come down, then I think there might be more space for an intellectual exercise to do the due diligence and say, can we justify this in terms of representing the interests of all Albertans, not just the interests of those Albertans who use Bitcoin and want to use it in more aspects of their life. I think we're still a ways away from that. But to my earlier points, I think for those who are in the Bitcoin community, especially folks who are looking to put investments into building mining infrastructure, we absolutely welcome that. We want to be the destination of choice in Canada and North America. We believe we have all of the natural building blocks of the natural resources, a cold weather climate, which means that for half the year it's not going to be very hard to cool your data centers. We've got a very innovative workforce, a well-trained workforce. We have all of the things you need. The recipe for success, all the ingredients are here. And you've got a political climate that's very receptive and wants to see you succeed, wants to see you grow. I think that is what you're going to see from the Alberta government for the near future, is focusing on that angle to say, let's get more of this happening in Alberta, more investment, more processing power, more production of Bitcoin with local Alberta companies. And over time, it will become more commonplace and more mainstream. And as the rest of the world wrestles with the Bitcoin conversation, if there ends up being more demand, as I think everyone in this room who's come to this conference today probably thinks there will be, you will see that volatility come down, you will see that demand go up, you will see transaction costs come down, and then governments all of a sudden will be in a less precarious position for exploring ways to transact with it.
Hey, I'm just going to jump in there because I do think the mining angle is kind of the key. Everybody can see the impact that it has. There's a light bulb moment for a lot of Albertans. We have all this stranded flare gas. We have all these orphan wells. We have problems getting renewables on the grid in a way that's sustainable, right? These are all things that in other parts of the world and off-grid in Alberta are already making improvements. You know, you could do something like accept payments, have an exchange on the back end so that you pay your tax in Bitcoin, but it doesn't sit on the balance sheet. Problem with that, right, is a lot of people don't want to give up their Bitcoin to the government, right? That's the first thing. I mean, it's a nice signal. I know places like Colorado have done it. I think it's a minor point. I think it's ground up.
Good pun.
Yeah.
I'm a dad.
But yeah, I think the mining side, because it gets so much to what the kind of social, political, economic issues and priorities of the province are. I think that's what got me in the space, right? I studied economics, so I was challenged in Bitcoin education right from the start. But once I saw the energy angle, once I saw that you can get resources to market, that's what powers and secures this protocol. That's a powerful insight.
Graham, maybe we'll turn it towards maybe the other side of the coin. Again, another bad pun. I don't think a lot of the political class was particularly aware of the true power of Bitcoin as a subversive force. And I use the word subversive in the most positive way it can be until the Freedom Convoy. And then a bunch of light bulbs started going off in Ottawa and a lot of provincial capitals saying, oh, shit, this is a currency, it works, and it's extremely difficult, or depending on the custodial state of it, impossible to control. And it's scared a lot of them. And I think they're just starting to get their heads around it and I think they're seeing it from a security threat angle. And of course, criminal elements could obviously use
security to their power.
I mean, like the Freedom Convoy, significant funds were able to be moved, and they're able to call up the banks and, frankly, steal people's money. But Bitcoin was a lot more difficult, especially if people were doing it in the safe custodians around it. What risks do you see from Ottawa, the federal government, towards Alberta's ability to continue embracing Bitcoin?
I'm not super qualified to talk about that. I mean, I can talk about the broad spectrum thing about the nature of people in power wanting to retain power. And so I think they're going to do their best to do that. I don't think they're going to give up an easy fight. I think when you have this central banking sort of system that's been around for a while now, and that the power that comes with that, and the ability to shut people's bank accounts down, we're going to have to fight to have this power taken back, because I don't think they're just going to give it up. Like, oops, I'm sure these gentlemen have some interesting insights on this as well. But I would just say, from that sort of broad perspective, that this is going to take each and every one of us that understand the significance and the importance of sound money to really stand up and fight and to speak up for it and to live that life as best we can in our day-to-day lives, in the conversations that we have and what we participate in, what we spend our money on, because this is something worth fighting for. I was just reading yesterday, I think it was the Declaration of Independence and all the people that helped write it, and some of them were tortured and chased out and died poor, and all the things that they went through. And I went like, what are we going to go through to stand up for Bitcoin? What are we going to have to face? And I'm inspired by the people in the past that have made tremendous contributions to society. And I think Bitcoin is a tremendous contribution to society. And so I think about what can I do and how far am I willing to go to stand up for this new technology and what it represents for freedom and for the progress of humanity and for how our society will change if we can really get behind this and stand in integrity and fight for freedom. So those are my thoughts about, yeah, the truckers and Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think particularly the current government in Ottawa sees it as a threat to their control of the financial system. Another reason I like Bitcoin. I mean, I can speak more on the mining side. They've definitely threatened the mining business in Canada.
Maybe elaborate on that. What federal measures they might take to try and stop it?
Coincidentally, after the trucker protest, a bunch of unfavorable tax measures for Bitcoin miners were rolled out, completely unrelated, of course. Basically saying that any Bitcoin mining data center isn't able to claim back input tax credits like every other data center business. So, you have one type of server on this rack, you can get your tax credits for that, but not the Bitcoin mining machine on this. And so that's fairly significant. At our business, we run a content cycle hash rate index. We do a yearly report on Canada and most other major jurisdictions. We estimate that since that time, our market share globally is about halved from about 12-13% to 6-7% in terms of network hash rate. So there's quite a fight on the mining side. Now, the good thing about being in Alberta, of course, when you have lower taxes, claiming those taxes isn't as punitive. So it does make Alberta more attractive relative to other jurisdictions in Canada, unfortunately making Canada less attractive to everywhere else in the world. So that's just one policy that hits the mining side that I know. And mining is particularly for this Liberal government, that it's not just the financial. They're against all energy use. They're degrowthers. They are against advancement. They believe that by turning in and turning off, we're going to somehow progress. And so it's a perfect attack vector for them. But in a country like Canada that generates so much electricity, here's a stat: we generate more electricity than all G20 countries. We generate 30% more than the United States per capita. I'm talking per capita, of course. 30% more than the United States, which is second place. 150% more kilowatt hours per capita than the G20 average. And so, you have places like Quebec even that aren't like Ontario. They're struggling with losing referendum votes in Maine to build transmission lines with all that excess power, yet Hydro-Quebec is putting a moratorium on new interconnections for mining businesses. And so, definitely the people in Ottawa and in other parts of the country are definitely a threat to the industry on the mining side, and the results have been not good. We've seen in our business, we've seen stuff move down south in the United States. We're seeing business move to the Middle East and Latin America, and that's unfortunate because we have the resources, we have the people, and we should take that opportunity.
Minister, I think Ben spoke very well on the mining side, and I can very easily see Ottawa use the environmental Trojan horse, the way they have on a lot of fronts so far, to insert themselves into Alberta to try and retard the growth of Bitcoin mining. But maybe you could speak to potential threats you might see from Ottawa towards maybe general uptake of Bitcoin. It's the ability of Albertans to use it as they see fit, as I believe Ottawa sees it as an environmental threat, but also very much from their strange perspective as a security threat and an economic dominance threat as well, perhaps.
Sure. So, I guess I'll start by saying that I try not to put myself in the shoes of the Liberal government in Ottawa too much because it makes my head hurt. But I understand, our panel today has talked about a lot of the reasons why they think that Ottawa doesn't like Bitcoin or will try to stand in the way of progress, economic and technological progress in Alberta as it relates to Bitcoin mining or energy in general. So I don't need to dig on that, but I certainly don't want to give them any new ideas. I think our focus, again, as a government is going to be pushing back on Ottawa or wherever we believe that they are creeping into our jurisdiction. Anything to do with the development of our natural resources, they need to stay out of that. That is our constitutionally protected sovereign area of jurisdiction as a province, and we will fight to our dying day to protect that. And I think that there's an extension of that that touches on the Bitcoin mining space. That is a new, innovative way to develop our natural resources and to turn it into something of value that benefits Albertans, as well as creates economic opportunity for folks in the business community who see that opportunity and then do the work and invest the capital and take the risk to reap that reward. And we celebrate that. We celebrate risk-taking. We celebrate hard work and entrepreneurial spirit. That's one of the things that makes Alberta great, and we will continue to celebrate that and fight for the maximum amount of freedom possible to develop that kind of work ethic and those kinds of investments and to develop our natural resources. So I think we need to come back to your question, we need to be prepared for anything, because nothing would surprise me coming out of the current administration in Ottawa when it comes to trying to find ways to slow down economic opportunity and progress and development of our energy resources in Alberta. But in the meantime, that's why we need to be focused first and foremost on defending our jurisdiction, and that's what you can expect from this Alberta government.
And education, yeah? Like educating people. I think education, yes, is a big part of defense in this from Ottawa, educating people about, and like what we're doing here, and then expanding this, because if people are more educated about this asset, then they can see, they'll see through the lies that are coming out of Ottawa when they try to, whatever they try next, you know? At least that's what I see.
Well, I mean, sooner or later, if more Canadians are better educated about the ways in which any level of government, I don't want to just pile on only on one right now, because you guys already know that as a Conservative MLA, I'm not a fan of the current Ottawa administration. That's not a surprise. But anywhere in Canada, if you're not a fan of a level of government, then you have the power ultimately to vote them out. Whether that's me in 4 years, or whether that's Ottawa and Trudeau in the next 2 years, or whether that's in municipal government. That is one of the things that, for all of the things that maybe aren't perfect about Canada, the thing that I love about Canada is that we are still a free country. We still have elections that we can have confidence in, and we can have our say. We know that Albertans are frustrated because even if we vote 100% Conservative, that doesn't determine the outcome of the federal election. And that's, I think, where some of the frustration comes from here. But as more and more Canadians become more educated about ways in which different levels of government are either doing a good job or a poor job, treating them fairly or unfairly, then they will be more motivated to show up and vote and cast their vote and reward folks who are focused on giving them maximum choice, maximum freedom, best opportunities for them and their families. I certainly have a certain political leaning on what I think will deliver those results for Canadians and for Albertans, but ultimately it will be up to all Canadians to make those decisions. But to your point, the better educated people are about those things, I think the better decisions we all can make.
Maybe we'll do just a bit more on the education front here. You know, you talked about some kind of games and activities with kids, but I feel like that kind of thing would be fairly limited. I mean, where was it you saw that?
You know, it was just, you know, when you're falling asleep and ideas are kind of popping in your head and you're just kind of...
Oh, this was in your head you saw this?
This is literally in my head.
Okay.
I was just seeing these ideas and I'm just thinking about ways in which you can engage the public. Because when you talk about mining, they're like, oh, these other computers, they're using this energy. And then they, oh yeah, I saw something on the news, it uses more energy than this country. And that's at most people, that's just the surface, just the title, right? So it's like, how could you create activities, like proof of work activities, that people go, this is why proof of work is better than proof of stake. Here's how it works. Here's a game. Here's how having fun doing this. I don't know, this just came to me, you know, late last night, I'm falling asleep. But I was just thinking, you know, this is...
I was thinking that was a weird summer camp.
Yeah, no,
Stay tuned, summer 2024.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's just some ideas, and I've written some down because I thought, you know, when I was young, I was in Boy Scouts, and, you know, you learn to build a fire, and you go camping, you're out in the woods, you're taking care of nature, you're learning about nature. It really impacted my life. And I think, well, how do you teach those valuable lessons of the cornerstones of Bitcoin, self-sovereignty and personal responsibility, your private keys, all these different ideas that are sort of embedded within Bitcoin? How do you turn those into experiences and games and activities for people, as for kids too, but so the parents can bring their kids, they're having fun, but at the same time, they're learning about this is how it works. And you break down this sort of like mystical, you know, because when people talk about money, at least for me, a lot in my life. It was like, oh, that's too smart. There's all this math. There's just glaze over. And that's what I've realized when I talk to people about Bitcoin is they kind of go this glaze over look. Actually, when I was filming Heartland years ago, and I was in the van, you're driving home from set, and one of the little girls that was an actress on the show, we were talking about Bitcoin or something, and her mom was in the car. I was talking with her about it. And her daughter, who's the actress, asked about it. And we were talking about money and stuff, and I said, well, if you were at a birthday party, and they took the Kool-Aid, and they poured themselves some glass of Kool-Aid, but then they poured some water in the rest of it, and then they started giving it to the other kids. It wouldn't be as sweet. It wouldn't be as, it wouldn't taste as good. I said, that's what they're doing with the money. They're watering it down so all the other kids don't get the good Kool-Aid. She goes, oh, I get it. They're cheating. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how do we create activities, visual metaphors, and fun experiences for people to remember, and then it sticks in their brain? That's what I'm excited about, and that's what I think is a big educational point, because as a child, like I said, going camping with my dad, learning how to build a fire, that stuck with me. So how can we create experiences and fun, family, basically create the culture of Bitcoin beyond just us talking about finance? How do we create the culture of Bitcoin to include the families, include the everyday person in a fun activity?
What we need, I guess, is the children's lemonade stand version of a Bitcoin mine.
Yes.
Bring back children miners.
Yes.
I hesitate
Child
to
labor laws are
interject on-
destroying this country.
I hesitate to interject after that comment. But just to build on what Graham was saying, like what I like about what he's saying is this is, at the end of the day, it's about demystifying something. And so like in my previous life before politics, I was a venture capital investor. And part of my job was, finding all of the best tech ideas that I could see and all the smartest people out there building the next greatest idea. And then say, which out of all of these hundreds of people I've talked to, which 5 or 10 do I want to actually learn enough about them to tell their story to my board and to my investors to say, I think we should put our money here. And it wasn't because I could tell them about all these kinds of really fancy math or science or some kind of jargon. It was make it a relatable story. Make it something that an ordinary person without a technology background could understand and say, I understand what you're trying to do. I understand why it's important. I understand why it will make life better for people and ultimately why people will pay for it. So if we could have that same analogy to say, we're educating the public, and that includes educating young people about the principles that you've just shared, Graham, I think those kinds of things will be really exciting to see what that does and the kind of foundation that will lay in Alberta and across the country.
All right. Maybe we'll give each of you roughly 2 minutes. Just kind of give me your the best bit of wisdom you can give for what both Albertans and Alberta can do to use Bitcoin to make ourselves freer, more sovereign, more prosperous as both individual Albertans and as Albertans, maybe more collectively. We'll start with you, Ben.
Yeah, so, first on the mining side, right? We have a huge natural advantage in mining. And so just treating the industry fair on a level playing field, the same way every other industry is treated, other data centers are treated, goes a long way. And you say, well, that's not a big deal. That's not much. That's a big deal in this space. There's not a lot of provinces in Canada that treat Bitcoin miners equally. That being said, there's some small things you can do to compete with some of the larger jurisdictions, but it's about treating fairly, being open to it. This is an open source protocol. People will gradually gravitate, whether it's hopefully more learning in proactive ways. I think unfortunately too many people come to Bitcoin learning lessons the hard way, whether it be Lebanese government stealing 90% of your bank account, or whatever these terrible tragedies are that bring people to this protocol the hard way. But I think just taking a neutral view on it, not going after people, being open to businesses that are in this space, coming to things like this where you're having that grassroots. Like this is going to be it's a bottom-up grassroots protocol. This is a bottom-up grassroots province. I think that's the way it's going to develop, and it's just about treating fairly and being open to new ideas and new ways of doing things.
One thing I like to do to kind of, I would suggest, and I think it's a fun idea, Ben Perrin gave me some open dimes. And I was carrying the little open dime, and I threw some Bitcoin on it. And now when I'm at the barbershop or I'm out and about at a restaurant, if I'm having a conversation with somebody, the server or the barber, and Bitcoin comes up, I go, hey, I'm going to tip you with some Bitcoin.
I have a feeling that with you, everywhere you go, Bitcoin comes up.
You know, I like to let conversation go where it leads me, but it often comes back, comes to technology or Bitcoin. People say, what do you do? And so we'll go, and then we'll talk about things. This happened to me maybe about a month ago. I was at the barbershop and was getting my hair cut, and then the woman that was cutting my hair, she says, I just got into Bitcoin. Like I just started reading about it, and she's like, I haven't told anybody yet, but I just feel like I can talk to you. So I was like, oh great. I said, I'm into Bitcoin. And then anyways, so at the end I said, I want to tip you with some Bitcoin, and I gave her an open dime. She was like a little kid on Christmas. She was so excited. And so I think having little ideas like that where you can sort of spread Bitcoin, you can spread the message of Bitcoin with something like an open dime is a great practical suggestion that I can leave you all with, that I think is a way to, whether you're in Alberta or somewhere else in the world, it's a fun little sort of physical application of the beautiful technology of Bitcoin.
It sounds like evangelism.
It's a little bit like that, hey?
Yeah. Have you heard the good word about Bitcoin?
Yeah, really.
Minister, final thoughts to you.
So I'll focus more from the government of Alberta perspective. I think we would be foolish not to focus on the fact that Bitcoin mining is an opportunity for us to monetize for the benefit of every single Albertan the energy resources we are blessed to be stewards of. And so as a government, we're going to do everything we can to unlock the power and that potential for the benefit of all Albertans. And the good news there is, as an Albertan, you don't need to know what Bitcoin is to benefit. You don't need to care about Bitcoin to benefit. At the end of the day, if we can take steps as a government to ensure that we are the friendliest jurisdiction from a policy perspective, the best tax jurisdiction in Alberta or in Canada, and one of the best in North America for that kind of investment, as we attract more of that activity, more of that investment, and more of that mining capacity is built here, all Albertans will see the benefit of it indirectly, because ultimately more natural resources will be consumed in the process, more royalties will be paid as a result of that, and that will then power all of the government services that every Albertan relies on, and they won't have to pay taxes to receive those services. So that, in the short term, is going to be the focus of the Alberta government, is to create the conditions with everything that we can control as a provincial government to encourage more investment into Bitcoin mining, to help grow and diversify our economy, and to further develop our natural resources, even if the rest of Canada says they don't want our pipelines.
Beautiful. All right. I saw someone put their hand. Are we supposed to take questions? Well, okay. If we're allowed to do questions, absolutely. Have at her.
I would really like to see the work that we can all do benefit Alberta as a small business and as mining companies here.
Can you repeat into the mic just for the stream?
Sure. So for the folks watching online, hi. Paraphrasing sorry, what was your name, sir?
My name's Derek.
Derek was asking if we as a government are intent on creating the conditions to make sure Alberta is the best place in the country to invest in creating Bitcoin mining capacity, then could we consider looking at ways to encourage some of the other programs we have that fund innovation would be able to support cryptocurrency related enterprises? Is that a fair summary of? Yeah. So Derek mentioned the Alberta Enterprise Corporation. For those who don't know what that is, it's a venture capital fund of funds that is owned by the Alberta government. So what they do, they don't invest in tech companies. They invest in venture capital funds. And that's an important distinction. When government invests taxpayer dollars directly in companies, they 9 times out of 10 fail. But what Alberta Enterprise Corporation has done is instead said, we know we needed to encourage more investment in venture capital by partnering with the best and the brightest all across the world of the best venture capital funds. They've been able to not only generate returns on behalf of the taxpayer while investing in tech, but they're also unlocking 5 times as much money coming into Alberta tech companies as they're putting in as an investor directly. So as a policy tool, it's working for its stated purpose. And so I want to be careful. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, so AEC is doing what it's intended to do. I'm not going to change what AEC does. I'm not going to tell them to invest in specific companies or specific industries. If there is a venture capital fund that specializes in blockchain-related, cryptocurrency-related, Bitcoin mining-related technologies, and they are really good at what they do and they have a track record of making money, then they are free to apply to AEC to say we would like to be a part of, we would like you to invest in our next fundraising round, and I have every confidence in the team at AEC to make a good judgment on behalf of the taxpayers. Now, to your earlier point, if there needs to be some financial supports to encourage more innovation at a smaller level, I'm open to hearing suggestions on that. I don't have all of those answers, but if that's the problem we're trying to solve, then I think we got to do some homework on that to figure out what's the right policy tool. I don't believe Alberta Enterprise is the right policy tool to tackle what you've raised.
All right, Jess, do we have time for one more question, or are we? All right, I'm going to be respectful because I know Dave is going to kick my ass here. All right, well, let's thank our panelists. This has been really great. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. That was a fantastic chat. Those of you that are watching via the live stream and that are in the audience, there's one final thing that will be on the stage in just a moment here. Myself and my friend Nico, we do a weekly news show. And so rather than go home and do that from our home studios, we're going to do it directly live here from the Bitcoin Rodeo. So in a couple of minutes, we will be here on stage. So stay tuned. In just a sec, we'll get started and get ourselves situated. All right, so looks like we're in. Those that have stuck around for the stream, we're switching gears here. We're still at the Bitcoin Rodeo, but this is like the after stream. This is the after commentary. We're here. It's myself, my co-host Nico, and we've got a special guest. We've got my buddy Graham Wardle. Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. I don't know what we're doing, but it's going to be fun.
I think this is the first episode of In Between Two Tips.
Yes, between two tips.
Oh, I get it. Okay. All right. Yeah, like we totally tricked you into doing this.
Yes. So this we're kind of doing an impromptu Simply sessions, and so myself and Nico here, we do a weekly news show in and around what's happening in Bitcoin. Nico is like the resident expert when it comes to Bitcoin news. He lives and breathes it every single day, and I'm so blessed to have him join me on my show once a week and kind of bring up what he thinks is kind of the most important stuff that's going on, and we riff off each other. But this is kind of the first time we've had a guest. So we're just gonna kind of play off each other and
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, we'll just chat about. And I think in the stream, Nico, if I'm not mistaken, you've kind of given some links and stuff that we'll pull up, but we won't be able to see it here. But Nico's got his phone queued up, and we're just gonna kind of discuss some of the top stories, and we'll take it. I'll let you know when we're running short on time, but we'll just riff on it. We'll see how it goes. So, yeah, man, what's been going on?
Yeah, man, lots of it's at the beginning of every single week. I always have the same fear, and I've been doing this for 3 years, and the news cycle never stops giving. On Monday, I'm like, I'm gonna have nothing to talk about on Friday, but things always happen in Bitcoin, and this week was no different. So we'll start with a Reuters article. I'm just going to read the top. It says, a U.S. federal judge on Tuesday restricted some agencies and officials of the administration of President Joe Biden from meeting and communicating with social media companies to moderate their content, according to a court filing. And you'd say, what the F does this have to do with Bitcoin? It has everything to do with Bitcoin. If they can't help themselves to not censor information, could you imagine trusting these people with central bank digital currencies? And mind you, this is the same Biden administration that has been not only trashing Bitcoin, but also pushing central bank digital currencies heavily. So I think it's a foreshadowing. It's a warning, right? It's like, don't trust these people with your money. When I mean these people, I mean anybody. You don't have to trust anybody now that Bitcoin exists.
This is good news, right? That they stopped. Was this article about how they got shut down?
It was good news, but it was also revealing news. Because it confirms, even in the U.S. with the First Amendment, the government could not help themselves but to censor speech. Now, could you imagine when they have that type of power, but with money, and you're trusting them not to use it against you?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, this is also unique in that we're discussing this on a panel that is part of the first live stream event that is a Bitcoin conference directly to a decentralized social media platform that cannot be censored. So all of the people that are watching this from Nostr, that's what it was built for. It was built for with the recognition that when you're jumping on Twitter, when you're jumping on YouTube, when you're jumping on any other platform, even the ones like, let's be real, Rumble, it's still a centralized platform. It was created in the sense of, oh, YouTube is preventing us from, talking about certain subjects, so Rumble was like the answer to that. But at the end of the day, that's still a top-down approach, whereas Nostr is coming from it of the perspective of, we don't want anybody to have that direct control. It's a protocol.
Do you think that we will entirely move away from centralized systems, or do you think there's a place for that in society?
I think you'll see centralization in and around the applications that allow you to get the most out of that protocol. Like the protocol itself is just a very simple, dumb way to be able to relay messages and other things from peer-to-peer, and to be able to host that data anywhere. But where you may see centralization, and it's not even really centralization, but how do you actually interact with those messages? Because with Nostr, it's like you can get a certain app on your phone, or multiple different apps. It's kind of like if I make connections with you guys online, and I'm using a particular app, and all of a sudden that centralized app says, I'm banned. Well, I can download a different app that hasn't banned me, and I still have the connections with you guys. It would be like if you got banned from YouTube, and you didn't have to have anybody change away from YouTube. You just jump onto another client, and you're still there, and you still have connections. You carry those connections with you.
So the protocols are imperative that they're decentralized, but the access points are better centralized, because then you can have better wallets or better YouTube apps or better Nostr apps. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say that the apps themselves, I mean, obviously the apps are centralized in the sense that the person building that particular app gets to decide how that app works. But the people can move freely between it, and it's the same with Bitcoin, right? If you have a Bitcoin wallet and it works a certain way and you get all these great features out of it, fantastic. And then all of a sudden your wallet does something, or it breaks a feature, or it just doesn't work as well as it used to, or they change the layout and you hate it. Well, the keys to your money are within that application, but you can say, oh, this wallet sucks now. I'm going to jump over to this one. I'll just move my keys over to that one. That's what Nostr does. Your keys are the keys to your social profile in Nostr. Your keys are the keys to your money in Bitcoin. It's the exact same mentality.
Yeah, and if you kind of zoom out about what is really happening, like why the current administration, at least in the U.S., but in Canada too, like you guys have to deal with government censorship as well, right? And on the money side of things, it's because like we're living through like this really weird era in history where I really call it the great disintermediation, where the internet has given the ability for people to communicate directly peer-to-peer without going through intermediaries, right? And communication could also be paying someone, right? Like money is a form of information. So it's like this is happening, and the nation-state model, these governments have been used to operating in an environment where they've had a total monopoly on the narrative on information, and they've had a total monopoly on money. And they're freaking out, like they don't know what to do, right? Like they can't come to terms with the fact that they can't stop this thing no matter how much they try. And I really believe that's the source of all this chaos. And then we're just kind of watching from the sidelines, protected by the orange field of Bitcoin, at least if your wealth is in Bitcoin.
I think freedom technology shall prevail is my takeaway.
I completely agree. And in case you guys think we're exaggerating, or that you guys are seeing things that are not there, next article I want to cover, which is the headline is literally Central Bank Digital Currency Tracker shows 130 countries are diving into CBDCs. 130 countries representing a total of 98% of global GDP are exploring CBDCs due to their ability to facilitate tight government surveillance and control over ubiquitous payments. So I think Bitcoin 101, I literally said it right in the very beginning. We have to pick. We're on the panel together. You have to pick. Is Bitcoin or slavery? It's not an exaggeration. This is the future that they want you on a central bank digital currency future.
They're saying it. They're saying the quiet part out loud. They're admitting to it. And you have to choose. Do you want slightly inconvenient freedom, which is Bitcoin, or very, very convenient carrot on a stick slavery, which are central bank digital currencies?
I was just going to throw into this. You know, I have friends that will, they're like, oh, I don't want to do Bitcoin. They literally want to just have gold and silver and live on a farm. And I'm like, that's cool if you want to do that, but like, how are you going to buy your farm equipment? That's, like, are you going to make all your farm equipment? Or where are you going to get this? Like, there's going to have to be a currency for the internet, which is Bitcoin. So this is what I think is like, there's a little bit of a hurdle that I've heard amongst people that they're like, oh, no, we're just going to go back to cash. We're going to go back to Bitcoin. They want to go backwards, and that's the safe spot. That's their sort of like sovereignty. And I'm like, I have nothing against gold and silver. I have some myself, but how do you see that sort of bringing those people up to speed with this?
I would go down the route of why did the gold standard fail in the first place, and what shortcomings of gold necessitated the abstraction that we got. And so what I mean there is, gold has been used as a store of value and as money for thousands of years, and it was understood later on that as money was more global and digital and physical, as transactional as society became, we needed to abstract the value of gold into something that was easier to handle. More portable, more divisible, to make it more convenient to deal with. And so because of the physicality of gold, and that needed for that paper abstraction of it, we started, centralized storage of gold, and then we traded these paper receipts that represented gold because of the ease of that, and then that became digital receipts over time. But what ended up happening was, because of that centralization of the control of gold, due to its physical nature and its shortcomings in divisibility and transportability and all of that, that link between the digital or physical receipts that were our paper money and the actual underlying scarce asset that it was supposed to represent was able to be rug pulled, right? The people, the keepers of the gold were able to say, well, we're actually going to create more receipts for the gold than the gold that exists. And society, it takes a while for those additional paper representations of the gold to slosh around, because let's say, there's a vault full of gold. Everybody understands what their paper dollars represent. If I'm printing the money, if I print $1 million more dollars than gold that exists, if I don't spend it, if it just stays somewhere hidden away, then there's no inflation, right? Nobody realizes the inflation. But as I start spending those additional dollars into the economy, all of a sudden there's a lot more money representing the exact same amount of goods. It's just I'm able to buy up those resources before the reality of more dollars existing sinks in to society as a whole. And so, in a world of, you're not going to go backwards to a world living on gold and be able to maintain that without having a repeat of the rug pull of the gold standard that we already experienced, because governments cannot help themselves but print more money. It is economic, or it is political suicide to tell people we don't have enough money to spend on the things that you want. But we need that.
Yeah, and then this is what you were saying, Nico, is about the choice between like CBDCs or Bitcoin. And the reason I brought this up was because I know some people are like, or gold, like screw Bitcoin. Like, I don't want any of this technology stuff. I don't want any of this stuff. So I think it's just communicating what you said to them and being like, but did you see how we got into this situation? Like you just said, like, this is what happened. So if we go back, we're just going to repeat it. Can that happen with Bitcoin? Can they?
You can have paper Bitcoin. You can, and we can and have seen that. The difference is it takes a lot less time for shit to hit the fan, because anyone can verify the supply of Bitcoin. Anybody can run a node. And so when you start seeing, oh, this entity, this third party, has clients that have stake claims to 5 million Bitcoin, and this one has people that have claims to 10 million Bitcoin, and you start doing the math, and all of a sudden there's 37 million Bitcoin worth of paper receipts sitting there.
So it's the verifiability of Bitcoin that just squashes that argument.
It's the verifiability and the ability for people to take self-custody. Right. And, I think, Ben, you said it perfectly, right? Because of gold's physical characteristics, right? Look, and maybe this is unpopular with Bitcoiners. I like a gold bar, like it feels really good to hold in your hand.
Amazing.
Feels really good.
Silver's
to hold in your
heavy.
hand. Yeah, like I like.
All right, Peter Schiff, let's calm down here.
Like I like it, but it's you're very limited on what you could do with it physically. So, fine, you can have one gold. Try having $1 million worth of gold. Now try moving that gold. Now try sending that gold overseas instantaneously for pennies on the dollar. You're not going to be able to do it. Now try going to your local pharmacy and buying a bottle of water or something. What are you going to go to the do you go to the counter and then you're going to take a little pickaxe out of your pocket and go tick 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 tick, and then they're going to take a weight out under the desk and then like measure the gold. It's like, all right, thank you for your purchase today. Like the fact is that it's exactly what Ben said. Gold's physical characteristics made it fail last time. It was inevitably co-opted by governments
and greed.
Yeah, greed. But I would say like I think greed is built into Bitcoin. I think Satoshi figured out how to basically use human greed in order to protect the Bitcoin network, right? Because it creates soldiers. Because of my mere incentives, because I'm incentivized to, I'm a holder of Bitcoin. I'm also incentivized to be an evangelist. If I'm a miner, I'm incentivized by profit. If I'm a node operator, like Ben over here.
But the way it was designed keeps you honest, where you can't lie to somebody and say, what I'm saying? Like
I wouldn't say it's honesty. I would say that the incentives are aligned, right?
Okay.
So versus fiat, the incentives are misaligned. So like fiat, it's a zero-sum game. Like if I screw you over, I benefit financially, great. Bitcoin, you have a system where the incentives are aligned with everybody. So the node operator, working out of his own self-interest, is benefiting everyone else. The hodler, the evangelist, working out of his own self-interest, is benefiting everyone else. And then the miner, you think miners are doing this out of the goodness of their heart? No, they're just trying to make money. But in the process, it makes the network stronger, therefore it makes their bags go higher, therefore it benefits everybody else. And I've never seen a system where the incentives are aligned like Bitcoin. I've never seen that in my life. And the interpretation of that with people is like, people are just being honest, people are being truthful. I don't think that's it. I think Satoshi figured out, I think he had a deep understanding of human greed, and he captured it. I don't know, Ben.
I think that society, in a lot of instances where we've run into problems, it's when we structure society in a way that assumes we can regulate people into going against their own self-interest, right? We assume that people will go the collectivist route and say, even if it doesn't directly benefit, even if it's hurting myself and my family, I will do what's best for society. And I don't think that's human nature. I think when push comes to shove, if something is going to hurt your family, you're going to look out for them first. Or if something's going to hurt you, you're going to look out. You kind of have these circles where you want to keep yourself healthy, you want to protect your family, you want to look out for that first, then it's your extended family, and your community. You have priorities with things like that. And I think when you build a system that recognizes that people are going to be immediately concerned with themselves and their immediate family first, when you build a system around that where those incentives, as Nico said, are aligned, and if you act in that self-interest, you will also be benefiting society as a whole. If you structure it that way, then it works. If you structure it assuming that people will endure harm for themselves for the faceless majority, I think that's where you run into problems.
100%. And it's interesting because it's like not only the incentives aligned for like to encourage, you know, so-called good behavior, the incentives are aligned in a manner where if you behave negatively, it actually hurts your bottom line, right? Like it actually hurts you more to tell a lie versus tell the truth. And that's uniquely to Bitcoin. It's a very, very strange phenomenon. Go ahead. Okay.
I was just going to say, is that game theory? Is that
yeah? You'd call it game theory, right?
I'd say so.
Satoshi was a genius. Like the way that he thought about this, the halving and all that stuff. Like it's just you know, they don't call it the rabbit hole for no reason. Anyways, the second, I think there's a third piece of news. Belarus wants to ban peer-to-peer Bitcoin transactions. What I would say to Belarus is good luck. Don't think that's going to work. And then another thing is you have to connect the dots, because if you just see that piece of news in itself isolated, it's just like, okay, that's noise. Connect that with the central bank digital currency news that you heard before. And then that plays into the fact that we just keep iterating this. I'm going to keep iterating it over and over again. We're heading into a future where you're going to have to pick and choose whether you want a future of slavery or whether you want a future of Bitcoin. The writing is on the wall. And you know, I think it's going to get hairy, and I think this Belarus is another example. I just don't think they're going to be successful. Ben, why do you think? How do you think it's going to go, this ban?
So I don't think it's any coincidence that Belarus wants to ban peer-to-peer transactions. When I was just in Oslo for the Human Rights Foundation and speaking with Belarusian protesters that are using Bitcoin to fundraise their protest efforts against the government. I also don't think that they're going to be successful at all. You know, they may be able to get a little bit of Bitcoin here and there, but at the end of the day, like I'll chat about it here. You know, we saw craziness here in Canada last year. And, you know, I was involved with that, and it was done in haste before we kind of knew how crazy things were going to get. It was like, oh, you know, we'll put up a little page and raise a little bit of money, and 2 weeks, one calling of the Emergencies Measures Act and $1.3 million worth of Bitcoin later, shit really hit the fan. And with the worst initial best practices, because of the haste with which it was done and not realizing how quickly things were going to get out of hand, 70% of those funds still made it directly into the hands of protesters, and it was the only digital donation mechanism that worked. The only one. Now, of course, there's cash on the ground, gift cards and stuff like that, people donating fuel, all that kind of stuff, but it was the only digital donation mechanism that worked. Everything else, Give, Send, Go, GoFundMe, all of that crap, shut down, seized, everything. And had we done best practices from the get-go, I think 100% would have got there. So it's a pretty powerful tool, and the tools are getting easier and more powerful. So.
And also, like, I noticed that too. And Ben, I think we did the first show, you know, when, by the way, yeah, you're very humble. You're a fucking freedom fighter, man. Like, what you did was just, like, it was so inspiring for anyone watching that. And you're very, very fucking brave, dude. And I'm very glad that you're on our side.
didn't feel that way, but thanks, man. And hats off to Greg Foss, who was here earlier, who was you know, in the corner, in my corner and in my ear, being again, a good buddy along the way, and Jeff Booth, who was like, I can't picture two more polar opposite, like devil and angel on my shoulder than Greg Foss. We're gonna fucking raise 1 Bitcoin, and then we're gonna fucking raise 10 Bitcoin, and then 100 Bitcoin, and then Greg Foss, and then Jeff Booth in my other ear, calmly explaining why society is crumbling and why it's okay, and it's only natural that people would react this way as they don't understand how society is. So yeah.
Oh man. And yeah, so, but I remember when that happened. And then this is the illusion. Like, this is the illusion. I call it the fiat matrix. It put the fear of God in them. that they could not touch that 70 Bitcoin. They were getting so mad that there was people in the US that were tweeting, this is how you take self-custody, and the government was sending them notices not to do that. And I don't know if you remember it off the top of your head, Ben, but the response from Nunchuck
yes,
was just, it was gold. It was gold. And then that's the illusion that I'm talking about. Is like people don't realize how empowered they are by Bitcoin, how empowered they are by Nostr.
Yeah.
You don't need to ask someone for permission anymore. And it is, in terms of the return on violence, it actually favors you. It is much more difficult for them to seize your stuff, to take away your stuff, especially on a mass scale, than it is with anything else. The only reason that FDR was able to get away with the 6102 order was because of what we were talking about earlier. Gold's physical characteristics made it so that anyone that held a large quantity of gold put it in a bank, because it was just easier to store. Now, could you imagine if millions upon millions of individuals are holding their own private keys? Do you think the men in suits are going to go door by door, knock, hey, could we have your money because we've made terrible financial decisions? It's a bad idea, right? Anyways, Ben, what did Nunchuck say? Because it's absolutely hilarious.
So the Nunchuck email. So Nunchuck, for those unfamiliar, this is like one of the best mobile wallets that exists, and so they're incredible. It's just a mobile wallet, and Bitcoiners are familiar that a mobile wallet, you can manage keys, but if it's a non-custodial wallet, meaning that they don't hold your funds for you, then they don't have like data on you and who you are and all this. Anyways, the government sent Nunchuck basically an email request saying like, hey, we're going to need all the information on the people using your platform to use Bitcoin. And Nunchuck replied with an email and then also publicly posted it everywhere. And they basically said, like, dear Canadian government, we cannot, and then basically verbatim, like, listed back all of the requests. We cannot do this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or provide you any information on anybody using our wallet. This is by design. And then they went on to say, favorable things about Bitcoin and the freedom it provides. And then they say, and this was the cherry on top, the chef's kiss at the end of the email. When the Canadian dollar goes to zero, we will be here to serve you too. So, I mean, those guys, I love them. They're incredible. And they built an amazing tool. So if you haven't tried Nunchuck Wallet, check it out. It's friggin' incredible.
And that was what Ben was talking about, right? That beautiful response. This is what we're talking about with the matrix break, and this is what we're talking about, the empowerment of individuals. They've never had this power. Humanity has never been in this type of situation, and it's going to completely change the power dynamics between the individual and the state. I think I referenced this book 1,000 times. I really recommend reading this book called The Sovereign Individual. It predicted this stuff back in the 90s. And I think it was so spot on. And I think as more and more people realize and more events happen, like what Ben was referring to, what just happened in Belarus, and people start to realize how much power they have in their hands, things are going to work very, very differently than the way that they've been working for a long time. Anyways, in other news, more bullish stuff, the Chad Sailor, he's got to leave some Bitcoin for the rest of us. MicroStrategy sold $330 million worth of shares and bought another 12,333 Bitcoin. Now MicroStrategy owns 152,333 Bitcoin. I said that correctly. That is 1 in every 140 Bitcoin. This man is going to be the richest man in the fucking world very soon.
I mean, the cool thing about this is, the detractors will look at that and say, well, this person's going to get all this power. No, he's able to accumulate Bitcoin right now because he's in a unique perspective where he's running a profitable business. he's able to capitalize on that and funnel that money into an asset that he sees as being much more valuable in the future and that he sees as being totally undervalued now, which I think he's correct. And I think in a world moving forward, let's say that Bitcoin does what we think it's going to do and it becomes like a world reserve asset and people recognize it for its properties and what it can actually do. To really take advantage of that Bitcoin and to continue to build more, like, sure, he's accumulated a ton, but at the end of the day, in the future where Bitcoin is much harder to get, just because he has Bitcoin, it doesn't guarantee that he gets more Bitcoin, right? It's not proof of stake. That is the current system right now. If you're rich and well connected, then you get to suckle on the money spigot as it spits out more dollars for you. And you benefit first before that money can slosh around and people can realize the inflation of it. With Bitcoin, just because you have Bitcoin, it doesn't guarantee you more Bitcoin. And so when Saylor wants to actually, utilize that for something down the road, then he's going to have to do it in a smart way where he's providing value. He's going to have to utilize that Bitcoin and spend it. He may be able to get a loan against it in another currency, but if other currencies begin to go away, what the hell is he going to borrow? He has the Bitcoin. He has. If Bitcoin becomes the money, what do you borrow? No, maybe somebody lends you an asset, but the risk is there. And you don't have the same insanity that we get and the same bailouts that we get with dollars and the legacy financial system. So
yeah, and you said something really interesting, and I think that gets lost on people too, right? Which is Michael Saylor is, and this is something solely unique to Bitcoin. He had to get in line like everybody else. Michael Saylor had to pay the price of tuition. He got absolutely wrecked. Right now, he's at basically break even, right? His break even price, I think, is like $29,000. He bought at 69. He bought at 16. He bought at 20, right? But he's currently paying his price of tuition right now. And that's very strange, right? Because he's a billionaire. Normally, he would have special privileges, but he had to get in line like everybody else. And that's happening on the public company front, which is extremely exciting. But on a nation state level, El Salvador had to pay the price of tuition just like everybody else. So it's like you have this system where there is no special privilege just because you're a powerful country or just because you're a public company. And one last thing that you said, Ben, which I find really interesting is, Michael Saylor could turn hostile, and he could, look, I'm going to use all this Bitcoin to try to attack the network. Here's the thing, though. He can only pull that trigger once, because once he burns through that Bitcoin, it's gone, and he can't print more of it. He can't, use his political connections or his power to accumulate more. It's just spent. It's done and dusted. The 2017 fork wars were a great example of this, right? Jihan and I forget what the used car salesman guy.
Are you talking about Roger Ver?
Roger Ver. There we go.
that's like, I love how that's immediately that must be Roger Ver.
The picture is like stuck in my head. But so, and Roger had so much Bitcoin, man, because he got in so early. And Jihan, he's literally he controlled the largest Bitcoin mining manufacturer in the world, Bitmain. And what they did was, they tried to artificially make the Bitcoin Cash hash rate higher than the Bitcoin hash rate, literally trying to convince everybody else that Bitcoin Cash is the real thing. But you know what happened? They ran out of money. They ran out of Bitcoin, and they couldn't get more.
Right. It's a perfect example of trying to use I got in early in Bitcoin, I have a ton of Bitcoin, I'm going to use that and I'm going to try and sell my Bitcoin and use those cells and then purchase Bitcoin Cash so that everybody thinks it's the real Bitcoin. And you saw it. It was a scary time because they had a lot of Bitcoin to do it with. And there was a period of time where the price of Bitcoin Cash was coming up, and Bitcoin Cash was all of a sudden the #2 cryptocurrency out there. It surpassed Ethereum.
When was that?
2017. It got to like 75%. Was it? I'm trying to think where it got to. It wasn't it. I think the peak price that I saw it at in relation to like whether one Bitcoin Cash was worth how much Bitcoin. I think it got to, was it 30-something%? Was it 50? I can't remember what the percent was.
Dude, it got scary, bro. No, it wasn't that close, but it was very scary. It was very scary because I was looking at the hash rate.
It got to a few $1,000s when Bitcoin was like in the high tens, in the high double digits. It was like a meaningful, like it might have been like a third or a half, somewhere in and around that range. And there was a real question as to like, are these guys going to pull it off? But the answer is, if you can't print more money to keep that up, you cannot do that. And so they started dumping their Bitcoin, trying to buy Bitcoin Cash, trying to influence, small exchanges out of South Korea and like artificially pump the price in specific locales. And, eventually reality sets in, and the world as a whole realizes, oh, this continues to be Bitcoin, and then there's everything else.
Can I throw one thing in here just to play devil's advocate? Michael Saylor has got a ton of Bitcoin, probably the most out of...
I wouldn't say so.
No?
There's
okay.
definitely big
But he's got a lot.
Yeah,
okay, so could he kind of go, oh, you know what, I'm going to sell half of it, tank the price, buy a bunch more, get, super cheap, and then just get a bunch more?
Oh, they do that right now.
They do that all the time?
Yeah, they do, of course, man.
Okay.
That's like the price manipulation. CZ does that with Binance 100%.
Okay.
But, and this is like, and I know Ben advocates for this too. Odell's famous line, which, it's like sloganized at this point, like just stay humble, stack sats. Like the thing is, if you start trading, that's who you're competing against. You're competing against people that they're much bigger than you. They're whales. They will try to play those psychological games. But if you just, take a back seat, fiat mine, do your thing, put that money into your Bitcoin, put it into savings. And Ben said something really important, right? Which is, we all believe in this room, I'm assuming, that we think Bitcoin's going to become the money, right? And people always ask me the same question. I always find it hilarious, and I always start laughing, which is like, Nico, when are you going to sell it? And I look at them, I'm like, sell it for what? Like, what exactly am I selling it for? Like, you mean dollars? And they're like, yeah, dollars. I'm like, you mean you want me to sell the thing that has 21 million, probably 5 are lost, so it's like really 16, 17 million, and you wanted me to sell it for something that there's an infinite amount of, that Joe Biden is doing some crazy shit, and everybody else, you want me to sell my Bitcoin for that? And then they look at me, they're like, yeah, I get it. I understand.
Do they though?
No, they don't. They say they do. They say they do, but they don't.
Yeah. We got about 5 minutes before we probably got to wrap. So, where do you want to go with this?
Okay, let's end with some bullishness.
Okay.
All right. So some clip just came out, 50-second clip on Twitter. Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, which just applied for a Bitcoin ETF with a high probability that it will be accepted due to BlackRock's political connections, just said on Fox Business Live TV, quote, Bitcoin is an international asset. 5 years ago, he said Bitcoin is not good for anything but money laundering. Bitcoin stays winning. Even Larry Fink bows down to the king. That's what I gotta say.
BlackRock's an how long do you think he has held the current opinion that he just said on the news?
I think that after he said that, he washed his hands and he spit out and he's like, God damn it.
You don't think it was a game the whole time for them to accumulate?
No, I really believe that, because I've seen it 1,000 times, right? Like, Bitcoin humbles the F out of people, right? It's like, we saw it with the tweets, right? Like, even you have the Chad Saylor, it's so articulate, so well at speaking about Bitcoin. Even he said, at one point, like, this thing's not going to make it anywhere. But Bitcoin has a way of humbling you, and the way it humbles you is NGU technology, just this thing. You can't stop the honey badger.
And it could be a recent realization, because when you're Larry Fink and you're BlackRock, you have the benefit of being like, cool, I can go say this, and like, sure, like the little retail people that can go in with their, you know, accounts and like buy $1,000 worth of Bitcoin here and there, and like a few companies might go buy it, but like we're gonna get the first ETF because, you know, the SEC is gonna like pat our back the whole way through and guide us, as opposed to every other attempt that's been tried over the past 7 or 8 years. They know the pull that they have, and they know that they're going to get that first mover advantage. And so maybe there is a degree of like, whatever, I'll just, you know, we'll say it publicly, we can accumulate, we're BlackRock, we can do whatever the hell we want. But it is very interesting how like over the years you see all of these filings for ETFs. You see the SEC literally sitting on their hands, just tight-lipped, not saying a word, letting the clock run out, extending, letting the clock run out, extending, and then at the end of it all being like, actually, you're rejected, thank you. For every single person not saying a damn word, and then BlackRock files, and they're like, ooh, you know what, like, not sufficient, but if you make these couple little tweaks, you might have a better time. So good luck, buddy. Like that was the way they handled it.
Bro, I think what you're saying is misinformation. Are you trying to say the game is rigged?
It's almost as if there's a good old boys club. That's it.
And we're not in it.
we all got to front run BlackRock, though. That's kind of neat.
It feels good. We got to front run BlackRock and Michael Saylor and a country.
They're still going to have just infinitely more Bitcoin than us for an extended period of time.
Yeah, but we still get to say that.
Yes, that's true. Stack some sats before that BlackRock ETF drops. And don't give BlackRock your sats. Don't go selling sats, because they're looking to buy right now, and that's who you're going to be selling to. Also, maybe don't buy Bitcoin IOUs from BlackRock. Maybe get the real thing, get a hardware wallet, secure yourself. I don't know. You're a self-custody man.
Yeah, I got to get on the cold card train, though. I just helped a friend set it up, and I was like, this is great.
Dude.
So that's my next step.
Calculator game.
There's this channel. It's called BTC Sessions.
Yeah, I heard of that one. They got some good tutorials. I think I actually watched one to set up that cold card.
Great tutorial. Dude, I watched like the how to take self-custody one, and all of a sudden my hair just turned yellow.
Yes.
It's very strange.
I got to watch out for that.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's a 51% attack on the male hairstyles in those space. I saw Julian just off stage here ask a question. I'll repeat it. Here, Julian's going to speak into the mic here.
What I had this before. Well, just those three is good enough. So who is going to come around first on Bitcoin out of these three no-coiners? Nouriel Roubini, Elizabeth Warren, or Brad Sherman?
Okay, I think each one of us should take our pick. So who's going to change their mind? Or maybe let's give an order of each of us. The first person to change their mind on Bitcoin to the last. So it was Nouriel Roubini, Brad Sherman, and Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah.
I think last place is going to be Nouriel Roubini, Brad Sherman, and Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, I mean, Brad Sherman is probably a good last place because he gets it, but he hates what it's doing. So, like, he's the guy that goes up, he's like, they're trying to stop us from being able to be the only people that are printing money. And we're like, yeah, totally. That's exactly what this is for.
I disagree. I think he could be bought out. Like, if you look at him, he
That's true.
could
He's
get bought
probably
out. Like, BlackRock could buy him out.
Yeah, you could toss him $50 and he'd change his mind. Yeah, probably. Yeah, okay. But I think I'm going to go Brad Sherman as the last one. Roubini is also stubborn, but I think Roubini's just on the cusp of being a maximalist. He's like in that weird spot where he's like, he gets it, he gets the problem with crypto, but he thinks Bitcoin is crypto. And so like he's in that weird spot. And Elizabeth Warren, I think she wants the control. So I think I would say Sherman at the bottom. I'm going to say Warren kind of in the middle, and then we'll put Rubini up top because he's almost there. He just needs to realize like, oh wait a minute, Bitcoin isn't like any of this other shit. I think that's where he's going to come from it and be like, actually, Bitcoin's a little bit different from all the other stuff that I hate. So yeah, that's where I'm at. What do you guys think?
I don't know who the Rubini guy is.
He's had bad takes for a while, but he specifies all of the bad stuff about crypto, and then alludes to like something that would be better, but then typically describes what Bitcoin does.
Is he a politician?
No. He's like a financial.
It's almost as bad as a politician. He's an economist.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say.
Specifically, sorry, because I have friends that are economists. He's a Keynesian economist.
Oh.
I like Austrian economists.
Okay.
They're good friends of mine.
Okay, well, I don't know him, so I was going to put Warren first, and then Sherman at the bottom. But yeah.
What's your reasoning for Warren to
I just
flip?
feel
What do
like
you think?
Warren.
I mean, she won't flip like anytime soon. But like, what do you think would be the?
I just don't. I
catalyst?
just get like I just don't get the sense that she knows much about it. She's just kind of like been told what to say about it.
Yes.
So I think that if she kind of was like, oh, actually, this is not true at all, that she might just flip.
Yeah.
Whereas Sherman, I feel like you said, he knows what it is.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like, no.
Awesome. All right, last one here, Nico. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so Brad Sherman's an interesting case study because he knows exactly what is happening. Most politicians don't know. And Elizabeth Warren, I suspect, and I think she's very, very smart, and I suspect that she knows exactly what's going on too. And the reason I say that is because, what?
You think so?
She knows it.
She knows exactly
The reason
what it
I
is?
say that is because she signs up to any attack or any anti-Bitcoin legislation, no matter the reasoning. Meaning that she's just anti this thing. And then it's interesting. Like Brad Sherman says the quiet part out loud, right? But I think Elizabeth Warren agrees, and it's interesting because I believe she sits on the Senate Banking Committee, right? And I think that they understand that the gig is up if Bitcoin succeeds. So I think that them two would be the last. I think I would put Elizabeth Warren underneath Brad Sherman. I think Elizabeth Warren is just like less vocal about it, but I think she knows exactly what's going on. She has more power because she's a senator. I mean, technically. And then Brad Sherman second, and then Rubini third. I think Rubini, like I think that he feels good saying that, but like his career doesn't depend on what happens with Bitcoin, and you can't say the same thing about Elizabeth Warren and Brad Sherman. I think Elizabeth Warren has a $60 million net worth. How did you make $60 million off a politician's salary, Elizabeth Warren? What's going on there?
Yeah, I agree. You know who's not gonna, who would take even longer than all three of those people? Nassim Taleb. He's broken. Saifedean broke him. If you're unfamiliar, he's an economist.
Keynesian.
Who wrote the foreword for the original copy of the Bitcoin Standard, and then just like went completely off the rails. And just went to bat for like CBDCs the other day. It was like, these things are going to be great. It's going to be so fast. And you're like, did you ever get Bitcoin? I feel like he had to have a ghostwriter. Anyways, we are being ushered off the stage because we're like really pushing this thing right to the edge. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this. Everybody that's on the live stream, thank you for being part of Simply Sessions. Thank you to Graham.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks. This is my first time between two tips, and I loved it.
Oh, perfect. I love it. Awesome. And everybody on the stream, everybody on Nostr, YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, thank you guys for tuning in live. This has been the Bitcoin Rodeo live in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and capping it off with Simply Sessions. I can think of no better way. So thank you guys so much.